Is this the mic that you push on and then this is the speak? If I want to speak, I push here? Okay. This, when we want to talk, we just push speak? No. The, uh-huh. And then, yes. And when you're waiting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, task force members, if we can get seated so we can start business. We have a tight agenda. Thank you. Good. This is Vice Chair. I don't know who. Good morning, how are you? Yeah. All right.
It wants to talk.
Yeah, thank you.
To talk, now
Okay.
it's hot.
Okay. All right. Okay. Today is Wednesday, December 14th, 2022, and the time is 9:03 a.m. The AB3121. All right. Okay. Today is Wednesday, December 14th, 2022, and the time is 9:03 a.m. The AB3121 Task Force meeting is now called to order. Good morning. My name is Camila Moore, and I'm the chairperson of the First in the Nation California Reparations Task Force to study and develop reparations proposals for African Americans, with a special consideration for African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. Before we begin, we will have Parliamentarian Johnson do a roll call for attendance and determining whether we have quorum. Parliamentarian Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Moore,
Present.
Vice Chair Brown, Member Bradford, Member Grills, Member Holder, Member Jones Sawyer,
Yo.
Member Lewis,
Present.
Member Montgomery Stepp,
Here.
Member Tamaki.
Here.
Madam Chair, there are 9 task force members and the number needed for a quorum is 5. The number present is 7. Madam Chair, a quorum has been established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Welcome, members of the task force and members of the public, to our 11th public hearing and our 3rd in-person public hearing at the historic Oakland City Hall. We have an action-packed agenda today. We will hear from local and municipal reparations leaders from across the state of California, and we'll begin to hear from advisory committee members around potential proposals for a final report of the task force. We will now go to public comment, which will last between 9:05 to 10:05 a.m. But before we do so, I would like to acknowledge Council Member Carol Fife and Assembly Member Mia Bonta, who has some opening remarks for us. Can we please give them an applause?
First of all, I would like to welcome everyone that is here to participate with us, including the esteemed body. Welcome you to the city of Oakland. This is my district, Oakland District 3, and I feel that it is so fitting to have this convening in Oakland because we are literally ground zero for the systemic racist practices that have led to so many of the outcomes that we see on the news that people take issue with, but have never come with the ideal solutions for. So the work that you all are doing here today is critical. The individuals who are showing up for this testimony is critical because this is the pressure that is needed to fight the fight that so many people that came before us have tried to do. But what's different about today is that it is well recognized that if we want to move forward as a society, as a culture, as a people, collectively, then we got to do right by Black folks. Period. We understand that when you have an illness, right, and you go to the doctor and they ask about, what's bothering you? You can go in with your tover, you can go, whatever it is, they will ask you, what is your history of illness in your family? What legacy do you have with your parents or grandparents? What runs through your family in terms of illness? Generational trauma is never on that list. But if we don't heal generational trauma, then we will have generational trauma. And that is what America is experiencing. And we see that in Oakland on the forefront of all of the things that have to do with closing schools in Black neighborhoods, increased crime, where there has been divestment in Black communities. And with the Oakland Black New Deal, something that I brought forward when I came into office, it was a solution to these issues. So no matter what happens on the state level, in Oakland, we're going to get it done. So if you don't know about the Black New Deal to address some of the ways that municipalities and private industry has divested and systemically hurt the Black community, please go to carolfife.org and look at the Black New Deal, because that is one of the ways that we will address it locally. The work that you all are doing statewide will help us guide the same process through the entire state of California, because the harm is real. And the people here today to testify about that, and the work that you all have done collecting this robust set of suggestions to bring back to the state is invaluable. It is literally priceless. And I'm grateful for your work. I'm grateful for your participation. And I look forward to accountability when this gets back to our legislators so that we can have real action. Thank you all for being here today. I appreciate you all. I appreciate your work.
We'll now hear from California Assembly Member Mia Bonta if she is present. Okay. Now we will turn to the public comment period, and I will turn to Aisha Martin Walton for that agenda item.
Good morning, Chair Moore and task force members and members of the public. My name is Aisha Martin Walton. I'm with the Department of Justice, and the task force would like to hear from all of you. Test, test. Can you hear? Is that better? Thank you. Can you hear me now? Maybe I can go to another speaker.
Can you hear this, Mike?
All right. Okay, so the task force would like to hear from all of you. The public comment period will be for 1 hour, and each person will have 3 minutes to speak. Please be advised that, in fairness to everyone, at the 3-minute mark, you may be politely interrupted. However, please know that the public comment period during each meeting, there's one during each meeting, and the task force encourages you to participate. You may also submit written comments at any time via email at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. This morning, we have speakers in person and on the phone. So, Chair Moore, how would you like to proceed?
We'll start with those who are here in person.
So if you are here in person and would like to make a comment, please approach the mic, and you will have 3 minutes, and I will tell you when to begin. All right, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for letting me speak this morning. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Task Force. Good morning, neighbors. Good morning, beautiful city of Oakland. My name is Raphael Plunkett, and I'm so happy to be here. This is my first time visiting Oakland, and it really is beautiful. I am here with my husband, Joe Plunkett. We have driven up from Diamond Bar, and we enjoyed the ride up, and we're so happy to follow the progress of this unit. I'm also representing CJAC, the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. I wanted to first thank you all for this hearing today and tomorrow. I also want to thank you for your lineage determination, and please know that I fully support your decision. I ask that the future hearings be held on weekends and off work hours. Joe and I are retired, so many others are not, and I have been charged by my community to bring back information. I've been charged by my family in Chicago to bring back information, and it would be really nice if a lot of other people could participate as well. I ask that those of you that are legislators, that you please introduce and pass reparations legislation immediately. I ask that the report be distributed widely. Please also consider printing a pamphlet with the executive summary and the recommendations, making it readily accessible and distribute it widely. It's not so conducive for everyone to have access to a 500-page report and read through it. I think a smaller pamphlet would be really helpful. I also wanted to make sure you understand that with the rumors, the innuendo, and the hostility developing towards this process, that you know that there are many of us who support and appreciate your extraordinary efforts. We support your determinations, and we are doing what we can behind the scenes to make reparations move forward. Thank you very much.
My name is Reginald Romaine. I'm from LA, born in 1966. My question is this: where did you guys come up with these years? And you stop at 77. We going through traumatic racism today. We getting knees on our neck today. So why you stop at 77? In 84, we got news about Oliver North and about the Contras. I personally bought dope from Freeway Rick. I did my time to society. In 84, we had mass incarceration, red line and everything still in. Why would you cut it off at 77? We need it to today. And another thing is about, what about our ancestors, my mama, my grandma, my brother, that's not here no more? Where their money gonna go? Is they gonna get the same reparations too? You know, we need these questions answered, because a lot of people, I have a salon, I've been in business for 25 years. My thing is at this, at 420, 1 year, which is Hitler Day, in Temecula, California. I moved away from LA. My business was vandalized from KKK members' initiation day, a police person that I cut his hair when he was little told me, he said, you know what today is? Today is Hitler Initiation Day. They hit 2 black businesses then. So I said, we still going through stuff now. So why are you gonna cut off at 77? I don't understand. I thank y'all for hearing my words, and black people's power to it.
Thank you. Next commenter.
Good morning. My name is Marion Johnson, and I am a resident of Oakland, East Oakland in particular, and I'm also a resident of what was Russell City. In 1963, we were forced out of our land, off of our property. We were given nothing in order for us to move on. We were forced into East Oakland, which was the only place we were able to live. We weren't allowed in other communities because there were statutes that said no black person could live in those communities. In our communities in East Oakland, we were over-policed. We were disenfranchised. It felt like there was no room for us, that we weren't worthy of anything. The only comfort we felt for a short period of time was when the Black Panthers came into our neighborhoods and made sure we were safe getting to school, made sure we had food to eat in the morning. But other than that, the police were not there to help us. The schools were not there. There was the preschool to prison pipeline. I remember the old books that had writing and scribbling in there. For years, we never got new books. I was followed by the police for certain reasons. My brothers were brutalized and put in prison. My grandparents came to California in the 1940s. They landed in West Oakland. They were pushed out of there by the 980 project. Then they landed in Russell City, where my mother and my father met and married. They were forced out of there when I was an infant, placing us in a place that was not safe. I can't tell you how many times we went to developments to look at the new model homes. They let us go in. By the time we got back to fill out paperwork, offices were empty every time. That wasn't a coincidence. They weren't going to allow us anywhere. So I'm glad I'm able to see that this task force is here to provide reparations for our community. I don't know anything about dates, but I know what happened to my family, and my mother is still here. And I'm hoping that she's able to see what comes from this, and that she gets some form of justice and some form of peace. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments this morning. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Michael Johnson, and the previous speaker that you heard was my sister, Marion Johnson. We come from the same family that was impacted not once, but twice by what we have. We were impacted not once, but twice. What my sister spoke to was the maternal side of our family. What I'm about to speak to is the paternal side of my family. My grandmother, 60 years ago, spoke at a committee similar to this one. It was the committee that talked about the public hearings on the Russell City Development Project, January 22nd, 1963, at a time where they were allowed to speak publicly. They spoke twice. What my sister spoke to was the maternal side of our family. What I'm about to speak to is the paternal side of my family. My grandmother, their history, are doomed to repeat it. This is the 11th meeting, I believe, of this particular committee. And we are thankful for the opportunity and the efforts that have been made to bring this information and the concerns and the redress to light. But at the end of the day, it's not just about what it is that we see in the report. And you will find a lot of our families, a glimpse of our families' story on pages 71, 74, and 75 of chapter 5 on housing segregation. My grandmother came from Louisiana. She moved to San Francisco and was a cable car operator. She was forced out of the Western Addition and forced to move to Russell City, and had forced relocation from her for an industrial park in Russell City. When she got to that meeting and she spoke at that meeting, she had a piece of paper in her hand that basically said, "This is your eviction notice," before the plan had even been approved. And that's documented. What I find interesting, what I would leave you with is this. Both my sister and I have been participating in what Hayward is calling the Restorative Reparative Justice Project. That group was formed, we were duly elected, and our first meeting was on December 1st. We actually have a second meeting of that steering committee tonight. We started on December 1st, but by the time that we had started, the city, and I want to thank Artavia Berry and the Community Services Committee for actually crafting the apology that started the work. I also want to acknowledge the California Association of Realtors that on October 14th of this year also identified their collusion.
Excuse me for interrupting you in the middle of your sentence. I'm so sorry, but your time is up.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Let me just say this. We appreciate the efforts, but we want to bring to your attention the importance of hearing the stories from the families that were impacted and by what has happened in the state of California.
Thank you so very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Lori Williams. I'm a small business owner in the state of California. I'm a descendant of a slave. My father was a small business owner in Berkeley, California. He was a general building contractor. I'm 54 years old. I watched my father work until he died because he did not have access to capital, because he could not grow his business. This is generational. I am a small business owner. California has the California Rebuilding Loan Fund. I applied for that through our CDFI. I was told I didn't get my application in on time by our CDFI. This is a problem that small business owners have in California. I got my application in on time. We are overlooked. We want to grow our businesses. We want to expand. We want to create jobs in our communities for our people. This is generational. This is just not starting to happen. And for me to look at the executive summary and see one paragraph on having small business grants for our businesses where we sustain ourselves is disheartening. I would like to see this community and the dollar amount include people that have not gotten loans, people that have had least discrimination against them, people that cannot grow their small businesses here in the state of California. It needs to be addressed, and it needs to be part of the Reparations Taskforce. You guys really need to look at this in a bigger light. I have served on the board of Cameo, the California Association for Micro Enterprise Opportunity. I have worked at a micro enterprise development organization. I have seen immigrants come into California, be here less than a year, and get money to start their businesses where we have worked for generations and cannot get the capital we need to start, expand, the technical assistance we need to make lives for ourselves and be self-sustainable. We need that. I want you guys to look at that and take that into consideration with reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد. Giving honor to my illustrious and industrial forefathers, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, and Malcolm X. Islam. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? A little bit, okay. So I'm this is what I want to be paid in. This is what you should be asking for, not fiat notes. I looked at the agenda and I tried to answer the 5 questions on there. Question number 1, what are the damage time frames? The damage time frames are as follows: 1619 to 1865, we're under enslavement. 1865 to 1877, we're under Reconstruction. 1877 to 1965, we're under Jim Crow segregation. 1965 to 2022, we're up under legal discrimination. Now, formal apologies was given by this government, the Congress and the Senate, HR 194 and SR 39, apologizing for slavery, Jim Crow, lynching, and the above. The significance of a formal apology is the admission of guilt, and now the United States is able or willing to stand in liability for its wrongs or its harms. It's not a payout. We got to do a little bit more work, but the door is open. Number 2, will there be a California residency requirement? If yes, how will it be determined? The residency requirement for California and all 50 states and the federal government is simply this: to identify and to classify as African American. Number 3, what year determines the beginning of the harm? Are there different starting points and ending points for each atrocity category? 1619 is the year that determines the beginning of the harm, and there are 4 atrocity categories, which I've already named, but I'll go over them again. They all have beginning and ending points. 1619, 1865, that's enslavement, the establishment of slave codes. 1865 to 1877, that's post-slavery, Reconstruction, Black codes are inseminated. 1877 to 1965, Jim Crow segregation. 1965 to 2022, legal segregation. That's 403 years of harm, which equals 16 generations of oppression. Number 4, Number 4, will direct descendants and or victims, African Americans of U.S. slavery in California who meet the residency requirement, be compensated? Simply, all those who identify and classify as African Americans will be compensated, period.
I'm so sorry. Your time is.
I gotta say this last one,
Your
please.
time
Okay,
is
so
up.
listen, reparations are to be paid in gold bullion to all of my antebellum enslaved ancestors and their progeny, measured in the amount of 4 troy grams of 0.999 gold bullion per each antebellum slave.
Your
and
time
each
is
slave
up, sir.
descendant,
We need to
according
be
the
fair
conditions
to
of the
everyone.
mother for
But thank
16
you so much.
generations.
Again, I'm so sorry to interrupt you in your powerful statement,
Yeah,
but thank you so much.
Yeah, I got it. So if you want to hear more,
Public comment will also be tomorrow, so we welcome you. Perfect. Thanks so much. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. All right, next commenter.
Yes, can everyone hear me? Yes, I would like to say good morning to Chair Moore and all the members of the First International in the Nation Reparations Taskforce. Thank you for having me. My name is Darlene Crumity, and I am a member of CJEC and Arc Bay area. I would like to thank the task force for choosing lineage as the standard for those who receive reparations. And also, may I encourage the task force to hold the balance of the hearings on weekends, on off hours, in order for the community at large to attend, especially the Black American Freeman community who is affected by the harms. And in closing, I would like to say I am quite familiar with the 5 international standards of reparations, compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfactions, and guarantees of non-repetition. I feel that compensation should be number 1. This should be made a priority, especially for the Black American Freeman seniors or the post-civil rights community. Time is running out. This is our last stand. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Alan Sanford, and My great great grandfather was J.A. Sanford. Any of you read about the Dred Scott case, then you'll know that he was the one that started that filibuster. In 1986, Senator Joe Biden put the asset forfeiture law on the book. In 1999, Bill Clinton deregulated the banks. In 2004, Securities and Exchange Commission was warned by the FBI about the conflicts of interest between politicians and bankers. 2006 to 2008, Eric Holder found the banks guilty. As a matter of fact, it was Wells Fargo and Wachovia guilty of laundering $378 billion. City of Oakland had an opportunity to get that money. Not taken. 18 months after Mr. Holder's conviction, Loretta Lynch found HSBC guilty of laundering over $200 trillion. Now, my proposal is let the banks and the 1% keep the money that the banks stole between 1986 and 2006, take that 200 plus trillion, put it on debit cards, give everybody in America, in the 99%, one with a $300 per day limit, and then we'll resume this conversation about reparations, because then everybody will have a place to stay and something to eat.
Sir, thank you so much this morning. Our next commenter, however, before you begin to speak, I'd like to check in with the chair. It's about 9:30, and according to the schedule at 9:35, we would begin to take the online callers. So just wanted to give you a heads up, but we do have several people here who would like to speak.
So yes, at 9:35, we will go to the online comments. Yes, so for folks who aren't able to make public comment in person today, there'll be another opportunity tomorrow. So you can proceed.
Okay. Stay. All right.
Hello, can
Sir,
everybody hear me?
go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Josiah Williams with the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, an American Redress Coalition of California. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. I just wanted to bring out a few points. One, I think we should have the task force hearings, the rest of them on the weekend, just because a lot of people I know actually wanted to be here, but they have to actually be at work and they can't really take off, so like they weren't able to actually, be able to give their voice because they're required to be at work. So in future, hopefully we can do that. In reparations, I want to ensure that cash is a priority. We know that we need programs and everything as well, but wealth was stolen, wealth should be returned. Basically, I thank you for choosing lineage as an eligibility standard and not allowing our justice claim to be colonized. I really appreciate that. And lastly, we can actually start working on legislation now rather than waiting until the end of the task force. So if we can start getting some things put in place so that when reparations happen, we already have different things established. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Aisha?
Yes.
So we'll allow just only 10 more minutes for in-person public comment so we can get through this line. So I'm asking folks who are in the line to try to keep it brief. And if you have the opportunity to come tomorrow, please do so. And then for the remainder of the time, we will go to our online comments. So again, for folks who are in the line, try to keep it brief as possible, not try to limit your speech or anything, but we want to make sure that all folks are able to participate. So go ahead. Right, so we're allowing everyone who's in the line to speak. We're just saying.
Do we want to in terms of the balance of time, allow less time for each person so that everyone gets an opportunity to say? How's that?
If that's allowed,
that's okay with the
that's
task
permissible,
force?
we can do 2 minutes.
It's up to the task force. One, I mean, we have about 8 people. Are you all able to get it out? Say your speak in a minute. Can we try that? We have 12 people, 12 minutes. All right, you're on. Thank you.
I've been tracking the AB 3121 task force since its inception. And because it's received more visibility than when it first convened, it makes sense that there are some things that bear repeating. However, there have been some things that have gone amiss as of late. Some things worth mentioning are the way the message has been handled by the media. The Breakfast Club, for example, has not talked about this commission since its inception, at least not that I can recall, yet the only time they choose to bring up the subject is when they let Dr. Umar Johnson speak loudly and wrongly about the details. It would be nice if Charlemagne or DJ Envy had on the chair or grassroots representatives to have an actual discussion on the topic. And this sentiment goes for the wider progressive media punditry at large. People like Breonna Joy Gray and those who are formerly known as the Fred Hampton leftists, now called Revolutionary Blackout Network, Compton J and Nick, Sabi Sabs on Twitter, who collectively have done their best to ignore any of the advocacy work done by truly progressive political groups. Also, people like Jessica Ann Mitchell Aiwar, aka Jam, Mutale Nkonde, who conspired to write a piece so salacious and fraught with lies against grassroots organizers that even Harvard had to retract their statements. And the others.
Thank you so much. Your time is up. I'm so sorry. We're going to try to get to everybody today. All right, begin your minute presentation. Thank you, speaker.
Hey everyone, Max Fennell here. Mine's going to be very quick and brief. So the tangibles of what I'm asking for is $350,000 per Black American in California that's eligible. Small business grant, $250,000, and land 15 to 20 acres. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Before we go to the next speaker, I would like to notice member Holder.
My name is Anoloa Kolabode. I am a youth organizer for Got Reparations. This year, I've been working with other youth organizers by tabling in different Black communities, by going into the streets so we can be seen in different areas. Especially in Richmond, hearing the community's racial and discriminatory statements, I have been learning more about our community's family history, their experiences, and hopes this reparation is going to give them. We are hoping to go to get low income or unhoused communities voices heard. Free the land and got reparations.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Alita Torre with God Reparations. I am under the leadership of our youth. They have been going to cities, streets, and the hood to do what we have not been doing, which is block by block listening to the people. This is a boots on the ground data collection, and we are grateful for those that are in the audience, and we're grateful for you all in doing your work. But we must remember this is not just a middle class, Black middle class, Black bourgeoisie. This has to be done on the local level. We have 50,000 people since 2010 from Oakland, where the Black Panthers and Black Lives Matter reside, that had to leave. Displacement is not okay. So please, like Onuluwapu has said, join us with this movement, 57 counties, free the land, as Queen Mother Moore would say, and got reparations.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
First of all, praise God. I thank God for being here. Second of all, my name is Imhotep Eel, original Asiatic. Second of all, I would like to say America owes us the whole goddamn country. Because if it's an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth and a life for a life, they owe us the whole goddamn country. They have killed over 600 million and counting of original people here in America. When they gave Ukraine all that money, $250 billion, that was a slap in our face here in America, original people that has been oppressed, compressed, and depressed, and we still being oppressed, and y'all really don't have no ear or no eye or no heart to sympathize with our condition. What I'm saying is, Give us what y'all owe us and let us get up out of here because y'all owe us the whole goddamn country.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, members of the board, those of you at the sound of my voice, I'm Morris Griffin, better known as Big Money Griff, strong community activist, leader, and problem solver. Wakanda forever. I'm here today to ask that you and demand that you give us a reparations check to the day we die. Why? Because we have done everything to make this the richest country in the world. And I might add, when it comes to consumer fraud, which I've given some of you copies of, we have already won a portion of reparations for consumer fraud. And so I'm here today to say to you all that it's time that we receive a reparations check. How much, Big Money? $5,000 to $10,000. So I would ask that you spread the word, what you heard with Governor Gavin Newsom, as well as Shirley Weber, that we are demanding this on this day for reparations. That's all of my time. Thanks for your time. I'm out.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hello, I came all the way from Texas to tell you that Texas is watching each and every one of you. We're watching to see what you're going to do for Black Americans, not African Americans, but Black Americans who built this country, who is owed reparations. And I just want you to know, Texas is watching you. Particularly Houston and Dallas, we're watching you. We have been doing pull-ups all over the country, demanding our reparations, and we are watching you to make sure that you are doing reparations for lineage-based Black Americans. Lineage-based reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Icy Williams. As a California resident, born and raised in this state, I stand before you to contribute to the efforts of this Reparations Task Force, specifically employment discrimination and the systems within the state of California, which perpetuate harms against African Americans. First, the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing, DFEH, is responsible for enforcing fair housing and employment laws that make it illegal to discriminate against the job applicant or employee because of a protected characteristic. However, DFEH does not enforce or resolve employment discrimination complaints filed by African Americans. There is a history of legitimate discrimination complaints commonly resulted in the issuance of right to sue notices without investigation or botched investigations with inaccuracies or false narratives designed to close out these complaints. In most cases, when African Americans file DFEH
Excuse
or
me for
EEOC,
interrupting
these
you.
administrative mediators.
I am so
allow-
sorry that your time is up. We're trying to give everyone 1 minute, but thank you so very much. Please,
No, it's not.
please.
It's not long. How many minutes?
Please, you have 1 minute.
3 minutes. Thank you.
One minute. No, we're done. We have 2 more speakers, but however, you can submit your comments in writing or come back tomorrow. However you would like to communicate, the task force does want to hear your comments. They're really important. And so the email is reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov, and they would love to hear the rest of your comments. But we need to move on to the other speakers, so we appreciate your patience this morning.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
would like the opportunity to finish this. So you recommend I finish
I'm
tomorrow?
sorry, we have 2 other speakers,
asking a
and
question.
I'm sorry, we do have to move on. So next speaker, please. I'm sorry, we do have to move on now.
Are you saying
Tomorrow,
finish this
no, tomorrow, yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes, you
Thank
can. I'm so
Thank you.
sorry, I didn't understand your question.
So how you doing? I'm gonna make this quick. My name is Dion Jenkins. 4 elements of reparations: defense, money, land, grants. 4 elements of every society, every nation: a defensive structure, an economy, land, and having access to that economy. If that is not being addressed, reparations is not whole. Reparations, repair is the root word. We cannot have repair if those elements are not addressed. I believe that if there's any housing compensation, it should be and recommendation and the medium house price in the state of California, which is at least $830,000. I'll land. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have time for one more speaker.
Morning, I'm Grady L. Leatherman Bay. I'm here to acknowledge the council, Department of Justice, and to deal with the Superior Court jurisdiction that's in compilation as well. I'm a climate change advocate. I have a new repository to hold the entitlement in the community, and I've been recognized under climate change to deal with funding under the new state, which will be El Magrib. Under El Magrib, we will deal with all commercial entitlements and all data. It's under Title 17, USC Code 301, preemption. The documents will be put on display and given to the council today under the Department of Justice because it's an extraordinary jurisdictional entitlement that gives us the right to hold our own entitlement without being minorities or minor of our own depositories. And so under this new entitlement, it's going to deal with the reparations. And this goes back to reparations. Reparations means repair from a civil war from a defeated state. This is a community. This is the state for the community. The longitude and latitude line up.
Sir,
Everything
I'm
that
so
started,
sorry.
and
Your
I'm
time
gone,
is up.
everything that started was under the Attic of Nantes,
Your time
under
is up.
under the Noor codes and the Christian Black codes
We
of the
appreciate
1724 put us all
you
under this
coming back tomorrow or calling in. Thank you so much for showing up. Everyone in the audience, we really appreciate your patience this morning. The task force wants to try to hear from everyone, whether it's 3 minutes, 2 minutes, or 1 minute. So with that, just know we will be here tomorrow. You can come back tomorrow, call in, always submit your comments online. There's a series of several meetings going forward. So this is great. And Chair Moore, I'd like to turn it back over to you because we're going to switch over for online call-in. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Hello, on AT&T, are you ready for our first caller?
Yes, and if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 on your phone. You'll hear an acknowledgement that you've been placed in queue, and the operator will give you your line number for your anonymous comment. Once again, 1, then 0. The first comment comes from line 54. One moment. Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Alexis Allen. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a small business owner. I have dealt with discrimination all the way up into the 2000s. I feel like the time frame that you guys are putting isn't correct. We've dealt with discrimination in medical fields through the with the hospitals when I was pregnant, school districts, and predominantly like for Black families out here in the areas where it's Beverly Hills and West Hollywood and things like that. We deal with extreme discrimination. My family store was burned down in the Rodney King riot in Hollywood as well, and through just a lot of stress, it caused my family to even have a divorce. And the housing discrimination is horrible. We never owned a home out here, and actually been denied several times, and we've had good credit, even made over a minimum wage, and I've gotten pushed out of every single job that I've had. There was a lot of racism. So I feel like families in these areas are dealing with a lot of extreme discrimination. I mean, people making us feel like we're not as smart or as quick or things like that. It's ridiculous. And even in the school systems where, I was showed images of being Black people being brutalized and me being singled out, and being the only black child in the class and things like that, being bullied, even as an adult, I'm still dealing with that energy.
Thank you.
And even announcing the reparations, I've been like, people have been doing retaliation and things like that.
Your comments.
This you guys said it.
Going to, it's the operator system, if you could hold for 1 second.
Yeah, so I've been told there are over 50 people on the phone line. We have about 15 more minutes for public comment. And so for folks who are on the phone, for the purposes of getting through as much people as we can, we're limiting public comment to 1 minute each. Okay? Thank you.
Kelly, our next caller, please.
So go to line number 11.
Wait, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, your line is open.
Okay, I'm getting confused. I just want to make sure I'm live. I'm sorry, I apologize. Hello?
Please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, great, thank you. Jonathan Burgess here, of the Burgess family, and a member of CJAC. And I just want to make it clear that I appreciate the task force for what you're doing. But one point I really want to make is that it's important that when you look at eminent domain, you begin to look at the nefarious acts that were done and these things called Grange records that we explore and see how the state of California, under the direction of park rangers, burned land belonging to Black families, my family, and several other Foundation of Black Americans included. I would also encourage you all to have these meetings on the weekends so that everybody can hear this knowledge and this information that's being revealed. Last but not least, just like the state of California changed Negro bar to Black minors bar, let's be clear, this is for foundational Black Americans. So the reparations will be lineage-based. It is lineage-based. And so, yes, Black is where we stand. I land my plane there, and I'll be back tomorrow for another comment on more information that we need to make sure we include in this report when we talk about not only the state, but the government can, and the local county can, and the demise of Black people.
We'll go next to line number 9. Line 9, your line is open. Friday, your line is open.
Good morning. I'm Friday Jones. My name is Constance Jones Muhammad. I'm the president of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants. I have 3 quick points. 1, peoplehood. I want to thank this task force for recognizing the peoplehood of American freedmen. When the Freedmen's Bureau was established and Field Order 15 was given, it put American freedmen on par with Cherokee freedmen, Chickasaw freedmen, Choctaw freedmen, Sikh freedmen, and Seminole freedmen, and it is these freedmen that are now renegotiating their treaties with both their indigenous nations and the United States. 2, anchor organizations will be needed through the remainder of this task force, and if there are anchor organizations running campaigns counter to the peoplehood of American freedmen and descendants, they should be removed as anchor orgs at this time. 3, midweek hearings do not allow for maximum participation by the public. I urge that you all reschedule the remaining sessions to Friday, Saturday. Thank you for your time. Blessings to our ancestors.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to line number 10.
Hi, I'm Tony Wynn, and I'm here on behalf of my grandparents, Charles and Isabel Sanders, who had purchased land in anticipation of moving to Russell City, but 1963 happened to Russell City. I have paperwork here, which I refer to as my receipts, to show that my grandparents only received back, after paying for the land, and I don't know how much they paid, but I'm sure it was more than $2,250. So I'm here speaking on behalf of Charles and Isabel Sanders, saying that we need to be paid what we weren't paid in 1963, and going forward, the buildings that are on our land now in Russell City need to pay us a quarterly rent mortgage, however you want to call it, but we need to be paid on a regular basis for the people or the buildings and companies that are on our land now.
Thank you so much for your comments. Kylie, next caller.
We'll go to line number 8.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Good morning, task force members. My name is Marcus Champion with CJAC and NAASBLA. I want to thank the task force for your work, but there is no reason why these in-person hearings should be happening during the work week. The majority of American freedmen are working men and women, so going forward, please make sure the remaining in-person hearings are held on Fridays and Saturdays. As we move into the proposal phase of this reparations task force, I want to reemphasize the importance of the lineage standard. There will be groups and organizations that will continue to distract from that fact, but the righteous moral argument, as well as the legal argument, is on the side of lineage-based reparations. Also, related to proposals, I want to encourage Senator Bradford and Member John Sawyer to start pulling from submitted proposals and have legislation ready for the upcoming session. Most important is instituting the Office of American Freedmen Affairs that will work similar to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Office of Redress Administration that was created as a part of the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, specifically for Japanese redress. Direct cash payments, tax-exempt status, free college education, grants for home ownership, business grants, access to low to no interest business capital and funding,
Caller, for your
access
comments.
to low to no
I hate to
interest home
interrupt
loans,
you in the middle of your
protected
sentence,
class
but you
status,
have to move
similar to
on.
that of Native Americans.
Kaylee, next caller, please. Thank you so much again.
We'll go next to line 40. Ernest, your line is open.
All right, thank you. Greetings, task force members. My name is Ernest Russell. I just want to call in and echo the sentiments of your California citizens. So I would, definitely echo CJAC with moving the hearing to Fridays and Saturdays so that we can have greater engagement from the freedmen community. I also want to thank the task force for passing a lineage-based measure and ask that you stand firm in passing that decision, as we are witnessing across the nation that race-based initiatives as well as race-neutral initiatives simply ignore the fact that reparations is owed to a specific community for a specific set of harms that were endured by their families or endured throughout generations. And so the last thing I would like to say is what I would like to see in a final reparations plan is not only cash compensation, but I would also like to see remedies that are tailored to address the disadvantages that the freedmen community has had to suffer in California. And that would include the establishment of an office or a reestablished office such as the Freedmen's Bureau for the purposes of addressing the badges of slavery that continue to present day,
sir, for
and
your
possibly a
comments this
political body
morning. We hate
focused on
to
addressing the
end
reoccurring disparities
in your
that plague
comments, but we need to move
within
on.
the
Next
California
speaker,
community.
Kylie, next line. Thank you.
We'll go to line number 62. Matthew, your line is open.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Matthew Morris. I'm a Hawthorne, California native and a descendant of Technical Sergeant Joseph Louis Barrow, also known as the heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Louis. I will state in my opinion that the start of this harm occurred in 1619 and continues to this day based on there still being survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Surely their pain and suffering still matters and is still having a hold over their life after surviving what I would call a terrorist act. So first off, let me remind this task force that reparations are to be an apology. And let me define that quickly, that reparations, by defined, are the making of amends for a wrong one has done by paying money to or otherwise helping those who have been wronged. And then lastly, I want to say that this is also a matter of accountability. Accountability is defined as the fact or condition of being accountable, responsibility. So again, to remind people that Ms. Fletcher, Mr. Van Ellis, and Ms. Randall are still living survivors of a terrorist act that occurred in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Reparations cannot be denied. It must surely be affirmed. And if you give it to Japanese descendants, if you give it to Native Americans,
Sir,
if you give it to Native
so much for your
Hawaiians,
comments this
if you
morning.
give it to other groups.
We really appreciate it. And Kylie, next speaker. Thank you.
Line 29.
Yes, good morning. My name is Rodonna Williams. I'm a descendant of enslaved and freedmen Reuben Downing and Elias Downing. I am making these requests. that Black Americans be made a protected class immediately, that immediate payments of $5 million per person per Black American harmed through chattel slavery. I am also asking that you shorten this study and get on with the order of redress and reparations immediately. I am also asking that you respect the public and our input, because at the end of the day, this impacts us, that you give us more time to be able to communicate. You say that you value our time and our input, then please allow adequate time. An hour for those of us on the phone, an hour for those in person. You can cut down the amount of time. We've heard thousands of hours of you all talking. Then this is a collective effort. You need to give us that respect. We've got over 400 years of evidence that shows we don't need additional studies and all these additional meetings till 2024.
Thank you so much, caller, for your comments.
Ahead of us and
Thanks
taking these
again.
millions.
The task force hears you. Thank you so much. Kylie?
Line 27, your line is open.
Hi, my name is Antoinette Johnson. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. Hi, my name is Antoinette Johnson. I'm calling from Los Angeles, and I'm an activist for ancestral justice. I was born in 1960, and my lineage goes back to Cato, Louisiana. We are Choctaw, and that Cato, Louisiana is historically one of the places where the most lynchings have taken place. So it's also extremely important that my ancestors were not African American. That wording needs to be changed. They're not African American, nor am I African American. We are Indigenous or Aboriginal American Indians. And that is also stated in the 1965 Civil Rights Act. It was the Indian Act. So it is extremely important that we change that wording. We are not African Americans. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
We'll go next to line 28.
Yes, hello, my name is Elita Robinson, and thank you for having this Reparations Task Force. I want to mention that I believe that there's a hidden history. I know that the date is 1619, which is pretty popular, but there's something with 1555. And so I think we've been going through this for over 460 years. Having said that, I think the cash payments, I'm hoping that when you guys hand this in next year during summer, that's a turnaround time of 48, maybe 72 hours before the checks are in the mail, given that America has proven that they can give out the money almost immediately to other people besides us. And so I hope that that is pushed for. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for setting this up, and then also to keep us aware that while we're doing our meetings, do know that there are others doing theirs and how they can dissipate and upend whatever we come to decide is best for us. So we just definitely need to keep this lineage based and know that not only are we meeting, but there's a power greater than ourselves that is also meeting and working on our behalf.
Thank you so much for your comments. Chair Moore, it's about 10:01. We have time for a couple more commenters before we get to 10:05. Kylie, next mic, please.
I will go to line number 7. Angela, your line is open. Line 7.
Thank you and good morning. This is Angela Nirvana. In a Newsweek article dated 12/8/22, some experts are concerned that the current language of the eligibility criteria might open the door for individuals identifying as white to possibly receive reparations. Dr. Darity states, if this is the complete language of the eligibility criteria, it's possible that an individual who's not living as a Black person in the U.S. or somebody whose ancestors endured slavery abroad might be eligible. Ms. Chaifa and white folks said that white folks proving lineage based on rape of Black women and children might be eligible. Mr. Lewis said the person claiming eligibility based upon lineage has to prove they've been harmed by the lingering effects of slavery. How do we prove it? For example, Afro-American freedmen prove discrimination in hiring practices because we don't speak Spanish or simply because we're Black. How do we prove our salaries are commensurate with immigrants and whites when we aren't privy to what our co-workers earn? Ms. Chaisa said eligibility should include Black individuals who suffered discrimination in California up until 1965, which excludes those of us currently living out the vestiges of the harms outlined in the 500 page prelim report, and those of us who were legislated out of the state due to unemployment and underemployment year to date.
Kaylee, we
She
have
goes
time
on
for
to
2 more
reintroduce race.
speakers. Thank you again. We really appreciate it.
We'll go to line 21. 21, your line is open. Dawn.
Good morning. This is Dawn Bastiano. I'd like to request that meetings be moved to the weekend as well to broaden engagement, and that there be a move to introduce legislation that can implement some of the recommendations that were lined out in the report. Also, when we talk about disparities and harm, we must include the part state officials played, the institutional, structural, and political racism of the day that we are still fighting to come up from under. Have to be part of the conversations. Redlining, eminent domain, lack of educational resources, inadequate housing, food insecurities, limited employment, business opportunities, limited state contracting for Black businesses steeped from the effects of racist laws and racist practices that have never been removed nor countered head on and continue to do harm today. I implore you to ask our government and elected officials what they are doing to right the harms and address the reparative justice and address the reparative justice piece that has been the topic of discussion for decades. We got to look at, too, when we have these conversations, y'all, let's give time for everyone to
Thank
have
you so
space,
much for
everyone
your
to
comments
speak.
this morning.
If we have
We're
it lined
now
out
turn
enough
to our
time.
last 2 speakers of the morning. Kaylee?
Yes. We'll go to line 23.
Hello, my name is Mecca Morgan, and I'm a real estate broker licensed in the state of California. I am incredibly grateful for the Reparations Taskforce and all of their hard work. I would like to encourage everyone listening today to Google Demand Letter 2018. It was published in the San Francisco Bayview newspaper. That's Demand Letter 2018. There you will find a concrete proposal as to what reparations, restitution, and restoration should be. Anything less is uncivilized. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go next to line 53.
Hello, my name is Chandra Al-Mansour, native of Oakland, born 1965, descendant of Gurley and Orly Sweeney, who came to the Bay Area in 1945. I agree the meeting should be on Fridays and Saturdays for more attendance and accessibility. I'm also the executive director of the Housing Rights Center located in Los Angeles. We have documented decades of discrimination against Blacks in California, housing discrimination, redlining, gentrification. The impact is still ongoing. COVID also it just amplified that as well. I believe also cash and access to interest-free capital is what's necessary in terms of the actual reparations, and the reparations should be intentional in terms of Blacks with lineage-based eligibility through California as well. And I believe also that the comments should be made public. I know that they will be, but the written comments should also be accepted as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kaylee. That will conclude our comments this morning. Thank you for your assistance. And to the public, everyone, thank you so much for pitching in and being cooperative and allowing the task force to hear as many people as possible. The task force will be here tomorrow, and those callers who were not able to be heard today, please call in tomorrow, or you're welcome to come in and or submit your written comments to reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. Thank you again, and I'd like to turn the meeting back over to Chair Moore. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Aisha Martin Walton, and thank you to the participants of the public comment period. Before we move to agenda action item number 3, which is the approval of the September hearing meetings, I just want to make a quick note that small talk is being picked up by the audio in the chambers. And so just work on limiting any small talk so that folks who are watching virtually aren't adversely impacted in terms of participation. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. The minutes from the September 22 task force meeting were sent to task force members with materials, and we've all had a chance to review them. So at this point, are there any questions, comments, or corrections regarding the minutes? And if not, I can to accept the minutes.
Minutes, I know how difficult they are, and you do a great job. There is a small matter, but it's an important one to correct. It's on page 16. It has to do with the testimony of Mia Iwataki, whose mother was imprisoned in a concentration camp, and her father served in the, and this is a correction, 442nd Regimental Combat Team. It was a segregated Japanese-American unit, not Japanese from Japan, American citizens who volunteered out of the camps to become part of that most decorated unit to this day in the history of the Army. And so I just want to make that correction, 442nd and Japanese American Army unit. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to say the minutes are a team effort while I work on them, but there are other staff as well. But thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Are there any other corrections? If not, we can entertain a motion. Okay, it has been properly moved by Senator Bradford. Is there a second on the? It's been properly seconded by Assembly Member Reggie Jones Sawyer to approve the September 22 minutes, but correct them to incorporate the correction that Member Tamaki just raised. Is there any discussion on the matter? Okay, hearing no further discussion, we will vote. The vote will be by roll call. Parliamentarian Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Not present. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 8 members present and voting. There were 8 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson and task force members. The vote was 8 ayes and 0 nays. The ayes have it and the motion carries. The minutes are approved as corrected. Thank you, Member Tamaki, for raising that correction. So the next item on the agenda is number 4, discussion and potential action, advisory committee report on recommended answers to the economic consultant experts 5 key questions. The presenters for this hearing will be, for this part of the agenda will be myself, Member Jovan Scott Lewis. I also want to take to account, oh great, we have our esteemed economic consultant team with us, particularly Professor Casey Campbell and Professor Thomas Kramer, who will be available to answer any questions throughout this discussion. Before we get to agenda item 4, I do have some housekeeping, thanks to Parliamentarian Johnson, about how the remainder of today's hearing and tomorrow's hearing will go, because over these next 2 days, we'll be hearing from advisory committees, pretty much reporting back on the work that they've been doing over the past 2 months. We've been kind of in our silos, working on what could be potential final recommendations that will be in our final report, July 1, 2023. And so there are certain, in terms of procedure, I just want to remind task force members that when the advisory committee reports on redressing the harms delineated in report 1, any motion made will need to clearly state the directions that they are giving the DOJ staff. So, for example, specifically state they approve the proposed preliminary recommendations as presented, amended, and that they be returned to the DOJ staff for refinement, finalization, and preparation for presentation and vote during the January task force meeting. Or you can say if they want an amendment to any part of the recommended proposals, if they want to delete part of the proposal or add language, they will have to amend it before the vote is taken. I will return back to this procedure, but for the purposes of time, let's get to the actual presentation. And then after we go through the presentation, I think the procedure will be more clear. So let's just get to the presentation. Okay, so while we get our presentation up, just to frame the conversation, if we could, Professor Kramer or Professor Casey Campbell, can you remind the members of the public and the task recommendations on the 5 questions that you all brought up? Good morning. Yes. Oh, we're kind of bring the mic down.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. To give some context related to this part of the agenda, the expert group has put together a scope of work that deals specifically with the harms or atrocities related to slavery as an institution and the process of reparations. In order to delineate each atrocity or harm that we outlined at the last meeting, there were a couple of frameworks that were needed to provide calculations that would be appropriate for the 5 different harms that we had identified as unjust property takings by eminent domain, the devaluation of Black businesses, housing discrimination and houselessness, disproportionate Black mass incarceration and over-policing, and health harms. The questions are specific to provide calculations that operationalize and allow us to give figures related to these particular harms or atrocities. There are frameworks that allow us to give these estimates that identify either process or processes related to the harms. And again, as I said earlier, it is a way for us to quantify the burdens associated with the institution of slavery, the harms or atrocities that we have identified that continue, that historically have been burdensome and continue to be burdensome. So it's to provide calculations or to provide actual numerical values so that we can be able to have a conversation about what it looks like when we put all of this together.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Professor Campbell. So now we can go to the next slide where we will summarize the 5 framing questions concerning potential compensation. So the first question is, what are the damage timeframes? This becomes even more important for the prioritization of African-American descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. Are the damage timeframes 1865 to 1960, This is a question that the economists have posed to the task force, and the advisory committee that comprises of myself and Jovan have started to explore what could be recommended answers to these questions. The second question is, will there be a California residency requirement? A lot of members of the public are wondering what are the rules around whether there will be a residency requirement. This is the question that the economists have also asked the task force to contemplate. If there is a residency requirement, how will it be determined? Member Jovan Scott Lewis and I have begun to explore recommended answers for that question as well. Number 3, what year determines the beginning of harm? Are there different starting points and endpoints for each atrocity category? We'll go on and explore that question as well. The 4th question, will direct victims and/or all African-American descendants of U.S. slavery in California who meet the residency requirement be compensated? And the 5th question the economic consultant team has asked the task force to consider is, how will reparations be paid and measured to ensure the form of payment aligns with the estimate of damages? So after me and member Jovan Scott Lewis explore these questions, we'll then turn to the task force for questions and discussions and potential responses to the economic consultant's questions. Next slide. So again, this is just added context, basically what Professor Casey Campbell has stated. This is from the economic consultant scope of work document. So again, as Professor Campbell has stated, the expert group has identified 5 harms or atrocities the state of California should compensate. From that list, the expert group has selected 5 calculations. The methodology to calculate damages associated with each of the categorized harms and atrocities will be developed by the expert group, subject to be approved by the task force. And again, to recap, the 5 atrocities the economic consultant team has identified for potential reparations in the form of compensation are unjust property takings by eminent domain, devaluation of Black businesses, housing discrimination and houselessness, disproportionate Black mass incarceration and over-policing, and health harms. So while the expert group has identified 5 harms and atrocities it believes can be modeled with existing data, there will be ongoing communication with the expert team and the task force to provide analysis related to the direct fiscal redress and/or other forms of reparations, and the interim report with conversations between the task force and the expert team around costs, impact, and remedies to harms and atrocities. It is anticipated that the task force will later suggest various remedies in response to the models, and the expert team will assess how those proposed remedies compare to the estimated harms. Next slide, please. Again, before we get to the 5 questions, this is additional context. Next slide, please. So for those who are wondering why compensation, if you look at the statute AB3121, it mandates that our final recommendations must comport with international human rights law standards. And on this slide, this shows the UN General Assembly's right to remedy for reparations under international law. And as we've learned time and time again, under international law, there are 5 forms of reparations: rehabilitation, restitution, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. But compensation is also a necessary element. And so we are mandated by statute to consider what potential compensation might look like. Next slide, please. And again, compensation, according to the United Nations, compensation should be provided for any economically accessible damage as appropriate and proportional to the gravity of the violation and the circumstances of each case, resulting from gross violations of international human rights law and serious violations of international humanitarian law, such as physical or mental harm, which is why health harms is identified coincidentally, lost opportunities, including employment, education, and social benefits, material damages and loss of earnings, including loss of earning potential, moral damages, and costs required for legal or expert assistance medicine and medical services, and psychological and social services. So again, that is from the UN General Assembly's right to remedy and reparation for victims of gross violations of international human rights law. Next slide. So we are going to get into the 5 questions soon, but again, for added context, the tenets of the model, this came from the economic consultant team, and we will explore this further in our presentation. The tenets of the model goes as, first, the community of eligibility, which in March we confirmed to be lineage-based. And then we will consider what, again, the damage timeframes might be, and then whether there are residency requirements. And again, to summarize, the 5 atrocities that the economic consultant teams have identified are unjust property takings by eminent domain, the evaluation of Black businesses, housing discrimination and houselessness, disproportionate Black mass incarceration, and over-policing and health harms. Next slide. Again, for further added context, I pulled some statutory provisions from AB3121 that corresponds with the tenets of the model, starting with eligibility. So these 2 slides correspond with who is eligible. So by virtue of the statute, the task force is required to identify, compile, and synthesize the relevant corpus of evidentiary documentation of the institution of slavery that existed within the United States and the colonies that became the United States from 1619 to 1865 inclusive. The task force documentation and examination shall include the facts related to all of the following: the federal and state laws that discriminated against formerly enslaved Africans and their descendants who were deemed United States citizens from 1868 to present; the other forms of discrimination in the public and private sectors, again, against freed African slaves and their descendants who were deemed United States citizens from 1868 to the present, including redlining, educational funding discrepancies, and predatory financial practices. And then the statute also mandates the task force to study what form of compensation should be awarded, through what instrumentalities, and who should be eligible for such compensation. Thank you. Next slide. And again, as further context, the community of eligibility, as the economic consultant team has indicated in their scope of work document, has defined by the task force is lineage-based and includes individuals who are descended from at least one African-American chattel enslaved person or the direct descendant of a free Black person who lived in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century. So now that we have gone through the context in terms of what the tenets of potential compensation might look like, which is based on eligibility, time, and residency, let's begin to explore the 5 key questions the economic consultant team asked the task force to resolve. Next slide. So the first question the economic consultant team asked the task force to resolve are, what are the damage timeframes, right? So we just went through eligibility, but now we have to talk about time. What are the damage timeframes? This becomes even more important for the prioritization of African-American descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. Next slide. So this slide just illustrates examples of unjust property takings in the state of California as it has impacted African-Americans, which include, for example, as we all know, the Bruces and the unjust property taken of their beachfront property in Manhattan Beach. Next slide. And then I'll turn to Devon. Okay, and so in terms of information that we know around unjust property takings, this is from the economic consultant team. The data that they have now is that, for instance, how do I say this? For instance, when we talk about unjust property takings, bridges, transportation networks, water systems, wastewater treatment systems, dams, water mains. When the state of California built these infrastructures, they built it on top of land that was owned by minorities, including African Americans. And so I don't know if we want to go to Casey Campbell or Thomas Kramer to talk about very, very briefly about the data that we already have as it relates to unjust property takings.
Online, is she online? I don't know if.
Well, it's fine.
If not, I just very briefly, for unjust property takings, this is probably one of the areas where the data itself is very limited. What we have available so far is just what you outlined, these major projects related to actions from the California government, these specific takings and what that looks like, and to kind of go through the time period for individuals or for communities. So far, we don't have a lot of data associated with that. So that's probably one of the main issues in terms of what we have so far, not a lot. What we need is quite a bit of micro and macro level data to kind of calculate some of these.
Exactly. Thank you so much. In terms of further research needed, as indicated by the economists, we need to have a better understanding of when eminent domain was instituted, by and large, which has impacted African Americans, who lost their property, what was paid for those properties. There's a lot of unknowns, but in working to resolve the question, again, this is the beginning of the development stage. So we have 6 more months to continue to resolve this work for our final report, which will be released July 1 of next year. But again, me and Jovan Scott Lewis, as members of this particular advisory committee, have taken upon ourselves to try to resolve the question around what is the damage timeframe for potential compensation regarding unjust property takings with the data that the economists have gathered thus far. And so the suggested potential action for the task force is that we need to continue to have a conversation about this. We need to continue to allow the economists to gather the data that they need. But for the purposes of moving the conversation along, we have come up with a preliminary suggested damage timeframe based on existing research. So what that means is we are preliminary suggesting that the damage timeframes for reparations in the form of compensation for unjust property takings for the community of eligibility should be 1920 to present. Do you want to mention why we chose 1920?
Sure. So we're doing our best to effectively track the history of eminent domain use in the state of California. We're at the moment looking at a kind of broad. Can you not hear me? I see Rafael. Oh, really? All right. Let me try this. So the time frame really is largely based upon, as Chair Moore noted, as Dr. Campbell noted, really a dearth of available data. And so right now what we're looking at, almost in an anecdotal way, is the kind of history of eminent domain in the state. And so that places us, roughly around this time, but also trying to give some account to what we do know as the kind of public history or the records of the public history of African-American land ownership in the state. So what that means is that we know that African-Americans, members of the eligible community, own property in the state of California prior to 1920, right? We've heard stories of, eminent domain being used on communities and on families who've owned property in the state almost from the beginning of the state's inception into the union. So for the moment, where we feel most secure is starting roughly around 1920. I think, if we are able to determine how we can go about collecting, more refined data, then we will, obviously modify that time frame. I think what we are for sure, very certain about is that this is an ongoing atrocity and ongoing harm, and so we're very confident about the end date being currently open until the issuing of reparations for unjust property takings. But at the moment, we're starting with 1920. I think Dr. Campbell, Dr. Kramer, I would love for us to, I think, have a better sense of what the mechanisms that the task force can provide for finding out better data. I think we need to have a very specific set of guidances based upon where we think this data might be accessible, how the task force might be able to use what powers it has to acquire this data. I think it's very apt that we do have representatives, with us over these 2 days from local municipalities, etc., because a lot of those records are held locally. So it would be good, I think, for furthering this particular issue, if we can work together to determine where exactly we might be able to find this information so that we can provide a more refined and more accurate time frame.
Briefly ask a clarification question. You said 1920 to the present. For the purposes of the report, how should we define the term present? Would that be 2021 or 2022 or 2023? It depends on whether we will have data for that year as well.
Right. I mean, and so we are limited by data in every instance. I mean, I think across all of the reports that we'll hear from the task force today and tomorrow, we will see that data is the #1 issue that's limiting our ability, or that might limit our ability to provide, really clear guidance at this point. So, of course, right, we're in 2022, right? But if we're thinking about the last census, if we're thinking about, when there might have been the last accounting, we may be thinking about, years prior to now, right? The data might be available only up until, say, 2018. So we are talking about the present being indicated by the most recent and updated data available, whenever that might be. And it's unfortunate, right? Because we think the present in different ways, but it's about what's available.
Okay, great. So again, just to recap, the suggested preliminary damage timeframe based on existing research for reparations in the form of compensation for unjust property takings is 1920 to present. There's still work to qualify what that means in terms of present. Next slide, please. So the next atrocity category that the economists have identified is devaluation of Black businesses. These graphics come from our interim report, which we talked about the devaluation of Black businesses quite a lot. And so, for instance, there is data to show that in terms of business ownership by race, in 2004, 81% of businesses in the United States were owned by white Americans, while only 3.5% of businesses were owned by Black Americans, while Black Americans make up over 13% of the US population. Also, the interim report goes on to say, Black business owners typically start their businesses with half of the capital of white business owners, despite the fact that they demonstrate a greater need for startup financing. The median loan amount for Black business owners who are approved for credit is less than half of the loan amounts extended to their white counterparts. Next slide. So again, the economic consultant team has asked the task force to consider what is the damage time frame for potential compensation regarding devaluation of Black businesses. Again, there is, data that the economic consultant teams already have, but there's still data that they still need to seek out. I don't know if you want to speak to this really briefly, or we can just move forward on that.
This is also another category in terms of data, just the paucity of data points related to calculating damages or linking the atrocity of the devaluation of Black businesses. One issue the expert group has been going through is not only data, but also methodology, where we look specifically at is it lost profits or is it the case of the government causing harm? And if that's the case, maybe the argument should be looking specifically at the government contracting process. The data that you just showed in terms of Black versus white ownership of businesses, we would expect probably a similar gap as it relates to awarding contracts that determine profitability, which comes from the government when we look at white versus Black. So we wanted to figure out a way to operationalize the government causing harm to Black businesses, which would probably be through the government contracting process. The members of the audience and the Black community knows very well that process is tainted and slanted to the point where the awarding of contracts by race is one where we see Black individuals, even based on the same qualifications, getting applications in on time, following all the processes, there is still a huge disparity that exists in terms of getting these contracts awarded to Black businesses. So that was one way we were thinking of. One, the data might be readily available, and also it speaks specifically to the California government harm to the business process. That's where our conversation has been in terms of operationalizing this category. It's not an easy category to quantify. So methodology and data limitations are issues related to calculations for this harm or atrocity.
Thank you so much for that explanation and clarification. So again, there is definitely further research that is needed. So that is a suggested potential action that the task force just recommends further research on this, so that there are no final determinations around damage timeframes coming out of this hearing today. But again, the advisory committee has worked on coming up with a preliminary suggested date damage time frame based on the existing research. And for the devaluation of Black businesses, we chose 1900 to correspond with the lineage requirement that we came to in March to present. And then there's obviously a need to qualify what present means. We put in parentheses AB3121, so present could be when Governor Gavin Newsom enacted AB3121 into law, which is September 30th, 2020. But again, there's still more discussion that needs to happen amongst the task force to gain consensus around the suggested damage timeframes. And also for the purposes of note taking for task force, just focus on like what's highlighted in yellow, and we will summarize these damage timeframes later. Housing discrimination and homelessness is the third atrocity category. Next slide, please. So again, these graphics come from our amazing interim report written by and compiled by California DOJ attorneys in the civil rights section. So for instance, you'll find in our chapter on housing discrimination that less than 1% of federal housing administration loans went to Black people in Northern California from 1946 to 1960. Also, by 1940, 80% of homes in Los Angeles contained restrictive covenants barring Black families. And here is a map of a homeowner's loan corporation redlining map of Oakland in 1937. Next slide. Again, these are graphics from our interim report. To the left is a picture of William Bailey and Roger Duncan from Los Angeles, California. They're looking at the wreckage in Bailey's living room after a bomb exploded in the house. Duncan's house directly across the street was also bombed at the same time, and a note was left threatening all the Black families on the street in LA if they did not move out, and that was in 1952. Also, another graphic from our report, Black Californians make up 6% of the California population, but we make up 40% of the unhoused population. Next slide, please. So again, the economic consultant team has asked us to consider what the damage timeframes for potential compensation for housing discrimination and homelessness. For this particular category, I think there is much more data than the others, and particularly for housing discrimination. I'll allow the economic consultant team to talk about that if they like. They've identified a period between 1937 and 1977, but then there's still more research that's needed to figure out what could compensation be for houselessness. So I want to just give you all an opportunity or space to speak on either of those two parts.
Can you hear me? Yeah. The question of homelessness or houselessness is more difficult to answer and to estimate. So maybe we can view it as an outcome of housing discrimination and focus on estimating housing discrimination, which is easier because more data is available. And I would say from the public comment section this morning, there were some comments, why does this end in 1977? This seems to be arbitrary because discrimination went on. I think we have to be clear that this is about our task as experts to identify harms that were directly caused by the state of California, and the fact that California participated in redlining, which was in the federal law, but the federal law allowed the states great license to do whatever they want, so they could have counteracted the effects of anti-Black discrimination in home loans. I'm not sure if Hulk, I'm not sure where the beginning year 1937 is coming from. I thought Hulk was founded in 1933. So that's something that I would need some more guidance on. But basically we can compare the entire housing stock that was in the hands of Black Americans in California in 1930 census, that's 3 years before Hulk was founded, to the entire housing stock that was in Black Californian hands in 1988, in the 1980 census, that's 3 years after the Community Reinvestment Act banned redlining. And that is the time period that California could have prevented redlining and did not. So I think that's an explanation that would hopefully make it clear to the commenter this morning why in 1977. Of course, discrimination went on, but we need data to estimate that, and that becomes more complicated. Yeah, so
pause to recognize Vice Chair Brown.
Excuse me? Yeah, so with that, basically we can compare the housing, the total value of housing that was available in Black Californian hands to the total housing value that was available in white Californians' hands, and calculate the difference and come up with an estimate of what was lost to Black Californians, and based on that, compensation could be paid out. Thank you.
I think also this would be an opportune time to clear up any misinformation that came out in the press earlier this month around the fabrication that the task force has made any recommendations, final recommendations, let alone final recommendations that have monetary figures. So there was, some headlines saying that the task force recommended, $223,239 or $5,000 for each year between 1933 and 1977 for all African Americans in the state, which is not true. These are figures that came from the economic consultant team as estimates of California's maximum liability for housing discrimination, racist redlining practice, if in fact all Black people so happen to be eligible. And so I just wanted to also provide an opportunity for the economic consultant team to clear up anything around that as well.
These were preliminary calculations, so that is the first point. And then as they were calculating the maximum liability if every Black Californian were eligible, which may not be the case, and that's just data we don't have yet. And a third point is that I think, as I understand our role as experts, we are calculating what the losses were to African Americans. That is quite distinct from the question what should be compensated, which is for the task force to determine. And sometimes not the full amounts are paid, depending on negotiations. That's a political question that we as an expert team can't answer. So it's estimating the losses to Black Californians and putting a figure on that. And these were preliminary figures and they shouldn't be taken out of context.
Thank you so much, Professor Kramer. I want to take a pause to recognize California Assembly Member Mia Bonta, who has came today to give some remarks. Thank you so much, Assembly Member Bonta, for your presence. I want to take a pause to see if you would like to share any thoughts at this time. Everyone.
Thank you so much. I wanted to welcome you to our district, AD18, and the Reparations Taskforce for the work that you all are doing. You are in the home of the Black Panthers. You are in the home of where Oscar Grant came and lived and was killed. You are in the home of where 40% of our Black community has been displaced over the last 10 years. And you are in the home where many Black businesses did not survive after COVID. I thank you for the work that you all are doing. I want to appreciate and acknowledge my colleagues in the legislature, the Honorable Senator Bradford, as well as the Honorable Reggie Jones-Sawyer, and the work that you all do every single day to make sure that we can ensure that in our Black community, we are actually addressing head-on the atrocities and harms that have been committed for far too long in the state of California and in this nation. So thank you for your work. We appreciate what you all are doing. We know that you are digging in to every single last detail and taking much of your time and energy to be able to do that. You heard from our advocates, our leaders, our inspirations and our aspirations in public comment today. And I want to thank the public for coming out and speaking their truths to keep us centered and grounded in the work that you all are doing.
Thank you so much, Assembly Member Mia Bonta, for your invaluable comments and service to the state of California. Now we will turn to conclude on housing discrimination and homelessness. As the economic consultant team has stated, there's definitely more further research needed in terms of houselessness and even to a certain extent housing discrimination. But the suggested potential action item again is further research is needed and or to codify the damage timeframes given to us by the economic consultant team, which is 1933, the beginning of HOPE, to 1977, which was the Community Reinvestment Act. Next slide, please. So the next damage or atrocity category that the economic consultant team has identified for potential compensation, for potential reparation in the form of compensation, is mass incarceration and over-policing. Again, these are graphics from our interim report. African Americans are 3 times more likely to be killed by the police. More than half of all killings by police in the U.S. go unreported in the USA National Vital Statistics System database, from which some analysis is drawn. Also, federal and state governments chose to punish drug users during the war on drugs rather than offer medical help. the war on drugs, which continues today, is a cause for the high numbers of imprisoned African Americans, as evidence exists to suggest that African Americans use drugs at approximately the same rate or even less than white Americans. Next slide. So I would like to turn to the economic consultant team to provide a rationale on the data that's needed, the data that already exists in terms of potential reparations in the form of compensation for mass incarceration and over policing. Again, the potential action item that we are asking the task force to decide today is that further research is needed. But based on the existing research that the economic consulting team has provided, they have stated that that the damage timeframes for reparations in the form of compensation for mass incarceration should be 1970, which was the start of the war on drugs, to present. And again, there's work to qualify what the present actually means. And then for over policing, the economic consulting team suggested the damage time frame for potential compensation for over policing should also be 1970 or 1971 to present. And then this is very interesting because based on the economic consultant's rationale, law enforcement was directed at the entire African American community and therefore affects all Black Californian descendants of the enslaved in the United States who lived in the state during the war on drugs, roughly coinciding with the 1970-2020 timeframe. So what that suggests to me when we were thinking about it is that you could be eligible for reparations in the form of compensation for mass incarceration and over policing, even if you weren't incarcerated for drugs, right? Just because you were African American and you were living in that environment where you could be over policed, you could be rounded up, you could be stopped and frisked, and therefore you were harmed in that universe of harm. So I wanted to give an opportunity for you all to discuss that rationale.
The idea that all Black Californians were affected by over policing is due to the fact that the war on drugs was directed in Black communities, and if you lived in a community like that, even if you personally were not arrested or incarcerated, still the quality of policing was lower. For example, one would imagine that people would be less likely to cooperate with law enforcement if they perceive them as an occupying force. Therefore, regular crime fighting declines, and the neighborhood living conditions worsen, the property values drop, and so on. So it has a knock-on effect on property values, on intergenerational wealth as well. And therefore, we feel that that all Black Californians should be entitled to receive reparations for over-policing directed at Black communities.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to my fellow colleagues of this august body. First of all, I want to apologize for being late in coming. I have a good excuse. Unfortunately, I was infected with this bug, COVID. Thanks be to God that through my having been vaccinated and booted and doing all the right things and having the right prescription from the doctor, after a 4-day quarantine period, I'm able to be here this morning. And I just got certified this morning that I'm all right. But the one thing I want to mention in connection with this incarceration is that we will speak to this later in the health report, but the health department has been culpable in causing harm to us. Why? Because they did not provide any kinds of services to make sure that we receive treatment. And just last night, while waiting for my certification, I happened to see on CNN where, unfortunately, there was this mother in another state who received all kinds of attention about her son, unfortunately, dying of fentanyl. Bright young man. But when the drugs were coming into the Black community, no senators, no representatives of legislative bodies and cities did anything to say that Black folks deserved having medical services to deal with a drug problem. This is another indication that this task force is a crackerjack task force and has done the quality, responsible job of verifying the harms, of presenting the facts. And these are no alternative facts. But we know that we have a charge to keep. And this task force will not be deterred. We will not be thrown off track by any of those negative forces out there who are tried recently, even about this bogus projection of that $200,000 plus fee coming to the Black community, without this body having voted officially on such. So thank you, Madam Chair, for providing me this opportunity, but I just could not resist not saying it, since Brother Don and I have been working on health and education, but this is one glaring area, I repeat again, where it was a matter of not what they did, but the neglect. And they did absolutely nothing to make sure that Black folks receive quality treatment programs in local cities, in the state. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brown. So before we move on to the last atrocity category, just to summarize again, in terms of the economic rationale, the damage time frame for mass incarceration and over-policing should be beginning with the start of the war on drugs to present. Member Javon Scott Lewis, do you have any thoughts on? Okay, so we can move to health harms. So the last category, next slide, is on health harms. Again, this is data and graphics from our historic interim report. Compared to white Californians, Black Californians are exposed to 40% more particulate matter from cars, trucks, and buses. Compared to other Americans, African Americans are 75% more likely to live near hazardous waste or refining facilities. Also, redlined and segregated Black neighborhoods were cheaper for polluting industries to build on. This became a downward spiral. The more garbage dumps and sewer treatment plants a neighborhood had, the cheaper the land was, and the more likely that other polluting industries would move in. And again, these are just a sample of the health harms that have plagued the African American community in the state of California. Next slide, please. So according to the economic consultants, Black people have been sicker and died younger than white people. Disproportionate disadvantageous health outcomes can be calculated by differences in life expectancy for Black and white Americans, a measure of excess Black mortality. Disparities in illness and morbidity correlate with higher death rates among Black Americans during the adult years. This even affects Black children. According to our report, Black children are 3 times more likely to have elevated levels in their blood. So before I move on, I just wanted to provide some space if the economic consultant team has any preliminary thoughts about this category they want to share.
Yeah, the health harms categories, as you mentioned, is one way to kind of operationalize or quantify the burdens associated with just negative health outcomes. The Black population that is younger, have higher mortality rates associated with every type of cancer we can think of, low birth weight rates, issues dealing with mortality for children. So one way to kind of get a value associated with these burdens on the Black population become quantified with us dying younger. And once we look at that gap between the life expectancy of Black versus white, we're able to put all of these health harms, or to quantify that particular gap allows us to give a value associated with the health harms, is the idea behind the methodology. It also allows for us to have a greater conversation around some of what we heard from the public today associated with not just cancer or diabetes or blood pressure, but the stress of being Black in these communities. The color of your skin, even without having a particular health outcome, being burdensome within itself. How we quantify that is a greater conversation, but we think allowing for the differences in life expectancy will capture some of those issues associated with the stress of being Black in California. So this is why we chose this particular methodology, to be able to come up with understanding or getting a value associated with the health harms.
Thank you, Professor Kramer. So again, the recommended potential action item is that further research is needed to gather the necessary data to make an estimate based on the life expectancy rate of Black African American Californians compared to white American Californians. But again, the advisory committee that comprises of myself and member Jovan Scott Lewis has started to get the ball rolling and determine potential suggested damage timeframes based on the existing research that we have. And we came up with 1900, which corresponds with the lineage decision that we made in March, which also acknowledges our African American elders to present. So next slide, this will summarize, the next slide will summarize what we just discussed, which is question 1. So again, the global recommendation from the advisory committee on these 5 key questions are that no final determinations on answers to question 1 come out of this hearing today, as there is further research needed, but we would appreciate any feedback, responses, so that we can come to consensus at a later date on the preliminary suggested timeframes for each atrocity category. And again, these are the 5 atrocity categories that the economic consultant team has stated that they have some data for to substantiate a claim for reparations in the form of compensation or cash payments. And those 5 categories are unjust property takings. I remember Jovan Scott Lewis, we came up with the preliminary suggested time frame to 1920 to present. The evaluation of Black businesses, 1900 to present. Housing discrimination and houselessness, 1933 to 1977, to correspond with Holk and the Community Reinvestment Act, which marked the end of legal housing discrimination in the state of California. Mass incarceration over policing, which would start at the beginning of the war on drugs to present, 1970 to present, and then health harms, 1900 to present.
Thank you, Chair Moore. So I want to just add a bit of clarification that, the 1900 start date, right, is effectively for the moment a placeholder because we don't have. Okay. So I'll repeat that just in case I wasn't heard. So right now, the 1900 start date in some of these areas indicates, I would argue, a kind of placeholder because we don't yet have, data that helps to determine kind of a verifiable start date for some of these harms. And so we are beginning with the period of eligibility following, right, the conclusion of slavery and that period that we've identified that eligibility begins following slavery. So the issue for us, I think, is to work out how we can track down where to start. And so I think, with areas 1, 3, and 4, we have, I think, a pretty decent idea of exactly what the bracketed periods are. But it seems as if we still need to have, some further communication with the economics team as to how we can go about, start finding those start dates for those other areas. So again, I mentioned earlier, if you can provide some guidance as to where we can perhaps begin to look, right? And I understand that, part of your scope of work is not to go out there and find data for us, right? Your job is to analyze it, help us to determine how we can come up with a calculation. But again, we want to know, to what extent can the DOJ, can the task force and our respective, advisory groups go about doing the work of finding information for you. Related, and I'll talk about this tomorrow, but with issues of the wealth gap, right? We had a conversation a couple of weeks ago, and I hate to spoiler alert or whatever, but we don't yet know what the actual racial wealth gap in the state of California is, right? We don't know what that is. And so part of what we will hopefully, be able to do over the course of the next few months is to engage with different entities to try and find out what we can. And so in the same vein, we want to kind of do that, right, with areas 2 and 5. And so if you can give us some kind of preliminary sense as to where we might look, what kind of resources will be necessary for you to begin, determining that period, that would be very helpful. And you don't have to answer now, but this is just in terms of what we're doing going forward, right? And it's important for the public to know that this is, the first time that we've all sat down to kind of figure out some of these questions. And so this is just a preliminary presentation over this today and tomorrow about what we really don't know, right? I mean, I think up until this moment, we did not really know what we didn't know. And now we have a good sense of what we do not know, and our jobs over the next few months is to determine how we can answer those questions. So if you could help us with those 2 areas going forward, that would be helpful.
Thank you. So we'll now turn to the second of the 5 key questions that the economic consulting team has asked the task force to consider, and that the advisory committee has started to come up with some preliminary responses. The first question was, the bulk of the presentation, so the rest should kind of speed through. But so next slide, please. So again, the question that the economic consulting team has asked us to consider is, will there be a California residency requirement for reparations in the form of compensation or cash payments? And if yes, how will it be determined? Next slide. And so these are some guiding questions that the advisory committee has come up with in terms of how do we determine California residency for the purposes of reparations in the form of compensation. How will residency be determined? What should be the cutoff date? And then also qualifying this question, what is the African American Californian experience? How can it be qualified? Is it qualified by significant historical events? Could it be qualified by collectively experiencing or suffering from state-sanctioned violence? Could it be qualified by collective organizing by the African American California community? And so this question is very kind of theoretical, but we will continue on with the presentation. Next slide, please. So again, what qualifies a California resident for the purpose of compensation? Again, this is a framing question. Should you have residency going all the way back to the gold rush. For instance, in the first test of California's fugitive slave law, 3 formerly enslaved Black men, including Robert Perkins, had built a lucrative mining supply business, and they were stripped of their freedom and deported back to Mississippi. And you can find more about this at ACLU Gold Change Project. Also, Bridget Biddy Mason was brought as a slave to California. So again, just a very theoretical question. In terms of residency, should you have, familial connections going all the way back to the gold rush, for instance? We still have to figure that out. Next slide. Or should you have residency going all the way back to the California Black conventions? For instance, the Colored Citizens Convention in 1855 to 1865. Black migrants with hopes for a new start free of the barriers of white racism did not find a promised land awaiting them in California. Yet the rapid succession of 4 California state conventions indicates how quickly Black men and women began to work together toward their vision of achieving economic, civil, and human rights. As noted historian of the Black West, Quinter Taylor, has observed, the collective energy and creativity that African Americans poured into political organizing in California challenged stock images of rugged individualism of the American West. And to the right is a picture of, or a pamphlet of, the first state convention of the colored citizens of the state of California, which was held at Sacramento, November 20th, in 1855. Next slide, please. Or should your residency be determined if you have California connections dating back to 1912, when, for instance, the Bruces obtained their property in Manhattan Beach? Or 1948, when West Oakland was encircled with freeways, physically dividing the primarily African-American neighborhood and its residents from the rest of the city. Next slide, please. Yes.
I think we have others that are supposed to make presentations. How long is this presentation?
Oh, if you look at the agenda, it's itemized until 11:30. It's 11:15.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have them.
All right, the next part of the presentation, should residency requirement be dated to 1965, when we talk about collective suffering of the African American community? The Watts riots of 1965 were a series of violent confrontations between LA police and residents of Watts and other predominantly African American neighborhoods of South Central LA that began August 11th, 1965 and lasted 6 days. Next slide, please. Or what also qualifies the African American Californian experience? Should residency be, the cutoff date be around 1966, when the Black Panther Party was formed by Bobby Seale and Huey P. Newton in Western Oakland? Next slide, please. Should the cutoff date be 1972, when we talk about collective suffering, collective uplift of the African American Californian community and experience? Should it be 1972 to commemorate Watts Stacks, which was the largest gathering of African Americans in one place since the Civil Rights March on Washington in 1963? Next slide, please. Or should the cutoff date be 1988, around the time where war on drugs was ravishing the entire Black community? And if you see this picture, there's Black men, Black women, Black elders, all being targeted and harassed. Next slide, please. Or should the cutoff date be 1992 to commemorate the LA uprisings? Next slide, please. So to summarize, will there be a California residency requirement? If yes, how will it be determined? The preliminary response from this advisory committee is that yes, there should be a California residency requirement, but there needs to be further discussion amongst the task force around a potential cutoff date. Again, The factors for a potential cutoff date could be historical events associated with the California African American experience, like the Watts riots in 1965, the formation of the Black Panther Party in 1966, for instance. Potential implications of a cutoff date would mean potential claimants must be an individual or come from a family that moved to California at least 2 to 3 generations ago. Again, preliminary, how do you determine residency? We've come up with a list of different items, which include, which is not limited to voter registration records, car registration records, letters from homeless shelters and organizations, home utility bills, school documents, medical records, etc. Next slide, please. So the third question that we were asked to consider is, what year determines the beginning of harm? Are there different starting points and endpoints for each atrocity category? So I'll turn to member Scott Lewis for the preliminary suggestions on that.
Okay, so I'm going to try to be quick because I know that within the time frame that we have, we also need to leave some time for discussion and consideration by the task force. So just to quickly summarize, what we're trying to work out is we have presented to us, from the economics team, that this atrocity model requires, for the purpose of their calculations, start and end dates. Within determining the residency, we have to then decide if we are going to be using something of a generalized condition, right, where all of these atrocities really are eligible for reparations or compensation-based reparations by all eligible community members who can determine residency, or would we then ask individuals to prove that they in fact were a resident given any given particular time frame of an atrocity? So what that means is, if you think about housing, we've established, I think, quite clearly the kind of period of the atrocity around housing discrimination. So one model would then require for an individual to present some kind of documentation that they were a resident of the state of California during that period. And so what that means is that for every atrocity that we would be able to determine start and end dates for, individuals would then have to provide similar documentation that they were a resident at that time to then be eligible for compensation-based reparations. What Chair Moore just presented was, I think, an alternative model, which is that we can think about the history of atrocity in the state of California as being, and I think, Professor Kramer mentioned this as well, being, kind of a conditioning process, right? Where even if you were not necessarily, say victim to losing a business, actually the loss of that business in an African-American community, right, represents a harm to the whole community. And so on that basis, we could argue that that would be a model in which someone wouldn't necessarily need to present on a case-by-case basis their eligibility based upon residency. But we would have to find some other mechanism by which we could say you are in fact what we can consider a Black American Californian. And so that's really the challenge. And so this is why Chair Moore just presented these various moments in California's Black history around the history of discrimination to say, well, how do you have a relationship to that particular history as a means of defining and determining your residency? That is quite, I think, challenging in a way, but it is something that we could do if we did not want to go the path of, here are listed atrocities. You now need to determine that you were a California resident under, I think, existing terms of residency during that period. So what we're trying to figure out here with this third question, so what year determines the beginning of harm, right, in this more generalized condition? I think if we go the atrocity-based model, it's very easy to determine when harm begins, or at least we're getting there. I shouldn't say it's easy, I'm sorry. It's not easy at all, it's very difficult, but we're getting there. We've gotten 3 out of the 5 roughly estimated, 2 remaining. But if we go that atrocity-based model where an individual then need to provide some documentation indicating that they were resident during the period, we know what those start dates and end dates will be. However, if we go with a more generalized model, then we will have to, as a task force, decide, well, when do the harms start and when do they end? And then how does that then correlate with a means of determining one's residency. I should note, way back when we had Secretary of State Dr. Shirley Weber visit, we asked this question about residency, and the answer wasn't necessarily very prescriptive. You know, I think at that time, what we heard from her was that the kind of normal terms of residency kind of stood. We would have to then decide if we want to do that. If we did that, then we would then have to decide, well, what are the, you know, of these, say, called two models, what are the best means by which we can use normative determinants of residency within a reparations model? It might be the atrocity, you know, the atrocity kind of framework. But if we wanted to go with a more generalized condition, right? Because to be fair, looking at these dates, you see this continuous onslaught of discrimination, of atrocity. You know, they're almost like picking up and they're overlapping in these ways that are just horrifying. So we know that this is really a general condition of harm, but we would have to figure out when we decide that those harms begin in a way that the broad category of eligible persons would then be able to determine their residency and therefore be eligible for compensation. So that's just a brief overview of where we're at and what we have to kind of discuss. And I think, you know, if you don't mind, Chair Moore, if we can maybe just, yeah.
This is the last two. We gotta get through the last two. Go ahead, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues, since we're talking about dates, I think we should establish the date as being when Peter Burnett put his feet on California soil and became the first governor of this state. He came here as an arch racist. He also introduced legislation to prohibit Black folks from settling in California. And that was a beginning point of harm. A public official, a policymaker of this state, and during the times of arguments around that civil rights case of the West, 1857, of R.C. Lee, from my native state of Mississippi. That's when all of the harm started in this state, on this land. And also we may have another date when that preacher, Allensworth, attempted to establish an educational institution. What happened in the state? Water was poisoned, railroad tracks were redirected, and all this was directed against the welfare, education of Black folks. What he had in mind, establishing a Tuskegee Institute of the West in 1908. So there's a whole lot that shows where they dropped indicators that they were against us because we were Black.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Brown. And so for the last two questions, I'll leave it to Member Jovan Scott Lewis to summarize. The fourth question: will direct victims and/or all African-American descendants of U.S. slavery in California who meet the residency requirement be compensated? So that's the next slide, please. And then the following slide is: how will reparations be paid and measured to ensure the form of payment aligns with the estimate of damages?
Thank you. And so that was the point that I was bringing up, right? Is that we have two choices, really. So if we want for there to be this, again, this specific sense of a harm begins at this point and it ends at this point, and then we tie residency to that particular timeline of each atrocity, then what that means that it almost necessarily limits compensation to individuals who can then prove that they were directly impacted or were resident at the time of that particular atrocity. So what that means is if you show up here in the state, post 1977, right, then in principle, right, the challenge would be then, would you qualify or not, right, for the atrocities that happened in the state prior to 1977? Right, that's part of the limitations of that model. So in a way, if we're being direct, that is, I think, the simplest strategy. But again, it is not the strategy that I think personally actually attends to the experience and the condition and the environment that Black Americans in this state experience, right, and continue to experience. Because if you show up in 1980, yes, you might have shown up during a period of mass incarceration and then be eligible for that particular atrocity, but that of course is related to atrocities that came prior. So what we have to do then is we have to decide, if we are going to, say all eligible, African-American descendants of U.S. slavery in California can be compensated, then we have to then decide, I think, a more precise determination of what residency means. So that could look like we have a start date, even if we go back to 1857, we then have to decide on an end date. And then within that end date, we have to say, okay, to what extent does residency specifically begin? So if we have 1857 to say 2020, the question is, at what point, do you have to arrive in the state? At what point do you have to determine residency? Can it be normative, the currently existing basis for determination of residency? And then does that mean that you therefore become eligible for the entire history of African-American discrimination in the state of California? So, there's not one question that we can really answer without asking and answering one of the other questions, right? So question number 4, is directly related to the previous questions. And I think as a body, we have to just simply decide, which approach we want to take, I think on principle, and then we can do the work of trying to craft an actual model around it.
Okay. And then the second to last slide, if you want to address number 5.
Yeah, we don't know number 5.
Yeah. Okay.
we don't. I mean, this is the question, right? And we will get there. But again, as I mentioned, we can't really answer number 5 yet. And I think, thinking more about it, number 5 needs significant greater participation from the whole body actually to discuss. And I think, at some point we might need to agendize, that as a topic of discussion, for an hour long or something like that.
And the last slide, please. The last slide. Task force member questions, discussion to the experts' responses to the questions, and potential action. So this is the point where we will welcome feedback from task force members on our presentation. And then for purposes of expedition, we are proposing that the task force approve the proposed preliminary recommendations as presented, unless there are any amendments you want to discuss, so that they are returned to the DOJ staff for refinement, finalization, and preparation for presentation, and a final vote during the January task force meeting. So at this time, are there any questions or discussion points about our presentation from the task force members? And if there are not, again, we are asking to entertain a motion to approve the proposed preliminary recommendations as presented. Member Jones Sawyer, you're recognized.
The fact that we've probably come to the end of your presentation and to be able to give us time to really delve into this, maybe we need to table that portion where we can have discussion, but I'll leave that up to you. You are the chair and you're supposed to keep us on time. And I don't want to have the other members who put in a lot of time and effort to get their presentation done at this time, and they have an hour to do it. And so the only thing I would like to add, because it was brought up in recent newspaper, when it comes to really lineage and whether or not non-African or African Americans or people who are white are able to get, because of the lineage decision we made, we may have to revisit, because if we're not trying to give money to non-African Americans in what we're doing. And so we may have to may add that to what your studies, so we can make sure that I'm going to use the word bulletproof, so that we make sure that the money actually gets to African Americans that need it the most, and we don't leave them out. Then just quickly, only because she's here, my colleague, Assemblymember Mia Bonta, just arrived a little while ago, and I would hope that we leave some time for her to speak. She already did. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed you. Then that's it.
You, Member Montgomery, stop. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I have quite a few questions that I'm not going to ask right now. And that leads me to my point, which is, I think these 5 questions deserve a half a day of us being being able to go back and forth with them. The presentation was very thorough. I don't really see how we could have done it quicker, right? So I just think that I would prefer not to move anything with any kind of stamp on it from the task force at this time. I would love to continue this conversation. Of course, we have to have a timeline because we have to be done by April, I believe, for the DOJ to do. I may be misspeaking, but the point is we only have a couple more months. But I think this conversation deserves a lot more time on all 5 of the questions. This is the foundation of all the other recommendations. So this is the most important, in my opinion, most important conversation that we will have. And so I would just like to put that out there that I don't know if we need a motion to continue the conversation. I think it can just be agendized for the next time, but I don't think we need to put any stamp on it at this point.
So, point of order, I just want to get clarification. You were asking to move this to the January agenda and then not take any action now so that you have appropriate time to discuss it.
Yes, and it is my understanding from looking forward for the proposed agenda that it's already on there, maybe not in the way that I'm describing, but it is on there. And so we can look at those timeframes when we talk about that item. I'm open to feedback. We should not be rushing this portion of the conversation.
One thing that we don't want DOJ staff to stand still. So one thing that you want to do, I think, is to, you can make a motion to preliminarily accept it. It stays on the agenda. You can still discuss it, amend it, take whatever action you want at the next time, but recognizing that this is a preliminary answer, it moves it back to them. And then if you have questions, you have an opportunity to send questions, send your comments, send any additional questions you want them to research for January. They can do all of that if you direct them to do that. I'm speaking for the staff.
No, and I'll just add to that. So I think here would be sort of a proposal that I would have. This is your opportunity, and again, time is short, and we do have another presentation and then lunch, and it's a long day already. If there are general questions or comments people have, this is your opportunity as a task force, as a group, to ask those, present those, raise those. You can also communicate to DOJ staff, each of you individually, outside of the course of the meeting. And then I think if you want more time, we are on expedited time frame. So I think our idea would be to have this sort of resolved by February to inform our final drafting of the report that you all will see in March and April, and then we'll have it final in June. But if you want to, for example, reserve a day of the January meeting to go through these topics, we'll have to talk about that as we set the agenda at the end of the meeting. Have a day of that meeting. Or add a day of that meeting or something like that to give room to talk through these. Meanwhile, I do think if anybody has significant concerns with any of these recommendations, it could probably be, this is the forum in order to do it, so it's not to set it back by basically a month from now.
So I would do a broad motion that the DOJ continue to work with the committee members and take additional feedback from task force members on these 5 questions. And the reason why is because what will you go back and refine if we don't have a full conversation about it, and that we could completely and utterly change that next month. And so that's just what I would offer. And again, I'm open for discussion.
And you don't need to make a motion. I mean, it's potential action. So if this is an opportunity essentially for, we do need to move forward. Obviously, these are the key thing. These are the key items that even I get direction.
So point of clarification, what do you mean by move forward? Because I think the reticence that you're getting right now is you want us to approve it and then come back and then unapprove anything we may have a problem with later. If you're just talking about we accept the report, that's one thing, as is and it's written, but giving us an opportunity to have this full discussion and to go through it. So we may be talking about semantics, because the way you described it, it was as if we approve the report and any actions within that report when we just should approve that we accept that they gave us a report that we're going.
Chair, point of order.
That's exactly right.
Point of order. The sentiment has been expressed that we will continue to receive input between now and January. So I don't see what the issue is. And everybody will have time to interface with the staff. Everybody will have their day. So, Madam Chair, I move that we move the agenda and that we move that. I move that we continue to receive from the task force. I make the motion.
Again, so there's no motion is necessary. I think to Member Joan Sawyer's.
My motion is to make it official so there's no confusion.
Okay.
Exactly what my colleague here was saying, that we will continue to receive conversation on this matter. And at the January meeting, they will have given us sufficient time to discuss it.
Okay, so there has been a motion to continue the conversation around these 5 key questions to be agendized for the January meeting. Also, the deadline for the receipt of any information relating to any additional proposed recommendations for this section as prescribed by the DOJ is December 23rd. So task force members do have an opportunity to provide additional feedback and information and recommendations for these responses, and can send that to the DOJ by December 23rd. And we'll make sure to include those additional proposed recommendations, questions, comments at the January meeting. Is there a second? Thank you. So it has been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp that we continue the question around resolving the 5 key questions given to us by the Economic Consultant Team for the January meeting, with an understanding that task force members can continue to contribute to this conversation via the submission of additional recommendations, corrections, amendments, questions related to these 5 questions with the deadline of December 23rd as prescribed by the DOJ. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
For clarity, so the motion is to continue the discussion. You're accepting the report as a report, but not the information. I mean, you're not accepting it as an approval of what's in the report, but just the report itself that it was given.
Correct. And when you look at the substance of the report itself, the global recommendation is that further research is needed anyway. So there were we as an advisory committee, we weren't advocating for any final determinations to come out of this meeting anyway.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I will call the roll for the response to the motion. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Aye. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes and 0 nays.
There are 9 ayes and 0 nays, so the ayes have it and the motion carries. Before we go to the next agenda item, I would just remind task force members to turn in their questions, comments, concerns related to the presentation by December 23rd, and then also invite members of the public to call our hotline, email our task force, contribute to public comment as well. If you all have any suggestions for these 5 questions as well, as this is an iterative process. The next item on our agenda is agenda item number 5, discussion and potential action, advisory committee preliminary recommendations on potential remedial programs, laws, and policies for atrocities in chapters 2 and 8, racial terror, and pathologizing the Black family by Member Grills. You're recognized.
And I'm just for the task force's awareness, just as we have deputy attorneys general who've assisted in the development of all of these, I'm going to announce who they are so you have, the names. We have Jesse Bassbaum and Jennifer Gibson, both from the Civil Rights Department, Civil Rights, my own section, Civil Rights Enforcement section in the Department of Justice, and then Supervisor Christine Chuang, who's been working with all of you and overseeing us all. So they will be prepared to assist as we go along. I'm stretching for time because Dr. Grills is getting set up. We'll have each of the deputies that you've been working with to develop your proposals available to assist. But as you know, we're relying on the members to take the lead in presenting their ideas and engage with one another on the proposals.
Okay, I think this is working now. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to be presenting on 2 chapters, Chapter 3, Racial Terror, and Chapter 8, Pathologizing Black Families. Starting with Chapter 3, Racial Terror, I want to give a little context to the recommendations to be shared. Enslavement and its aftermath have been referred to as humanicide. That's a term coined by Pieter Drost in 1959, and it was adopted by Hunter Adams as the only term large enough to frame what actually happened to people of African ancestry. Humanicide is the natural crime against human existence in a civilized society. So Adams, in describing his use of that term, said that it transcends Lemkin's original intent of the meaning of genocide and extends Charney's 5 categories of ethnocide. Humanicide is not equivalent to racism, discrimination, or even apartheid. It encompasses and eclipses them. It outlines how the process of killing of a people's or a person's identity, culture, history, language, religion, socialization, and family relations occurred. It considers punitive killings, including those measures used to enforce compliance with the oppressive system. Adams also goes on to say that we are dealing with a system of exploitation that is so comprehensive, it resulted in the denial of a people's ability to survive on their own terms, loss of control of their children's custody and socialization, and untimely loss of control of their future. So that is the backdrop in talking about this issue of racial terror. James Baldwin
Member
said,
Grills, I just got note that folks can't hear, so all task force members just try to speak very close to the mic so that you can be heard.
okay. James Baldwin said that people are trapped in history and history is trapped in them. Reparations should provide us an escape plan. Now, in that context, when you look at this history, our past is in fact our present. And what you see here is just a sample of the many ways in which racial terror has been meted out against Black people. It's a multifaceted dynamic, and it's going to require a multifaceted set of reparations proposals. So starting with this understanding of racial terror leads to racial trauma. That's an ongoing presence of racial stress. Racial trauma, also known as race-based traumatic stress, refers to the stressful impact of emotional pain of experiencing racism and discrimination. Common traumatic stress reactions that reflect racial trauma include things like increased vigilance and suspicion. One, in fact, could argue that Black people are always on alert for the next thing that's going to happen that could cost us our lives. It's reflected in increased sensitivity to threat, the sense of a foreshortened future, and maladaptive responses to stress like aggression, substance use, defensiveness. So what we're talking about is a multidimensional, multi-generational terror, and it requires, in terms of reparations, building a culture of repair to restore a number of things, including psychological, emotional, spiritual, and physical well-being, a sense of agency, hope, narrowed sense of time is addressed. And what that means is that people who have a narrowed sense of time are living in a chronic state of danger. And as a result, they do not develop a sense of future. And unfortunately, our babies, our children, often have lost a sense of hope, and they frequently view dying as an expected outcome. I can't tell you how many Black teenagers I've heard say, I'm not gonna make it to 21 anyway. Okay. It also involves addressing and restoring community well-being and the ability to see and be with each other as Black people from a place of compassion, connection, and free of the anti-Black narrative. So we must build a culture of repair because exposure to racism can result in all of these psychological issues that I mentioned. It leads to basic behavioral exhaustion and psychological distress. And that racial trauma doesn't occur in a vacuum. It's worsened by the cumulative impact of multiple traumas, personally and multi-generationally. And then what you end up seeing is it beginning to impact and shape things like community violence, victimization, et cetera. Racism and the trauma that results from racism exists at the interpersonal, environmental, institutional, and cultural levels, therefore affecting physical, social, and psychological health of individuals and entire communities. Eliminating racism and racial trauma and therefore racial terror will require interventions at all levels, from the individual to the family, to the community, to the nation. So I know that I'm about to share some of the recommendations related to racial terror, both in this segment and on the Pathologizing the Black Family. You may see overlap with other areas that are going to be covered by other advisory committees. And at that point, we can figure out how to synthesize. I also want to say that these are preliminary. We're still doing the work of the legal analysis and refinement of what we'll be sharing today, but also considering some other potential recommendations. So lastly, I have organized the recommendations here in terms of the international law categories. Okay, so the first here is racial terror recommendations to build a culture of repair, addressing guarantees of non-repetition. And I'm not going to go into a lot of discussion about each of these, there's just not time. But when the task force will get the full written summary that includes the legal analysis as well as the thinking and some background information. So eliminate legal protections for peace officers who violate civil or constitutional rights. That involves eliminating the requirement that a victim of police violence show that the officer specifically intended to violate a constitutional right. Secondly, conduct a comprehensive audit of the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation and county detention facilities to determine the extent of racially biased treatment of African American youth and adults who are in custody. Third, incorporate behavioral health clinicians into the 911 response. New programs, for example, one in Los Angeles County or Los Angeles City, pairs police officers with behavioral health clinicians as they patrol different communities and respond to calls for assistance. And I think we could learn some lessons from those, both in LA City, San Mateo County, Pleasanton, Palo Alto, Sacramento, Humboldt, Modesto, etc. Fourth, establish state funds and provide criteria to support culturally aligned, trauma-informed practices in detention facilities and public schools in California. What we tend to get are evidence-based practices that in many instances are culturally bankrupt. And then when we don't resonate with that particular intervention, we get blamed for not being psychologically minded enough or verbally efficient or proficient enough to respond to the treatment. In terms of rehabilitation, establish and fund community wellness centers within African American communities to decrease mental health stigma, teach stress reduction and resilience tools, create communal spaces, support cultural and racial socialization to support mental health, and to provide community-defined evidence as opposed to just evidence-based practices for prevention and early intervention strategies in mental health services. Each one of these I could unpack, but again, time does not allow. But I will simply say that not only are these policy recommendations, they're policy recommendations that are aligned with the cultural values and perspective and worldview of Black people. For example, creating communal spaces is essential to resilience. We are a communal people. We are each other's medicine, as the proverb states. And so there's a need to be able to allow for healing to happen in spaces and places other than formal therapy and mental health intervention. And then offer mental health and health screening and referrals would be a part of these community wellness centers. In terms of rehabilitation, require the California Department of Public Health to issue guidance on strategies under Medicaid and CHIP to increase African American mental health and substance use disorder care, provider education, training, recruitment, and retention. You should know that there is an existing model that can be built upon that is part of an initiative in the California Department of Public Health, funded by MHSA dollars and managed by the California Department of Public Health's Office of Health Equity. Number 7, conduct a comprehensive audit of California County Departments of Mental Health regarding their management of MHSA funds to date. One of the things that we have seen happen in the past is that the local county departments of mental health do not dispense the funds that they have available to them, and that would increase the number of community-based organizations that are able to deliver services that are culturally aligned and reflect the context and historical reality of the communities being served. The question is, to what extent are funds dispensed to the community as intended? And I put the as intended because when these MHSA dollars are dispensed, sometimes it looks like business as usual, as opposed to the intent of opening the door for more community-defined evidence and culturally based practices. In terms of restitution, fund community-driven solutions to decrease community violence at the family, school, and neighborhood levels. Possible funding source for this would be MHSA dollars dispensed by the county departments of mental health, and then place emphasis on prevention as well as early intervention, environmental change strategies, and the promotion of resilience in the face of racial stress. So that concludes the racial terror. I'll now share some thoughts about the pathologizing the Black family, and we can follow with questions after, if time permits. So in terms of pathologizing the Black family, we have to start with the basics. Basics is that white families in this country, since its beginning, has looked at white families as exemplars of social stability and Black families as exemplars of social instability. That narrative has been with us, not just even from the start of the United States as we know it today, but also for generations prior to that, starting in Portugal, under Prince Henry, who had to come up with a rationale for why he enslaved Africans in Portugal. And he got this guy Zurara to write a book that basically laid out the current anti-Black narrative that we are still living with today. So first of all, in terms of pathologizing the Black family, a little quick context. The racialized narrative is a critical issue. Black families are in disarray and were better off under slavery is one of those false racialized narratives. Another is that the impression of Black families that are often inspired from the news, television, movies, and music videos. Movie or media outlets, I should say, promoted and continue to promote racially biased portrayals and myths that pathologize Black families and idealize white families with respect to things like poverty, crime, mental health, and more. These reinforce debunked narratives are used to justify actions from police brutality to economic policies that will hurt not just Black families, but all families for generations to come. Scholars have long documented how news and opinion media warp public perceptions of gender and race by reinforcing myths and stereotypes about women and people of color and Black people especially. And so they play a dangerous role in spreading these anti-Black narratives, and that needs to be addressed. Governmental agencies and institutions implement policies and practices grounded in that narrative. And at the root of it all, of what ails our community, as Enola Aird from Community Healing Network has said, is the toxic idea that our lives are less valuable than the lives of others. Overcoming and overturning that idea is the key to transforming our lives. So to kind of end on this context piece, we have to understand that implicit bias is another contributor to the pathologizing of the African American family. And every institution, every organization in this country contributes to this pathologizing of the Black family and the deepening of the implicit bias. Just as a quick example, I'm going to show you a subject matter topic and the images that are associated with it. When people speak of poverty or welfare, Black families. When people speak about child abuse or absentee fathers, Black families. When people speak about crime, Black people, Black families. There's a laundry list. This is just the tip of the iceberg. And we have information to counter these narratives. For example, with the absentee fathers, there was a 2013 study that is sent from the CDC itself that showed that Black fathers actually spend more time engaged in parenting than fathers of other races, doing things like bathing, diapering, taking their kids to activities, helping them with homework, etc. So how do we begin to flip that script? Because if we don't, there will always be this kind of underlying ideology that will disrupt and corrupt how Black families are seen and treated. So in terms of recommendations, not sure what happened there. Under the category of guarantees of non-repetition, reduce or eliminate racial disparities in the removal of African-American children from their homes and families. That involves audits of removals. That involves implementing procedures and annual state audits to address implicit bias. That involves reinvesting in promising child welfare community-based prevention practices that involve community-based organizations. There's another policy that has not yet been fully developed related to the overdiagnosis of African-American children in schools using a diagnosis category of social emotional disturbance. What that reflects is a diagnosis that tends to involve more severe depictions of the mental health status of children using diagnoses like schizophrenia and conduct disorder. This ends up pigeonholing Black children into these categories in school that really pretty much writes the roadmap for the rest of their lives. In terms of guarantees of non-repetition, curtail law enforcement activity in California schools and determine alternate methods to increase school safety. Institute implicit bias and de-escalation training for school-based personnel, particularly law enforcement if they must be present on school campuses. Eliminate or reduce charges for phone calls between those in custody in county jails and their families, consistent with California's recent elimination of call fees for people who are incarcerated in state facilities. Eliminate interest on past due child support and eliminate past due child support owed to the government for non-custodial parents. Amend section 5845 of the Welfare and Institutions Code relating to mental health, whereby the governor would appoint an additional member of the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, a commission that I see in part as a gatekeeper for what services get to be offered across our state, what kind of research evidence is considered credible, et cetera. And this commission really needs to have someone on it that understands mental health disparities, particularly as they relate to the African American community. Pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code 5840, prioritize for adoption, prevention, and early intervention spending on community-defined evidence practice services at both the state and county levels. Again, this is to offer a wider range of opportunity for mental health support other than evidence-based practices. This involves the inclusion of CDEP language and under local jurisdictions with a concrete example of strategies that constitute culturally competent and linguistically appropriate prevention and intervention for Black residents of California. Ninth, increase the pipeline of funded, culturally qualified, community-based organizations to provide CDEPs, including provisions for technical assistance and program evaluation support. That's one of the ways that a lot of promising practices that are generated from our communities are dead in the water. There are often requirements for evaluation of effectiveness that require the application of research methodology that community-based organizations don't necessarily have internal expertise and resources. And so we need to be able to equip them with that, along with technical assistance for other capacity building needs of those organizations. In terms of rehabilitation, establish and fund early intervention programs that address intimate partner violence within the African American community. As a quick side note, if you want to begin to understand what I said earlier, that our past is our present, as it relates to intimate partner violence, go and look at the movie Sankofa by Haile Gerima. Pay attention to the segment where the enslaved members of our community are on a hill where some members of the community are being beaten because they tried to escape. In that scene, you will see the seeds of present day intimate partner violence and Black on Black violence. What we are dealing with is not something new or a reflection of current day issues. It is an ongoing manifestation of the legacy of enslavement. So support the victims, the abuser, and minor children within the family exposed to the violence is important under item 10. And then lastly, number 11 is a policy idea that is still in formulation related to addressing the disproportionate number of African Americans who are unhoused and pathologized due to their unhoused status. Thank you. Discussion? Vice President, you recognize.
Madam Chair, my colleagues, I must personally say Dr. Grills has knocked the ball out of the park, and she has done a superlative job of stating the case. One additional matter I would like to mention that are we not consider that through public policy, Dr. Grill, many of our watering holes throughout this state were destroyed. South Central Los Angeles, the Fillmore, Allensworth, those were watering holes where we gathered, where we achieved psychological and social wellness and celebrated our culture. And in terms of recommendations, public monies ought to be made available to reestablish all of those entities that were destroyed by this government. And let me give you an example where she talked about in terms of how the media, not the media usually, I'm not knocking at you now. I'm just talking about what I'm talking about. But Dr. Warnock, Raphael Warnock, was just reelected to the U.S. Senate. Do you know what the media of America did? It made it appear that Dr. Warnock was an anomaly, he was an oddity, and what they all said, wow, those black preachers sure do know how to talk. Instead of saying he gave an excellent victory speech, with the image that their expectation they have of us, that we don't know how to talk. But we know how to talk. Just give us an opportunity. That's what all black people need, opportunity. But we've been denied opportunity to go through the process of becoming excellent in all the endeavors of life. So you hit us where we needed to be hit this morning. And I want to say, anyone who takes issue with what she stated, and that the harms ought to be corrected, need to have a look in the mirror and search their heart. For what she's talking about is basic humanity. Humanity. But mind you, the reason why we're so sick with this distorted image of black folks is that during the 4th century BC, Aristotle, one of the fathers of Western thought, said that the African and the Ethiopian were inferior because our skin was dark. And the only way we could become somebody, we have to go up to Europe and become lighter. He also said that we would never be capable of self-governance. We would always have to have a white man, a white woman over us. That's where it all began, way, way back there. But thank God, Dr. Brill, you put it in context, and I trust and hope that people who really are human and have a heart will hear what she said and not try to make the case that we don't deserve our humanity being honored and respected.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I also would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge and thank the work of the 2 Deputy Attorneys General who worked so hard on the legislative analysis and the preparation of these recommendations, Jesse Basbaum and Jennifer Gibson, who are sitting right here. They did a tremendous job working with me on those 2 chapters.
Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Grills, thank you very, very much. What I really, there are a lot of takeaways, but just from a procedural standpoint, the way that you categorized the type of reparations is very, very important. I think we should carry that throughout all of our presentations because that's where there can be some confusion about, you know, what categories these recommendations lie. So thank you for doing that. Also, just for the piece about the wellness centers, I do think about my city where we have a historically African American community. We no longer have a majority African American community, and so just kind of adding some of that language in there would I think be helpful, because we know that when we craft solutions, if we're not targeted, then oftentimes those that are hurt most do not, Black people don't receive the benefits of broader recommendations. And so just couching that with historically African American communities would help. The last thing that I'll say, we'll probably bring it up in our presentation as an overarching issue. I don't think it comes up as much in these recommendations, but this issue between the states and the charter cities, and how charter cities can say, no, we don't want to do that. We're a charter city. I don't think that these categories and what the recommendations propose fall under those what we would call municipal affairs, but I just want to flag that because we don't want to cast this out and even give municipalities an opportunity to say we just don't want to do it, and we don't have to because we're a charter city. But really, again, thank you very much for setting that example of how we categorize the reparations. Thank you.
Member Jones-Sawyer, you're recognized.
And I too want to thank you. When I get in discussions with individuals who are probably descendants of slave owners that tell me that they didn't do the harm, and when I try to tell them that their ancestors and their harm that they perpetuated on African Americans, it's still here. and that it's infecting everything that we do in society. And when I became chair of public safety and started visiting prisons, one of the things that I noticed when I talked to individuals who have changed their lives and they're now on a new path, they talk about early childhood trauma, that the trauma that they went through when they were children, whether it's poverty, whether it's child abuse, whether it's domestic violence, all of those that were foisted on our community as I'm listening to you, that were taught or inculcated in our community, don't go away overnight. And it appears as if society in California has perpetuated it within us and is not doing anything to take it out of us, to cure us, to relieve us, to exercise this out of us. And so if we can do something on the early childhood development, I know you were talking about centers. I've been able to get $50 million to go out into the community and have nonprofits do that. And we've seen immediate results from that, with crime levels going down, more kids graduating from high school and more going on to college, more having a more stable life, especially if their home doesn't, because of the prison industrial system, they don't have a father in the house or a mother in the house, just totally disenfranchised, the family structure, that us putting together something to where we can, as best we can, replicate a family situation. Those of us that are long in the tooth remember Teen Posts and all of those things where kids came together with an adult that would give them some kind of guidance. All of those have been decimated or haven't been funded. And so I think in addition to your work, we really need to get to our young people. And we really need to understand that a lot of these kids are suffering more pressure and support for our young people, because if we do this now, as far as African American race, we could do a whole lot more for all of us, generations and generations. Then when they look back on this task force and look at what we did with the mental health, we'll be able to have benefits long after we're gone and this task force is gone. So thank you. This is excellent work.
I just on that note, I was reminded as you were talking about something that was in the LA Times a few months ago, where Ibram Kendi noted that Black teenagers experience or witness an average of 5 instances of racist discrimination per day, and that per day, and that the levels of exposure to violence and crime, as you know, because we talked about Crenshaw High School in a presentation recently, that our children, if we use the standard of the ACEs, adverse childhood exposure, our kids are off the chart. And it's a testament to the resilience of Black people that we're not all stark raving mad at this point, truly.
Senator Bradford, you're recognized.
I don't know if my I too just wanted to thank Dr. Grills for that powerful presentation. And what struck me most was your reference to the young folks with the lack of hope and seeing no future. And it really resonated with me because I coached baseball for 16 years. And I coached young African-American men, not of low-income communities. These were all middle-class kids from great families. And I was blown away with the number of young men that I would talk This mic, my mic.
Who would have let you?
Keep my jacket on this. He keeps saying right down the street. That man, that meeting right down the street. Reggie ain't gonna be up in no 7 o'clock in the morning. gonna have to use your microphone.
Task force members, if we can get seated since we're behind. Thank you.
I'll buy it.
I need a.
Oh, I left it. I left it. I know. You said before before I left lunch. I thought you said left today. Yeah, I left it. You got another one? Oh yeah. I left mine upstairs.
What do you? It's cookies. I did do that. No, I don't want it.
Okay, we will now resume the meeting. If we can quiet down in the chambers. I will turn to Parliamentarian Johnson to establish quorum, reestablish quorum. Parliamentarian Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin with calling the name of the chair. Chair Moore.
Here.
Vice Chair Brown.
President.
Member Bradford.
Here.
Member Grills. Member Holder. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Lewis.
Here.
Member Montgomery Steppe.
Here.
Member Tamaki.
Here.
Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. We need 5 for a quorum. There are 9 members present. A quorum has been reestablished.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Now that a quorum has been reestablished, we'll return to our next action item. But before we do so, I would like to acknowledge Oakland Council Member Treva Reed, who is here in the back. If you can give her a applause. Thank you so much, Council Member Reed, for hosting us. We really appreciate your support. So the next item on the agenda is item number 7. I'll turn to Member Montgomery Steppe as well as Senator Bradford. And again, this agenda item is number 7, discussion and potential action. Advisory Committee report on preliminary recommendations on redress of the unjust taking of property via eminent domain and devaluation of Black businesses. You can proceed with your presentation when you're ready. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will start with the first portion of this presentation of unjust property taking, and it's been a pleasure working with Councilwoman Montgomery Steppe as we move forward. It's the first slide. I'll wait for the first slide to come up.
And as we wait for the first slide, I just want to mention again to the members and the public that we have Deputy Attorney General Danielle Elliott and Vince Gazawi here to answer any questions or support you in any way you need.
Thank you. Okay, our first slide, unjust property takings and the Stolen Labor Advisory Committee, comprised of myself and Councilwoman Montgomery Steppe. And we'll first start with the first slide, redress of racially motivated property takings. All right, maybe not. Oh, there we are. And just what it states is restore state property taking during race-based uses of eminent domain to its original owners to provide another effective remedy where appropriate and such as restitution or compensation. But let me be clear here. I'm of a firm belief that property that was stolen from individuals who legally purchased it, that's not reparations. This is returning that which was stolen, just as if you were to steal my car and you return it back to me. You haven't given me anything. You return what I bought. So, but there's a lot of discussion because of legislation that we did last year, and I authored SB 796 with the Bruce's Beach. So it has created a whole tidal wave of discussion here. But it is a form of atonement and restitution that we can look at. To create a legislative agency to research and identify California state properties acquired as a result of racially motivated eminent domains. Again, a prime example is Bruce's Beach, Inkwell in Santa Monica, and a situation that's just was brought to the attention of a lot of folks here in California, across the nation just last week. Section 14 in Palm Springs, a area where African Americans and Latinos lived in the late 50s and 60s, and they were literally burned out by the Palm Springs Fire Department, a public safety agency that's designed to protect property. They literally burn these African American Latino families out. So we definitely want to look at creating some type of agency to revisit that, because again, Bruce's Beach is not an isolated incident. It's hundreds, if not thousands, of examples of where African Americans legally bought property, adhered to the rules and laws of the land, and only to be forced out by racism and discrimination. To create a database of property ownership in the state. Again, we've heard testimony from the Burgesses and many other families over the last 6 or 7 months that we've been meeting of examples of where they own property here in the state of California and it was taken away from them. Redress for racially motivated property takings, to review and investigate property complaints from people who claim their properties were taken without just compensation. Second, to distribute just compensation for the fair market value adjusted for inflation of the property at the time that it was taken, and to develop and implement a public education campaign regarding the cycle of gentrification, displacement, and exclusion, the connection between redlining and gentrification, and the history of discriminatory urban planning in California. I challenge you to show anywhere in California that eminent domain or urban renewal was done in white communities. And an example I often like to give is the 710 freeway. If you're familiar in Los Angeles, for the last 60 years in the legislature, there's been discussion of completing the 710 freeway. The initial design of the 710 freeway was to connect to the 210 freeway on the other side of this Pasadena. But because of that going through a predominant white neighborhood for 60 years, we're still fighting to complete the 710 freeway. Whereas in my lifetime, I've witnessed the 105 freeway that started down like up Paramount and it goes all the way up to LAX now, that went through African-American neighborhoods in the 70s and the 80s, and even displaced businesses. I mean, it's a famous hamburger stand that Mr. Jones Sawyer, well aware of, Hawkins, which their property was encroached upon, a hamburger stand that African-American family established almost 80 years ago. And if it wasn't for our involvement with the Department of Transportation, they would have tried to take their property as recently as last year. So there's plenty of examples, but I don't know a single example where urban renewal or eminent domain has been used in white neighborhoods at the same rate as it has in African Americans. The next slide, make home ownership a reality, to provide funding through grants or otherwise to assist descendants of enslaved people with home ownership. There are African Americans in this state and in this country who have never owned a home. Folks who've been here for hundreds of years. I know families who have been renters in public housing for 3 and 4 generations, and something's wrong with that. So this is critically important. And just recent data, homeownership rate for Black Americans today is around 45%. In California, it's 41%. But what's real troubling right here in the fact that in the past 15 years, Black homeownership has dropped drastically, I should say, and more so than any other racial or ethnic group. And Black homeownership today is less than what it was in 1960. So those are realities that we need to deal with. Make home ownership a reality, as is stated. So that's part of what we're going to be doing. And I just want to go back to the unlegal taking. Let's be very clear. White America has stolen more from African Americans than we've ever burned or looted. And that's a fact. But we don't want to have that real discussion. When you think of all the property that has been taken from African American families, even our Native American brothers and sisters, it's head shaking. Moving on now to greater transparency in the gubernatorial appointments. To promote greater transparency in gubernatorial appointments, governors appoint people to their cabinets, to the judiciary, to influential boards and commissions, and diversity and representation is critical here. A lot of people miss that, but sometimes most of the real work is done on some of these boards and commissions behind the scenes. So land commissions and things of that nature. So diversity is important. Having African-American representation there is important. So having this information will allow for us to better advocate for diversity and inclusion for further appointments, especially on the judicial appointments on our benches. So that's the area that we looked at. Greater transparency require the governor's office to conduct a census of all current gubernatorial appointees to ascertain the percentage breakdown of their demographics, including race and ethnicity, of appointees and how many are descendants of slaves. And second, to publish an annual report with the demographic data, including the race and ethnicity of appointees, including how many are, well, that's repeated. That's, yeah, I'm sorry. And so now moving on to greater income program. One and two are the same for some reason, kind of read the same. All right, next slide, please. Greater income program. To create a guaranteed income program for descendants of enslaved people. Guaranteed income programs have been shown to reduce income volatility, improve mental health, provide better job prospects, and provide greater financial security. California created the first state-funded guaranteed income program for foster youth. This program, which is administered through the California Department of Social Services, could serve as a blueprint on what we can do throughout the state of California. And as we all know, greater opportunities for employment creates greater security, education opportunities. So this is something that African Americans and especially descendants of slaves are still being impacted with by today. Licensure for people with criminal records. Address the challenges African Americans, including descendants of slavery, face with obtaining occupational licenses when they have a criminal record. Case in point, we just passed Proposition 64 6 years ago here in the state of California, legalizing cannabis. One of the provisions was to make sure that folks who were formerly charged or incarcerated with crimes involving cannabis would have opportunity. Here we are 6 years into an industry that is 85% white male dominant. We should all be concerned about that. And we have a social equity program. I authored the first social equity program in the country, and we're still struggling to get African Americans at the seat of the table. And we have a piece of legislation right now extending the timeline for provisional licenses for African Americans because, again, they're being denied those opportunities here in the state of California. And we can only attribute it to race because we have plenty of people who have the economic means to start the business. Many of these folks have been paying rent on a facility for over a year and still haven't been granted their license. One of the root causes of high recidivism rates is the inability to formerly incarcerated persons to attain gainful employment. We were just discussing that at lunch, where you have folks incarcerated on fire crews, have cosmetology skills and a variety of skills. And once they get out, they're not being hired by any fire department. They can't get a cosmetology license. They can't get a barber's license, but they've spent decades in a prison doing these jobs. So once they're home, they cannot do it. And nearly 30% of the jobs require license or some type of certification and clearance by an oversight board or agency. So we definitely want to, like I say, facilitate the employment of these individuals. This proposal could expand upon Assembly Bill 2138. First, it would consider eliminating or reducing the period in which a prior conviction for a serious felony can be held against a person, which is currently 7 years, with certain exceptions. The requirement too is to that substantially related criminal convictions be considered against a person with a criminal conviction could be changed to substantial and have a direct relationship to the occupation being sought. The revised standard could be considered for a shorter period of time than the current 7 years with certain exceptions. And that's pretty much where we were in the 3 areas under that I was charged with. Now I'm going to hand it over to Councilwoman Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much, Senator Bradford. I'm leaning over a little bit so everyone can hear me. But I think we're going to be moving on to the slide that says transforming the minimum wage back into a living wage. So I will start there. It was important for us in this process to continue to go back into the decision that this task force made on eligibility. And so that's why you'll see some of that language weave throughout our recommendation. We have to be targeted about this. We have many of these programs already. And again, African Americans do not benefit from them in the way that other people of color do. And that's just a fact. So we want to make sure that we are continuing to use that language. So as a part of the stolen labor component, we know that Black Americans experience the wage gap overwhelmingly in comparison to their white counterparts. The state of California, as we all know, has one of the highest costs of living indexes in the nation, which means that Black people are trailing behind in securing jobs and being able to afford those everyday expenses that are important to quality of life standards. So the minimum wage was originally intended to be a living wage, but with the cost of living skyrocketing, we feel that this could be adjusted on a regular basis. To ensure that gouging does not occur, the recommendation would also require an analysis of the impact that increasing the minimum wage would have on the cost of goods and services. It's important to recognize that increasing minimum wage to a living wage is not a benefit that addresses the wage gap for African American descendants of enslaved people alone. However, it could be a solution that glimpses at equity by leveling the field, and it begins addressing the growing racial gap that is exacerbated as cost of living increases. So we'll go to slide 11, and that's advancing pay equity through employment transparency and equity in hiring and promotion. So the lack of opportunities for wealth building and chances at lucrative, successful careers for African Americans has generational costs that we can no longer afford. There is no opportunity to hold private companies and the labor force accountable because of the lack of transparency when it comes to equal pay and representation. We know that Black people earn less than 76 cents for every dollar earned by a white person. To be even more specific, Black women earn 58 cents to the dollar for white male counterparts. I know that we have to dig into the California specifics, but I can speak for San Diego as our pay equity study shows. Black women do earn 59 cents on the dollar for a white male counterpart. So that certainly can be used as a data point. So knowing these data points, we could recommend expanding these two Senate bills, 973 and 1162. So SB 973, among other things, requires employers with 100 or more employees to report pay and hours worked data by establishment, job category, sex, race, and ethnicity to the Civil Rights Department. And then SB 1162, the law expands the requirement for annual pay data reports and requires employees to publish pay scales with job postings, as well as to retain certain pay records. If we go to the next slide, we'll just actually have those recommendations to expand those two bills in these ways, to require the Civil Rights Department to publish each private employer's pay data report, and also provide several forms for penalties to be assessed against employers for violating those requirements, and including other employers within the scope of those two Senate bills. So for professional career training, as we delve into professional career training, I think it's important for us to remember that the ownership of people was a measurement of success and wealth. And after emancipation, Black people were excluded from entire fields of service. We've had testimony here to that effect as well. And that discrimination continues through the wage gap and underrepresentation in many of our professional careers. And I think we should be at the next slide. Yes, I'm trying. I'm gonna have a crick in my neck tonight, but it's okay. I'm trying. Okay, is this better? Sorry, we're missing a mic up here. So, all right, no problem. I just want to get to, I think I just want to get to the next slide. Let me make sure I'm where I'm at. Yes, professional career training should be the next slide. Okay, there we go. So some of the fields that I was talking about with regard to Black folks being excluded from medicine, law, business, management, computer science, mathematics, construction, and the sciences more broadly. We see the ramifications of this underrepresentation play out real time, specifically in healthcare, contracting, and in our legal system. Next slide, please. To address this, the legislature could create and fund professional training programs that would enable African American descendants of enslaved people to access employment opportunities they have been historically excluded from. As an example, the legislation could amend the Song-Brown Healthcare Workforce Training Act, which originally recognizes the unmet need of additional physicians and creates a training program to increase the number of students and residents receiving quality education. Next slide, please. Let's go to apprenticeship grant programming. I actually come from a family's background is in trades. And so we see the significant gaps there, especially with in construction in general, with our labor trades as well. It's a much lower percentage of African-American people. The lack of representation in this field needs to be addressed, and more outreach to folks that in the eligibility community could provide a solution to this. It has to be targeted and it has to be very specific. Because right now I will tell you that the term people of color is being used where technically it is true. But when you go down and dig into the specifics and you see the number of African-American people, it's extremely low in the construction trades, even though you will hear people of color, that phrase being used quite a bit in this field. So the legislature could create apprenticeship grant programs and or target existing programs to increase participation by the eligible community in apprenticeship industries and technical occupations. To incorporate other state departments, the California Department of Industrial Relations that sets all of our prevailing wage and the like could also administer and award grants on a competitive basis to eligible registered entities to increase participation in the eligible community. Next slide, please. Some of these industries the CDIR could consider are construction, welding, electrical engineering, plumbing, information technology, green energy jobs, advanced manufacturing, healthcare, and cybersecurity. So we're almost there. So funding Black businesses, and we went over this. We can go to the next slide. Went over this as a part of the conversation with the economists, with our team, and the 5 different questions that we have to answer. So once we make decisions there, we'll figure out how these recommendations play into those foundational decisions. But funding for businesses owned by African American descendants of enslaved people could follow the Federal Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program model, which seeks to remedy the discrimination of funding for transportation and other government contracts. This is one that, again, we would need to be very specific and targeted because we currently have DBE programs and we see that those numbers, those programs, unless you're very targeted, do not change. And we see post Prop 209 how those numbers have gone down tremendously when we're not legally allowed to have race-based programs in the area of contracting. To address the disadvantages of this population in the business sector in California, we could create a small business investors fund, which would exist as a forgivable interest-free loan program available to owners of small businesses in Black communities. The loans could, we could talk money. Here it's $10,000 to $25,000. It could be more than that, especially given what we're going through now and seeing the cost of everything going up. But a portion of the loan would be forgiven each year as long as the recipient remains in business in that community. So next slide, in context of supporting funding for Black businesses, it's clear that we also established that context regarding charter cities in the state. I mentioned that a little bit before, but we have to make sure that the language that we use, or just be aware of the fact that charter cities do have some autonomy in that when we're putting the actual language forward, that we are definitely aware of that. Okay, so we will go to the last slide, I believe, and then open it up for 10 minutes of discussion, I guess. But so I spoke a little bit about this earlier, and we've also brought this up in the in previous task force meetings. And it's just, if we go pre-Prop 209, we can see that the numbers really have changed and gone down from Black contractors in particular being able to contract with the government. I know that I can speak in San Diego, it's less than 1%. And previously it was a lot higher than that when you could mandate these goals and ensure that they were met. It was much, much higher. So I know that this is something that has to go to the ballot. We discussed that before, but I just believe that it's still important that it stays in the conversation. And with that, we will, I guess, turn it back over to the chair or open it up for discussion. The chair, at your pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Montgomery Stepp and Senator Rapp for that incredibly impressive and thorough presentation. I will defer to you all. Is there any discussion from task force members on the presentation?
I just want to quickly thank our attorney, the attorneys that worked with us through this process and provided a lot of analysis for us. I didn't want to forget to do that. Thank you.
And I would echo that too as well. Thank you very much.
Girls, you're recognized.
Thank you. So this is, I want to thank you both. I want to sit with the information because this is not my area of expertise, so I need to study it a little bit. But I did want to offer a resource that you might consider related to the devaluation of Black business. There's an organization called AEO. It's the Association for Enterprise Opportunity. Their offices are in Washington, D.C. And I got a chance to work with them to give them some ideas related to how to do some research that they wanted to do that you might find useful. It should be done by now. This AEO is the leading voice for innovation for microfinance and micro businesses. And their mission is to create economic opportunity for communities like ours throughout the U.S. And it's, I believe it's Black woman-led organization. So one of the things that they have been trying to do is gather more insight into issues related to Black business devaluation. And they did a 24-month research study to get a better understanding of the trust barrier faced by Black business owners and its relationship to accumulated trauma experienced by Black business owners and how that correlates with business performance. So they gave me a number of examples of things where opportunities would be presented to Black business owners, but they were afraid to share their information. They were afraid to trust who was coming to them. And in some respects that ended up hurting them where they might have been supported and helped. So I can give you the email address for them. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. It's definitely part of that cycle that we experience.
Mm-hmm.
And what I said, I was very familiar with the trades I'm also sort of like a baby that experienced Prop 209 when it passed because my parents were in business at the time. And so now it's very hard to introduce programs because of the way, the impact that had, not only my father's business, but a lot. So it is part of that cycle, certainly, that we need to work through.
Okay. Yeah, I think this was a great presentation. I just want to thank you all for, keeping in mind the lineage standard and just being articulate about and thoughtful about incorporating that into your proposals. So it's great. Also, I want to take the time to acknowledge we have another elected official in our presence, Mayor of the City of Pinole, Devin Murphy. He's the first Black and the youngest mayor of the City of Pinole. Devin Murphy, can you stand up, raise your hand? Also a fellow Bruin. Go Bruins. Okay. To have you here. Thank you for coming. All right. Any other discussion points? Michael Newman.
So just to reconfirm again, is setting the table after each of these different modules. So we have now, this is essentially under submission. This is your opportunity to either issue sort of strong opposition to anything that's been said, hopefully not. Any additions that you might want included. Otherwise, be in communication individually with our staff, and we can incorporate them in. Otherwise, we'll return back with a report if there's no further comments.
Member John Sawyer, you're recognized.
And I'll just real quick, I really do love the part where you talk about trades and learning a skill, because that is something that it can't take away from you. If you're a carpenter, you're a carpenter. If you're a plumber, you're a plumber. You're an electrician, you're an electrician. And whether you work for a company, whether you work for government, or you just knock on somebody's door, I'll go fix it. You now have independence and you can start your own business. And so I just want to make sure we delve really into that piece, because not everybody wants to go to college. Not that college isn't for everybody. And in retrospect, the fact that I went to USC and to Harvard, if I wasn't an elected official, I probably would have a hard time getting a job. But if I were a plumber, I could start working immediately. And so for our people, that may be a way, an avenue to establish closing the wealth gap and a lot of other things quickly. And ultimately, it's something that no one can ever take away from you. And its permanence is unbelievable. No disrespect to all the doctors and people with the degrees on this panel, but I just want to make sure we highlight that. So it's so important.
And if I may piggyback, I chaired Senate Labor for 2 years in Senate, and I was deeply disappointed in the lack of African Americans that were in the labor movement, especially in the skilled trades, the electricians, the plumbers, especially because we started the labor movement. If you understand, we were the labor force before organized labor. And it was A. Philip Randolph and individuals like that who created this movement. And again, we see again where racism, discrimination has all but shut us out of the skilled trades. And as Assemblyman Joan Sawyer stated, even if everybody wanted to go to college, it's not enough seats. And that's the reality. We never tell anybody that. We put everybody on a college track, but it's not enough seats. If everybody in California decided to go to college, we couldn't educate 20% of those individuals that would want to go. So having a skilled trade is important, because I worked for a utility and I saw what electricians were making. I saw what linemen were making, and they were making more than me. They were making $200,000 a year, but there were only 2 African Americans at Southern California Edison. So it's key that we do grow this space and include this in the discussion as well.
Recognized.
To that point, there's some work going on right now in South LA with the Community Coalition and the Carpenters Union. And we just finished a study looking at some of the challenges that Black tradesmen experience. And the Carpenters Union is now trying to address them. I think that the results of that study might be useful to take a look at as you finish formulating the recommendations. And then also there's a report that was done in 2020, also by that AEO organization that is focused on returning citizen entrepreneurship. And they have a number of really interesting ideas about how to support entrepreneurship for returning citizens. And that this shows that intersection between like the business issue and the incarceration issue. So that, and they have some good suggestions in there.
I have one thing, Dan.
Tamaki, you're recognized.
So, question to Member Monica Montgomery Stepp and Senator Bradford. So, to add to the sort of traditional definition of trades, construction, plumbing, electrician, this sort of thing, I like the idea of the cybersecurity, information technology. That is a skill, it's a high-paying job, and it is needed, and it's a non-college job. So when you did your research on this, did you encounter any particular programs along those lines also?
So I can speak very limited about cybersecurity. One is that our community colleges in San Diego, from doing some of the research and then reaching out to one of our presidents there, is actually trying to take a certification program and do it for free under the community college umbrella. They're actually some of the academic institutions are kind of fighting about that right now. I think for a lot of the reasons that you mentioned, but it is moving more toward equity so that a larger number of people will have an opportunity to engage in that space because it's huge. And the more technology that we have, and anyway, the more that skill will be needed, those skills will be needed. So that's from very limited experience, what I've seen so far, and can dig a little bit more into, what they're doing to expand that program. Again, while just keeping in mind that, these programs are out there, but we're here to figure out, how we can right the wrongs, of the past for the community of eligibility.
And just to piggyback on that, not cybersecurity specifically, but I have a nonprofit in my district that started in Watts, headed up by African-American woman, Barbara Stanton. And they're teaching young kids to code, animation, all animation, I should say, all those things. The movie that's coming out, Avatar, The Way of the Water, they were even having folks from the movie studios. I mean, these are great careers, again, that do not require a college degree. And so that's some of the work that they're doing, but it needs to be expanded. But Barbara Stanton, as Mr. Jones Sawyer knows, she's been doing great work, but she needs help. And these programs like that are going into our schools and identifying these young African-American kids and teaching them that skill set.
Thank you.
Thank you both for that excellent presentation. Great. And thank you as well to the DOJ attorneys. Do you have any comments related to the work that you worked on?
Just as you will notice, some of the proposals in this advisory committee kind of overlap, and that was kind of the example behind the Song Brown Act, kind of overlapping with some of the apprenticeship stuff. And so hopefully that maybe could be considered as a model for some of the stuff that the task force members were discussing.
And just to build off of that, in considering all of the urban development projects urban renewal and development projects that devastated Black communities, that also led to a lot of highway construction that contributed to a lot of high pollution in neighborhoods, as well as just destroying kind of community infrastructure. And so there's another advisory committee that's addressing those environmental harms tomorrow. So.
Okay, so we are on schedule. The next item on the agenda is item number 8, witness panel, local municipal reparations efforts. So at our hearing in September, the task force voted to invite leaders of local and municipal reparations initiatives for African Americans currently happening in real time across the state. So this is an opportune time to learn from these leaders so that they can share their incredible work. And so that we can have a symbiotic conversation about how the state-based task force could inform the work they're doing, and then vice versa, how their work can inform what we're doing as well. So the first person that we will recognize, most of our witnesses are joining us remotely. The first witness will be Darlene Flynn, representing the city of Oakland. She is the director of the Oakland Department of Race and Equity. Since 2016, Ms. Flynn has served as the director of the Department of Race and Equity in the city of Oakland. Ms. Flynn has more than 10 years of experience implementing systemic change and increasing racial equity in city government. She was on the ground level in developing the Race and Social Justice Initiative in the City of Seattle's Office for Civil Rights. We can applaud Darlene Flynn for her work, and we're looking forward to her testimony.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for having me here today. The theft of American Indian land and free labor from stolen people of Africa are no doubt the original sins that stain the very foundation of this nation and its federation of states, including California. If the harm had stopped there, it would have been tragic enough, but as well documented by the Commission's report, the damage went well above and beyond to bring us to the conditions that cities and our Black residents are experiencing today. The government-sanctioned withholding of freedom from terrorism, land ownership, labor protections, public education, healthcare, public aid, full access to democratic participation, fair treatment in the justice system, and other forms of discrimination is the explanation for the disparities in life outcomes that are consistently stark when comparing Black and white residents' situations. So cities like the city of Oakland are microcosms of the resulting conditions that this history has caused. Conditions of low opportunity and danger combined with being either neglected or targeted for more harm by the government has had a catastrophic impact on our communities. And these conditions have traumatized Black people and Black community, and the damage is now amplified by relentless repetition over many generations. So the city of Oakland does not actually have a reparations program. I'm often asked, and have been asked many times since I got here, if the Department of Race and Equity is doing reparations. Is that what we're here for? And I've been very adamant consistently in saying that that would not be possible for my department to do. My department of four professional equity staff people did not bring with it the amount of money that would amount to reparations for the harm that government has done. We do have one of the most robust race and equity programs in the state of California. It is extremely well structured. It is well designed to begin to address some of the local impacts of the harm that has been done as best we can with existing resources and new resources as they might occur. But it really is a reworking or reframing of existing resources into more equitable practice of application over time to begin to hopefully reduce some of the extreme racial disparities that we experience. But the bad check has yet to be covered, and many cities like Oakland with high Black populations are struggling with the vast repercussions of systemic anti-Black racism that has been metered out at every level, including the city. Cities definitely participated in redlining and other mechanisms of racial discrimination, but the depth of the harm has flowed from top to bottom. So it is very difficult for us to deliver the level of repair that is needed for our communities with the resources that we have on hand. It just doesn't pencil out that way. So what we do is we build our staff's capacity to analyze the outcomes of our actions now, the actions we're taking now toward our communities that have been marginalized and harmed by racism. But what we're doing is looking forward. We're mostly forward looking, saying, how can we begin to perform differently now? How could we transform city government now in order to, over time, produce a different relationship with our communities and different outcomes for the people who live in them? And I have now lost track of my notes because I started to just go off script. So we work on building our staff's capacity to use different tools, different approaches to analyzing racial equity impact in our actions and in designing new actions for the future, new policies, programs, and procedures, but also in retooling our existing practices so that we can begin to root out the elements within that are just naturally embedded in those practices that are not helping and might be harming. So we have fairly recently, begun to have some conversation beyond that in the city that is very more adjacent to reparations and will hopefully stretch us beyond this, working with what we've got to do better because we know better and because we've built the capacity inside the organization to do better, into a more expansive vision. In June of 2022, the Department of Race and Equity delivered to the City Council a literature review report on the harm of government policy and projects on West Oakland, a historically Black community here in Oakland. And this activity was per their request, and it was under the leadership of Councilmember Carol Fife. So there are now arrangements underway for further study assisted by outside researchers to better quantify and understand the fiscal or financial impacts of those harms. That was a little bit beyond the reach of my capacity within the city, but it's a start of a conversation that is more grounded in the direction of a reparations kind of exercise. I just want to mention, your report was so powerful that we did some mining in it to help frame up some thinking that I've been having about reparations and how reparations might best particularly work at the city level, where we have this gap between what is needed to repair the communities and what we have on hand and are likely to have under current systems. So when we're doing transformative racial justice work in an institutional setting, we take root causes very seriously, and that leads us to the history of how communities have been positioned in the conditions that they're in now. So in service of framing solutions, I want to pivot from focusing on trauma and scarcity to focusing on examples of access to opportunity that were also covered by the Commission's report. It is a matter of history that while anti-Black racism was being hardened into our society, opportunity and subsidies were being heaped upon white residents and citizens of the U.S., right? So there were two things happening at the same time that assisted in the enormous disparities we see now. The Homestead Act gave land almost free to white settlers and largely white settlers only. There were subsidized low-cost loans for home ownership, but almost all went to white families through redlining between 1934 and 1962, over $120 billion of new housing subsidized, but less than 2% went to non-white residents of this country. The government and private actors also intentionally segregated spaces and created the suburbs for white families to raise families in wealth-generating homes and good schools, healthcare, jobs, and municipal services, and largely did not allow Black families to move there. Today, 62% of Black Americans are in segregated cities like Oakland, California, in inner city neighborhoods that are socioeconomically vulnerable and have higher crime rates, while most Americans are in highly advantaged neighborhoods. It is no surprise then that through that and other measures like the New Deal protections that were not afforded or did not apply to the work that most Black people did at that time, we have a situation where so many Black residents of California are less able to withstand the pressures of housing cost burden in overheated real estate markets and have a small fraction of the wealth that performs as a safety net for our white citizens. So I have been thinking about reparations in that frame especially after having looked at and thought about your report. What if we had an approach that was designed to replicate the opportunities and subsidies that were provided to white residents and citizens at the time for those who were selectively excluded from access to those opportunities? The reason I think this might be a powerful approach is that all taxpayers at that time paid for those subsidies. Yes, the black taxpayers too, paid for those subsidies that were then selectively distributed. And to do so for Black people whose ancestors were excluded would be fair and just now. I think that that is a case that must be made, that this is fair. It is not a handout. It is fair. Now, I must acknowledge that it will cost more now than it did then. The economic benefits would more than repay the investment, however, as it did in the past. Many economic studies have proven that closing racial disparities or increasing the spending power of more residents grows our economy, and it pays back what is invested actually quite quickly. The dollars tend to circulate fast. So perpetuation of racial inequity is an ongoing economic drain, or investing in communities that have been excluded from that investment for more than 100 years on the West Coast would be an advantage. The state of California is posed to become the 4th largest economy in the world. The state of California could do this and model it for the rest of the country. This is a profound opportunity to both meaningfully serve Black residents who've been left behind, and we could change the world. Thank you again for the time to speak with you this evening.
Thank you, Darlene Flynn. That was incredibly powerful. Thank you again for your testimony. And thank you for your invaluable service to the city of Oakland. Oh, we will have questions at the end. Yeah, you can just stay.
I can do
you're
that.
the only
Thank you.
person who's coming in person, so you can just stay right there. Okay, so for the remainder of the witnesses, you all have 6 minutes to present, I'm being told. So the next person to present is Supervisor Nate Miley of Alameda County. Nate Miley was the first elected to the Alameda County Board of Supervisors, representing District 4 in November 2000, and is currently serving his 6th term representing portions of the city of Oakland, the city of Pleasanton, including the adjacent unincorporated communities of Castlewood, Happy Valley, Ashland, Castro Valley, Cherryland, El Portal Ridge, Fairmont Terrace, Fairview, and Hillcrest Knolls. In January 2021, he was appointed vice president by his colleagues on the Board of Supervisors. So again, thank you so much, Supervisor Nate Miley. You have 6 minutes, and I will be timekeeping. Thank you. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
In 2011, advisors in issuing a formal apology for counties' perceived role or difference to the lasting legacy of slavery. In 2020, I authored a resolution to reaffirm that Black Lives Matter and spearheaded the county's ad hoc process on racial justice and police reform following the murder of George Floyd. While the county, local jurisdictions, the state have made steps to support BIPOC residents, far too many individuals still suffer from the historic impacts of slavery. Over the last 5 years, many jurisdictions have begun pursuing reparation efforts for African Americans. Alameda County's reparations effort shares the responsibility to address legislation, social and economic inequalities or inequities faced by African Americans. Discrimination towards African Americans has been prevalent in Alameda County at least since the Great Migration, beginning in the 1940s. These are some of the institutional forms of racism that have had the greatest negative impact. Police, public housing, police violence, zoning and redlining, municipal fragmentation, barriers to home ownership. Also, we have seen that through municipal fragmentation, the white flight has produced the efforts that have generated a lack of resources in certain communities. As capital left the urban core of the East Bay, most residents of color were unable to follow it due to systemic restrictions. Segregation of densely populated, high poverty areas along I-880, lack of access to community resources such as childcare, health, and economic support for residents along the corridor. In 2015, a study found that white residents were 7 times more likely to live in a community with adequate access to resources. Go on, as we begin to develop a proposed structure for what reparations efforts could look like in Alameda County, we spent a great deal of time looking at what other jurisdictions have done across the country. We've looked at a number of models throughout the country: Asheville, North Carolina, Evanston, Illinois, Tulsa, Oklahoma. We've talked to the city of Oakland, San Francisco, and we're all in contact with the city of Hayward, for example. Recently, the Alameda County has pursued an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion that can serve both as a clearinghouse of best practices and better coordinate efforts across the county. The county administrator presented a model for Office of Equity, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to the Board of Supervisors at our work session in October 2021. The board recently approved the creation of 2 new job classifications to support this office. Many county, and within this office will take the responsibility for spearheading our efforts around reparations in the county, but that office won't be exclusively restricted to reparations. Many county agencies have already concerned themselves with setting up equity offices and have created their own plans to address it. What we're recommending through our efforts around reparations is to establish a structure and develop a plan. I'm recommending to the Board of Supervisors that we form a Reparations Board of Supervisors ad hoc committee and also create a Citizens Commission, which will conduct community listening sessions and then ultimately come to the Board of Supervisors with an action plan. That is extremely important to create this ad hoc Board of Supervisors committee from which the Citizens Appointed Committee could report its results and conclusions and findings. The committee for the board would oversee formation of the commission, observe listening sessions, receive reports from the commission, and oversee the creation of the plan. The commission itself would create a new commission with members appointed by the board. Qualifications must be that an individual is from the county and report to the ad hoc committee that the board creates. I'm proposing a 15-member structure with each member appointing 3 members to the commission, each board member appointing 3 members to the commission. Seat selection will be based on board seniority. Each member of the commission will represent various demographic stakeholders, they give advice to the board appointed consultant, and they would have a budget and staff. The scope and purpose would be to make short, medium, and long-term recommendations that will help to provide significant and lasting progress toward repairing public and private systemic discrimination that has occurred in our county. The listening sessions itself are extremely important because we need to educate folks. We need to have truth telling. We need to get out and dispel the notion that reparations is not something unnecessary. These listening sessions would be facilitated. The takeaway from these listening sessions would help us to prepare the action plan and would keep the community informed and come up with support, broad-based support for what we're attempting to achieve through our action plan and present it to the board. This would be a very transparent and public process. The board will take up this matter next year in 2023, and ultimately the commission, after developing the reparations action plan and presenting to the ad hoc committee, will then take it to the board of supervisors for the board to sign off. Now, I don't know how much time I have, but to recap, in 2011 of June, we adopted the resolution to formally apologize for slavery in Alameda County, any role the county played in that. In October 2020, the board adopted a resolution which pledged to adopt an action plan. In July of 2021, we had interdepartmental working groups looking at reparations and an action plan. In November 2021, the board received an update on reparations. In January 2022, under the authority of AB 1466, the county auditor began to work on a redaction project to deal with deed restrictions that are no longer enforceable, and giving people an opportunity to remove those from their deeds. In August 2022, I hosted a reparations community town hall meeting with representatives from the state's task force, including both Donald Tamaki and also John Scott Lewis. In November 2022, we collaborated with the City of Oakland on the Russell City Reparations Justice Project, which works with former Russell City residents and descendants to explore appropriate reparative responses to the forced relocation of Russell City residents from their homes, of which the county played a role in that. And then now, this month, I'm presenting to this body and the board just approved the two job classifications to get our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion underway. So thank you so very much for allowing me to speak. I went fast because I wanted to get it all in 6 minutes.
Thank you, Supervisor Nate Miley, for your thorough presentation on behalf of the County of Alameda. We look forward to continuing this conversation in the future. All right, now we are moving forward to our third witness, which is Regina Youngblood, who is representing the City of Hayward. She is the Assistant City Manager of the City of Hayward. She joined the city on January 3rd as Assistant City Manager to oversee the city's internal services functions, including finance, information technology, and human resources departments. Thank you for coming, Regina Youngblood, and you may begin your virtual presentation when you're ready.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the invitation to speak here about our reparative justice project related to Russell City. You've heard a little bit about it from Supervisor Nate Miley, and I'll give you a little bit more information about how we are progressing. Next slide, please. But it was an arrival point for immigrants to the San Francisco Bay Area, and began to be inhabited by primarily Danish immigrants. But after World War II, Russell City became the home of many Latinos from Mexico and Puerto Rico, and then Black families also began to become residents of Russell City as they were fleeing racial terror in the Deep South. Russell City was lacking in sewer lines and reliable electricity due to Alameda County's refusal to provide these services, and the area was eventually designated as a blight. Next slide, please. Here we have just a history at a glance, bringing us to the point of Russell City being designated as a blight in 1964. Russell City was then annexed to the City of Hayward as a part of a redevelopment plan. Speaking now again about the formal apology resolution from the city, the resolution specifically highlights the city of Hayward's historical participation in redlining and racial steering. Redlining is the practice of engaging in housing discrimination by applying stricter requirements and offering less favorable mortgage terms to African American home buyers and other people of color. And the related practice of racial steering further enforced the segregation of communities of color. Alongside racist home loan practices, developers and real estate agents actively guided and steered people of color away from housing in white neighborhoods. This was done through explicit policies in the form of restrictive covenants or prohibitions against the sale of a property to people from non-white racial groups, often formalized in deeds or through advertisements of restricted or exclusive developments. So in 1966, the last of Russell City buildings were demolished by eminent domain, and the last of the 1,400 residents were relocated. As you know, the city apologized for its role in this practice in 2021. And in 2022, the Russell City Reparations Justice Steering Committee was established. Next slide. You will notice that I'm using the language of reparative justice and not reparations. That is because the work that we are doing with the City of Hayward's Reparative Justice Project wants to recognize that there were, we're using a multicultural lens. We want to recognize that there were all types of people of color that lived in Russell City, and also individuals that are not people of color that lived in Russell City. And we are seeking reparative justice for all of those individuals that may have been impacted in a negative way by the City of Hayward's actions. Next slide. So we are approaching our project in 4 phases. The pre-work phase, which was identifying some academic researchers that you'll hear about in the next slides to help us put the pieces of what happened in Russell City together. Phase 2, where we are right now, is in establishing our project's steering team's governance structure. Then our project steering team will design and develop proposals to make recommendations to the City Council. And in the final phase, the City Council will consider those recommendations and decide upon which recommendations, if any, they'd like to approve. Next slide, digging a little deeper into how our steering committee was established. More than 150 individuals signed up to participate in the project. All 150 people identified themselves as either a former resident or descendant of Russell City. The community was then asked to identify a core group from among them to serve as leaders for the project. Once the general purpose of the steering committee was established, the community decided that they wanted to have a steering committee that consisted of 11 core members and 2 non-voting alternates. The city helped to facilitate a nominations process, and then the community created a candidate questionnaire for candidates to complete. Responses to the candidate questionnaires were shared with the community, and candidates were given an opportunity to address the group. Following candidate speeches, the community was given the opportunity to vote their preferences through a city facilitated platform. To honor transparency, the city established a project website where meeting information, presentations, and meeting records are posted. The project site also includes all of the details about the steering committee selection process. So there were 55 people made nominations to the steering committee, leading to 38 individuals who were nominated. 64 people decided to vote in that process, and that led to the 11 core steering members that we have and the 2 alternates. Next slide. Just a little bit of
1 minute.
1 minute. A little bit about the researchers who are helping us in this work. Elizabeth Brown, PhD, is a professor in the Department of Criminal Justice Studies in San Francisco State University, and George Barganier is an associate professor in the Department of Criminal Justice, and he is also a PhD. Next slide, please. So challenges and opportunities. There's no guidebook for the work that we're doing. There are very few examples and none completely compared to our project. So we need to find out, how to do this work together. We're in a space of co-creation with the community, and that's difficult because they have an understandable distrust of the city. and those of us who are working with them as the representatives of the city. So that makes building trust difficult and hard, and the work is challenging. And the long-term impacts of redlining and urban renewal are still unknown, and it's hard to quantify. So, finding the records, putting the pieces together, building the trust, and then trying to quantify the impacts are some challenges and opportunities for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation and representing the city of Hayward, Miss Youngblood. So the next the next person that we'll hear from is Dr. Kirby Lynch, who's the Senior Program Manager at Sarah's Policy Research, representing the city of Vallejo. Dr. Kirby Lynch, she, her, is a critical Black studies scholar of human geography, political economy, and intellectual history. Kirby currently serves as a senior program manager for Sarah's Policy Research and conducts social science research on community reinvestment, racial equity analysis, and reparations policy implementation. Additionally, Kirby is a small business owner in Vallejo, California, with Liddell's Shoes, and is a part of the Solano County Black Chamber of Congress. Glad to have you, Ms. Lynch, and you may begin your testimony, and Patrice L. Taraji as well, a community builder and educator.
Okay, point of order, Chair. Can we request our full 8 minutes for our presentation? We traveled far, had to secure childcare, and had to take time off work.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Well, good evening. And then who will be assisting with slides? You? Just say next slide. Thank you. Thank you all, Reparations Taskforce, for your time today. My name is Dr. Kirby Lynch with Series Policy Research. I also support research for San Francisco Reparations Movement, the City of Richmond, and our newly established Reparations Taskforce in Contra Costa County. Also want to shout out our partners with Marin City, who are also active in the reparations movement.
So my name is Patrice L. Taraji. I was born in San Francisco Bay Area and raised mostly in the city of Vallejo. Vallejo is the home of numerous Black neighborhoods that are now under the threat of gentrification and rapid displacement. Many areas are largely segregated, with most residents paying more in rent than they actually can afford. With surrounding areas like SF and Silicon Valley quickly becoming too expensive, new residents are willing to pay more, and Blacks are swiftly being kicked out of neighborhoods that they were already struggling to survive in.
Okay, and the next slide. So again, the reason why we are here, we are a grassroots movement, but we are actively working with our city government to secure proclamations and resolutions to support reparations. But for you all, within the following areas of housing discrimination, eminent domain, and the unhoused crisis, the city of Vallejo is a key target for you all to include in your final recommendations. We are the home of numerous historic Black neighborhoods. We have had Black people in the city of Vallejo since the 1800s. Again, Vallejo is located in Solano County, the highest Black population in California per capita, and it serves as a critical site to study patterns and trends in life expectancy and exposure to environmental harm. Thirdly, many may know, and this is the only mention of Vallejo in the interim report, but officers with the Vallejo Police Department killed 19 people from 2010 to 2020, but no Vallejo police officer has been found to be criminally liable for killing a civilian while on duty. With these officer-involved shootings, over 48% of those shootings included Black men. So also another prime site to study mass incarceration, sentencing, and unwarranted police violence. Next slide. I want to give it over back to Patrice L. Taraji, a grassroots organizer who will provide her lived testimony.
Between 2000 and 2015, as housing rates rose, historically Black cities like Vallejo lost thousands of low-income Black households. The areas most affected by the continuous segregation show correlation to the redlining maps dated as far back as 1878. These patterns of racial segregation are not natural or simply the result of individual housing preferences, but the byproduct of exclusionary policies as well as private housing discrimination. Policies have been written as a way to intentionally separate and withhold resources necessary in the ability for someone to participate in the same growth that urbanization is so eagerly chasing. Although Vallejo has the highest Black population in California per capita at 16.87%, the Black home ownership rate is only 40.2%. Black home ownership rates remain dismal compared to our counterparts.
Next slide. So again, there are a host of really key areas for you all to study, particularly in Vallejo. This was actually a graph I was working on with Chief Shawnee Williams, who was the prior first Black police chief for Vallejo, California. He actually resigned last month due to racial hostility in the work environment, but he was actually doing a lot of data to actually bring out, again, Black male vulnerability to police violence in the city of Vallejo. And so here's an example of some visualization. Next slide. So please check that out. And then Patrice will now talk about, again, the school to prison pipeline and the vulnerability that Black youth face in the city.
Along with the housing injustices in Vallejo, Blacks have suffered greatly within the school district. Although Blacks only make up about 25% of the population, Black children account for almost 2/3 of suspensions and expulsions handed out within the district. From my experience as a teacher and a counselor, Black children were unfairly treated, and there were not specific programs in place to help our children be successful based upon their racial experiences.
So as you can see from the visualization, it is very much so statistically relevant how much African Americans overrent suspension. And the next slide. They also overrepresent expulsions. Next slide. As you can see from this. And so again, another critical site, if you all need the data to make the case in point, please reach out to Vallejo, California. Next slide. So the work that has been done so far, again, we are a grassroots organization, but we work collaboratively with our city government to actually get resolutions and proclamations in the area. Thus far, we've had 2 community testimony sessions, one in May 2020 and 22 in August 2022. This was supported by the anchor organization CJEC and ARC, and was held at a Black-owned business, Liddell Shoes, in downtown Vallejo, which is a historic Black business district. Again, we have had meetings with our city manager, who's a wonderful Black man. His name is Mike Malone, and another Black man, Terrence Davis, to actually start gathering buy-in from the city government. This is actually very important because as of November 2022, no Black people were elected at the municipal level. We switched to district-based elections this year, and again, we are politically disenfranchised and have not been able to get Black people elected to represent us. So this is why reparations is very critical. We have, also do want to just say that our community testimonies contributed to the data that was sent to Ralph Bunche Center. So we have very much so been in support of this commission. And currently we are working with the California Endowment through Touro University through a fellowship called Building Black Power, where we are creating a community-wide survey about Black Vallejo needs. And again, we work consistently in our community. We're grassroots, we're unpaid, but we host bi-weekly community meetings to encourage political education. You can check out our movement on Facebook called hashtag Operation Reparations 707. Next slide. Again, this is just an example of some of the survey questions we're asking our community because, again, the community actually knows what they want, and we want to be able to turn this data over to you all to, again, start making recommendations for programming. Next slide. Again, the work ahead. As a historian, it is something that's really critical for you all to know. At an municipal level, the city of Vallejo actually lost all of their physical records for city government documents, all of their microfilms when they were moving into the new city hall. So we have to rely on the papers from the Naval Historical Society to rediscover lost redevelopment history. Downtown Vallejo, which was a historic Black community, was targeted by the Community Reinvestment Act, and over 30 blocks of Black community were destroyed through the redevelopment process. But none of that is archived, digitized, and we're doing the work currently to unearth that history. We're also working again with the city manager to apply for grant funding to actually repair the impacts of Highway 37, which is a freeway that actually destroyed a historic Black community in North Vallejo known as Lofus. And that was a community that was actually built by a Black man, a constructor, and it was completely destroyed by highway expansion. It's also important to recognize Port Chicago, which is an important historic event where over 200 Black men were killed in an explosion in Concord, but the Black men in 1944 hosted a wildcat strike, and those Black men in Mare Island were incarcerated for over 15 years for refusing to work after the explosion. It's also important to understand that we have a rich history in Vallejo of Black people participating in the Bear Flag movement. We have the sole Black man who's in the Society of Pioneers, which recognizes the founders of the state as John Grider, and he comes from Vallejo, California. Sharon McGriff Payne has been doing this work. Overall, we continue to want to provide data to you. We are an AB 617 community, which is an environmentally impacted community through air pollution and water pollution. So the Citizen Air Monitoring Network has available data to show the impacts of that environmental harm on Black communities specifically. Thank you for the time. And next slide. Just know that again, Vallejo has significant importance to the state. Again, the NAACP was the first chapter in Vallejo, west of the Mississippi. And this is all the archives that we want to archive and give to you for this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for reclaiming your time. And I meant to say your bio, Patrice Taraji. You were born to the proud parents of Little Joe Lewis Sr., originally of Foxworth, Mississippi, and Geraldine L. Christian Lewis, originally of Richmond, California. Patrice Taraji is a longtime community organizer and has served in multiple capacities within the city of Vallejo and the Vallejo City Unified School District for over 15 years, serving the youth and the homeless population. Thank you both for your presentation. I will now turn to Onyx Jones, who I've had the pleasure to meet and present to the city of Culver City. She is Assistant City Manager. Onyx Jones serves as Assistant City Manager for the city of Culver City and is an appointed member of the Board of Investments for the LA County Employees Retirement Association. In addition to over 2 decades of municipal accounting and finance experience, Mrs. Jones has expertise in debt management and refinancing, RFP processes, and equity initiatives. She received her master's in professional accountancy from Wichita State University. Thank you for joining us virtually, Onyx Jones, and you may present your presentation when you're ready.
Oh, thank you. I also am here with Helen Chin, who works with the city and who is key in our new reparations journey. Although we are in our initial phases here in Culver City, I'm very excited about the progress that we've made so far and where we're headed. Helen Chin will do the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Reparations Taskforce. I am honored to join you this afternoon to share with you the City of Culver City's plans for future reparations programs and to provide you all with an overview of the city's journey toward repair. Next slide. Next slide. Incorporated in 1917, Culver City is 5.14 square miles with a population of about 40,000 people. The city is surrounded by the city of Los Angeles and unincorporated Los Angeles County. Culver City is home to Sony Studios, Amazon, HBO, Apple, and other tech offices, enjoys a vibrant downtown of galleries and shops, and is known as a culinary destination. And the city was also founded as a sundown town by Harry Culver, a real estate developer who aspired to build a model white little city, and building into his city plans proper restrictions and supplemental deed restrictions to prevent incompatible ownership occupancy. The KKK and other white nationalist groups established themselves and held meetings in Culver City. The aftermath of these policy decisions are still evident today when we look at homeownership rates among Black and Brown people. Next slide. Next slide, please. So holding the truth of this history in mind and recognizing the long-lasting legacy of these policy decisions, Culver City continues to envision a future where all people housed and unhoused experience belonging and well-being and can live free from harm. And to achieve this vision, the city has taken some initial steps to undo the institutional racism baked into its policies, practices, and procedures. And to truly move toward repair, the city must face its own history, understand the harms caused, and take meaningful steps toward healing. Next slide. So this chart provides a broad overview of the efforts the city is undertaking. These efforts started a few years ago and are now being consolidated under the city's to-be-developed Racial Equity Action Plan. And this plan will inform the priorities of the city to pursue equity, racial justice, and belonging in its policies, practices, and procedures. So these efforts being presented are not in any particular order. So in 2020, at the direction of the City Council, the city initiated a public safety review. And one of the immediate outcomes of that effort is the creation of a mobile crisis intervention program that will send unarmed crisis counselors to respond to mental health and or behavioral health calls instead of sending police officers. The city is also part of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, a national network of cities and counties working toward racial equity. The city also is part of the My Brother's Keeper Alliance. And in early 2020, before the pandemic, the city launched a local action plan with the school district to implement a cradle to career strategy to ensure that Culver City youth, especially boys and men of color, and all young people can reach their full potential. And these partnerships ensure that Culver City's efforts are grounded in truth and are being developed with input and support from local, regional, and national communities and partners. And the highlight of today's presentation is the historical context study, or the reparations study, which is the city's first step toward developing future reparations programs. And this is a current priority of the City Council. Additionally, the city has submitted a grant application to assist in developing a possible universal basic income pilot project in the coming years. And lastly, in summer 2020, the city formed the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee. This is an advisory body to the City Council or to the city manager, and is formed to recommend programs, policies, and activities that promote positive human relations and equitable outcomes and opportunities in all aspects of community life. Next slide. In June 2021, the City Council voted 3-2 to adopt a resolution acknowledging the racial history of Culver City. This resolution includes in its recitals that the city commits to developing and enforcing policies to make amends for the past, including creating a system of reparations designed to narrow the racial and income housing gap in the city. This set into motion the next steps, including the presentation to the City Council in August 2020 on how to go about developing reparations programs, including a presentation and visit from the task force owned Camila Moore. In September 2022, the Council voted unanimously to authorize the preparation of an RFP to conduct a historical context study. The city arrived at the historical context study after researching how other cities and jurisdictions launched their efforts. We anticipate starting the process of research and data collection in January 2023. Next slide. The historical context study is different from a historical context statement. While a historical context statement is often used for historic preservation, for evaluating property, for historic significance, a historical context study will identify the indigenous peoples and communities of color in Culver City, the history of racially and discriminatory practices that contribute to the shifts of Culver City's population over time, and provide analysis for how these policies have shaped the city's current landscape and the experience of its inhabitants. The outcomes of this will inform future reparations programs for Culver City. Next slide. The study will include several components, including stakeholder engagement, public presentations, primary and secondary source research, and preparation of the study and any reports. And we will have more to share in 2023. Next slide. And while conducting a study will be easy, implementing actual reparations programs is another effort entirely. Given the tenor of politics, the harassment and threats directed at government officials, the polarization and the proliferation of misinformation, to successfully see through reparations programs, the city will have to continue to endeavor centering our most vulnerable communities, creating systems of care and support, and practicing and envisioning a future where all people thrive, experience well-being, and are free from harm. And the city will also continue to collaborate with community partners and regional, statewide, and national agencies doing similar work. Next slide. And thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, City of Culver City. We just heard from Helen Chin, who is the equity analyst for the City of Culver City. Again, Helen Chin, her, is a first-generation daughter of Burmese-born immigrant parents of Chinese descent. Again, she currently serves as an equity analyst for the City of Culver City and has previously served as the assistant to the SNF. She is a member of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity National Steering Committee, supporting a national network of jurisdictions working to achieve racial equity. In 2021, she was appointed to the Los Angeles County Commission on Human Relations. Thank you again, Onyx Jones, Helen Chin, and the City of Culver City for your presentation. We'll now turn to the City of Los Angeles. We have two representatives from the LA Reparations Advisory Commission. Present virtually, Michael A. Lawson is the chair of the LA Reparations Advisory Commission. Commission Chair Michael Lawson is president and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League and a former U.S. ambassador in the Obama administration after 3 decades as a leading international attorney. Ambassador Lawson has also served on the Board of Trustees of Morehouse College, Loyola Marymount University, and the Constitutional Rights Foundation. Mr. Lawson retired as a partner after 31 years with Skadden, Arps, Slate, Mager, and Flom, LLP. During his tenure with the firm, he was appointed to the Los Angeles Airport Commission and served as its president. We'll also hear from Kanza T. Jones-Muhammad, who's the vice chair of the LA Reparations Advisory Commission. Commission Vice Chair Kanza T. Jones-Muhammad is co-chair of the Los Angeles chapter of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants. Ms. Jones-Muhammad was formerly an elected budget advocate in the city of Los Angeles. Without further ado, Chair Lawson and Vice Chair Jones-Muhammad, you may begin your presentation when you're ready.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. My apologies for that. And thank you for that introduction. On behalf of our outgoing Mayor Garcetti and Capri Maddox, the Executive Director of the Los Angeles Civil and Human Rights Department of the City of Los Angeles, and the Reparations Advisory Committee, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share our work and contribute to California's AB3121 Reparations Taskforce. I would like to introduce you to my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Kanza Jones-Muhammad, whom you will hear from shortly, Commissioner Mark Wilson, Secretary and Executive Director of the Coalition for Responsible Community Development, Commissioner Mandala Kaisi, CEO of the Education and Community Planning Agency, New World Education, Dr. Katrina Vanderwood, Vice Chancellor, Workforce, Economic Development, and Adult Education, Los Angeles Community College District, Professor Cheryl Harris, who serves as the Rosalind and Arthur Gilbert Foundation Chair in Civil Rights and Civil Liberties at UCLA School of Law, and Attorney Virgil Roberts, Managing Partner for the entertainment law firm of Bobbitt and Roberts. From here, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Muhammad.
Thanks so much, Commissioner Lawson. Next slide, please. Our objectives. In June of 2021, Mayor Garcetti formed this Blue Ribbon Commission with an executive action. The look-back period for this commission is through 1925, the year that the charter for the city of Los Angeles was established. We have 5 points of focus. 1, to develop a single pilot program to confront and dismantle structural and institutional racism. 2, we seek opportunities for public and private funding to our pilot program. 3, we need to identify an academic partner. 4, maintain an active relationship with key stakeholders and community-based organizations. And 5, engage relevant experts to inform the development of the pilot program. We have found that a single academic partner would not meet all of our objectives, so the Los Angeles Civil Rights Department expanded its public request for proposals to include a development partner to report on municipal, county, state, federal, international reparations programs and their funding sources. We also wanted someone to look at funders that have invested in reparations or programs with proximity to reparations. Additionally, the LA City Civil Rights Department expanded to look for a project manager to manage and engage community partners and public engagement to provide oversight and logistic support. It is also worth noting that the Department of Civil and Human Rights understood the need for significant public engagement, and they hired a staffer as Director of Innovation to meet our communications needs and to support the Communications Director. Next slide, please. Key milestones. Our first year was spent mainly on administrative functions, taking an ethics course, understanding our role and limitations as a commission, establishing bylaws, and working with LA Civil Rights Department to define our academic and partner roles. Now the city is in a critical phase of procuring an academic partner, a development partner, and project manager by January of 2023. We have also started our public interface and conducting research activities with residents, and we have started to identify subject matter experts to present on these town halls. Our survey is available on the Reparations Advisory Commission tab at civilandhumanrights.lacity.org. Next slide, please. Our community engagement. Our first public interface was actually part of an official listening session sponsored by the task force with anchor organization Coalition for a Just and Equitable California and NAASD Los Angeles during Juneteenth in Leimert Park. Since then, we've held 2 official homecoming virtual public engagements that have had over 500 registrants, over 100 attendees, 60 public recommendations and/or truth in telling stories, and over 350 completed surveys. Data is crucial to informing our work and sharing with academic partners. So we began to document the asks of Angelenos from our very first public engagement. Next slide, please. What we're learning. Here's a sample of generational harms from our very first homecoming event. We held breakout sessions on the following areas, taking a cue from this task force: housing and property, policing, surveillance, and mass incarceration, education, wealth gap in economics, voting and political power, broken ties, lost familial connections. What we have found is that in these areas, they spill over into each other. In our sample, threat of foreclosures came after the death of a matriarch, reveals that the wealth gap after almost 50 years of home ownership, no one in this person's family could afford to buy back into that particular neighborhood. This is a type of broken tie. With policing and mass incarceration, we have a fellow Angeleno that lost a family member who was killed inside of prison. A family overcriminalized due to what they're referencing as the Biden 1994 crime bill, where in their family, drug addiction impacted many family members. This became a political power and broken ties issue. And so these things overlap. Next slide, please. Our respondents and their views on reparations. Of the 356 survey responses to date, we found that 72%, the majority of respondents, did actually live in the city of Los Angeles, and economic wealth was the main priority that reparations they felt should be addressed. Our insight, the unincorporated areas of Los Angeles where traditional city services are provided by the County of Los Angeles, prompted us to bring Los Angeles Board of Supervisors to a roundtable. Members sent key staffers and one supervisor attended this meeting. The supervisor in attendance did not feel that the county needed a commission and believed that the state's AB3121 task force repair is primary to any county repair. As a result, we're leaning into the Intergovernmental Department of the City of Los Angeles to keep the Board of Supervisors abreast of our work. Next slide, please.
A minute left.
Okay, as we close out and you read what fellow Angelenos view as reparations, we'd like to leave a final thought. Our commission has made a commitment not only to develop a pilot program per our bylaws, we're committed to making comprehensive recommendations of the mayor of Los Angeles, specifically Karen Bass, on policy that the city can implement to bring equity and justice to a community that has endured much. Michael Lawson. Next slide.
I want to thank Mayor Garcetti for entrusting us with this honorable task, and we expect that our new mayor, Karen Bass, will support this task as well. We can be reached at via email at lacr-reparations@lacity.org. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chair Michael A. Lawson and Vice Chair Constantine Jones Muhammad, and the City of Los Angeles for representing today. Our last witness will be D'Artagnan Scorza, fellow UCLA Bruin, representing County of Los Angeles. Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza is the inaugural Executive Director of Racial Equity for Los Angeles County, overseeing the Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative and working to expand the county's work on anti-racism, equity, and inclusion. The Inglewood native is also a lecturer at UCLA Fielding School of Public Health. He works with students to dig into how community organizations target health problems and change health policy. Without further ado, Dr. Scorza, you may begin your presentation when you're ready.
Thank you so much. And it's such an incredible pleasure to be here with you all, Madam Chair, members of the task force. Such great work that you're doing, and just an honor to have an opportunity to speak with you today. Next slide. I'm going to briefly talk about LA County's commitment to racial equity and the work that we're doing here locally. And as you just heard from our colleagues in the city of LA, there have certainly been conversations here about the work that we're doing with regards to racial equity, and how that, I believe, can inform the broader efforts of the task force. Next slide. So in July of 2020, after the Board of Supervisors passed a motion, next slide, please. After the Board of Supervisors passed a motion directing the creation of the Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative here in LA County, I was honored to be brought on board to help lead this work here in LA County in order to drive the elimination of structural racism and bias in and throughout the region. The Board of Supervisors recognized the role that the county could play in addressing systemic and structural racism and committed to changing organizational structures, policies, and practices, as well as co-creating solutions for those most affected by adverse outcomes. And finally, by utilizing the racial equity lens in our decision-making. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we focus on equity because equity ultimately accounts for the way in which systems must be balanced to distribute resources and power, as well as opportunities so that we can reach equal outcomes. It's truly about justice in that we treat everyone justly according to their circumstances. Next slide. The county's focus is on being anti-racist, and for us, that's actively identifying and eliminating racism by changing organizational structures and policies. It's about being proactive and fundamentally altering the way in which we do business so that the life outcomes that people experience here in LA County can be improved, because at the end of the day, for us, it's ultimately about the impacts of our decisions upon people's lives and the ways in which we can improve the experiences and the outcomes people experience. Next slide. Our vision for racial equity is to ensure that all members here in LA County, all residents, are healthy, experience justice, and thrive. And our mission is to make sure that, again, we end structural racism and its consequences. Next slide. So the board adopted a focus on Bruce's Beach, which some of you may be aware of, but was a historic effort for LA County to return land that was illegally taken from Charles and Willa Bruce back in the early 20th century. Next slide. Bruce's Beach served as an opportunity for LA County to fundamentally alter its approach and policies to address illegal takings and the use of eminent domain as a practice that created harm against African Americans. Next slide. Charles and Willa Bruce purchased 2 lots of land along the strand of Manhattan Beach. Like many other Americans of African descent, the Bruce family moved west as a part of the Great Migration, and as you heard earlier, we're seeking opportunities to participate in the California dream. Shortly after purchasing their land, Charles and Willa turned their location into a seaside resort called Bruce's Lodge, and they welcomed black beachgoers from all over LA County and beyond. And it colloquially became known as Bruce's Beach. And as it gained popularity and attracted black beachgoers, many white residents of the surrounding predominantly white community reacted with violence, hostility, and racism. Next slide. In 1924, prompted by a petition from local white real estate agents and other citizens, the Manhattan Beach City Council voted to condemn the Bruce's resort site and the surrounding land through eminent domain in order to build a park. And it's well documented that the reason behind the eminent domain process was racially motivated with the intention to bring an end to a successful black business and to thwart other African Americans from settling in or developing businesses in Manhattan Beach. The city also passed ordinances prohibiting dressing or undressing in vehicles on the streets, public park places, and tents, and they created a series of parking restrictions to harass and prohibit African Americans from visiting the shoreline. Next slide. Here's a map of Bruce's Beach. As you can see to the very left, the parcels that are 8 and 9 next to the where you see it noted as the Strand is where Charles and Willa Bruce own their property. But there are other African Americans in the neighborhood where you can see to the very right, Mr. Sanders and others whose property were taken as well. Next slide. Now, the focus on Bruce's Beach was important because it meant that we had a responsibility to redress and remedy harms. Next slide. And in fighting for a change in Bruce's Beach, I want to thank Senator Steve Brett for his leadership and his sponsorship of state legislation that helped to ensure that LA County was able to right this wrong, really focusing on addressing the legacy of intentional structuring of opportunity and addressing the ways in which both Bruce's Beach, but these types of policies, the use of eminent domain and others, have created unfair disadvantages for Black folk in our communities. Next slide. Legislatively, the state of California found that racial discrimination has prevented entire communities from achieving their full potential, and that ultimately the state has a responsibility, and our governments, our local governments, have a responsibility to repair that harm. Next slide. Furthermore, SB 796 found that fraudulent appropriation of land from private persons is against the public interest and denies individuals and communities the right to enjoyment of their own property as well as control of that property. Next slide. And that government has a responsibility to maintain equal protection under the law to ensure that no one is discriminated on the basis of their race. Next slide. And then ultimately, our states and local governments have the role and responsibility to prohibit and eliminate racial discrimination in all other forms and guarantee an inherent right to housing. Next slide. Finally, the government must act in the public's interest. And the reason why I'm sharing these findings is because they were incredibly important for what I'm going to share with you. Next slide. The county was sued by a resident by the name of Joseph Ryan, who filed a complaint with the court seeking an injunction against LA County and the Board of Supervisors with the attempt to prevent our ability to transfer this land back to the Bruces. Fortunately, the petition was denied, and the court found that this is ultimately a return of land that was taken from this family, and that it was in the government's and the public's interest to act in a way that ensured fairness, as well as justice and an effective remedy for unlawful and race-based displacements. Next slide. So what do we do? And I'll try and be brief here. What do we do to return Bruce's Beach? Next slide. We identified who the family members were, who the descendants were. We identified the conditions under which the property was taken. We noted the conditions under which the property was passed to the state of California and eventually transferred to LA County to identify our interest and ability in transferring that land back. Next slide. We set land transfer goals with the intention to restore the Bruce's opportunity to benefit from previously owned land. And in doing so, we were able to right a historic wrong and address generational inequality and anti-Black racism by turning the land to the legal heirs of the family. Next slide. Now, my office, in partnership with County Council, worked incredibly hard to develop a process to ensure that this land could be returned. Next slide. And that process entailed not only ensuring that taking the leadership of our board, who enacted a motion to address this historic wrong, but evaluating the operational impact upon our operations here in LA County, assessing property tax implications on the family. We did not want to return this land. And suddenly the family would end up owing millions of dollars as the land was valued at roughly around $20 million. And property tax and or income tax. We worked very closely with, again, thank you to the leadership of Senator Bradford and members of the legislature. We're able to amend the deed that had restrictions on it, preventing us from returning the land to the Bruces. We had to determine the legal heirs and went through an extensive legal heir examination process where we looked not only at probate records and records from around the country, but we were able to advance an analysis and provide really the genealogical records for well over 117 claimants who reached out to the county. And then we conducted a land assessment, meaning we appraised the property, generated title reports, et cetera, worked with and evaluated our local coastal program to determine uses and limitations in order to return that land. The due diligence we engaged in ensured that we were able to address legal heirship issues and manage a transparent and thorough process to verify those heirs, as well as ensure that any claimants would have a right to petition LA County. Next slide.
Yeah.
Through the enactment of the board motion and the amendment of the deed, again, with the signing of the governor's of the bill sponsored by Senator Bradford, we were able to authorize the returning of the property to the family and move towards repair. I'm going to try and go ahead and move quickly so we can get through to the very end. Next slide. We conducted a land assessment and evaluated our operational impact. Next slide. As I mentioned, assessed the property tax implication to determine legal heirs. Next slide. And provided an option to transfer that land to the Bruces, as well as provided an option for the county to immediately repurchase that land at a price not to exceed $20 million. That lease agreement allows the Bruce family to realize the generational wealth previously denied to them and allowed us to maintain our operations, our lifeguard operations for the foreseeable future without interruption. Next slide. And fortunately, we were able to return the deed to the family in this historic moment and complete this process with the family. Next and final slide. If you have any questions and would like to learn more about the story and the journey it took to return this land, I invite you to use these QR codes or visit the Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion's Bruce's Beach website, where we detail the steps taken to return this land. But we offer this as an example of not only what local government can do to repair harms, but to ensure that that we know that there are very concrete and solid steps we can take to address and to remedy legal actions that may have harmed African Americans in the past. Next and final slide. If there are any questions, please do feel free to reach out to us. And with that, I turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, D'Artagnan Scorza, for that incredible presentation. Thank you. So now we will turn to the task force in the event that there are any general comments or pointed questions to any of the witnesses today. Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Madam Chair and members of the task force, ladies and gentlemen, we have had some very fine presentations, and we should applaud all of the presenters. There are two things I want to say. Number one, as the book of Isaiah says, come let us reason together. Reason together. What do we need to reason on? Does it make sense for any of us as task force members to emit personalities to intimidate us by suggesting that we should not be focused on being intentional about the rightness of our specifically calling for reparations for black people and black people only. If the house is on fire, and it's my house, and there are 9 or 10 other houses on the block, the fire department doesn't come running to every house with water to put out a fire. It comes to my house. The house has been on the fire of Black Americans for over 244 years exactly. And it's time that we go forth and say to our friends, we welcome you from wherever you may come, but make sure you see that it is our house that's on fire, and we are deserving of reparations, and there should be no apology or telling anyone to come along and be free riders. We've had too much of that. Dr. Martin Luther King, my teacher, said, if America has organized to do bad things against the Negro, it has a moral obligation to organize to do good things with the Negro for the betterment of the Negro. Take that to the bank and let it stay there and make some interest on it. We need to make sure that as we go forth, I say finally, with the final presentation, that we be astute and have pit bulldog determination to get reparations for black folks in the state of California. And now it's our house, I say, that's on fire. Other folks' houses have been on fire years, but they didn't come to my house when theirs were on fire. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And this is not the end of the conversation. We are inviting local municipal leaders to our next hearing in January, particularly folks from Palm Springs and Sacramento. And we love to invite you all back if time permits. I do have a question for the Vallejo representatives and then a question for D'Artagnan Scorza. I just wanted to allow you all space to, I know you in doing this work, going into the community, maybe reiterating for us some of the things that the community members are saying they want or need in terms of reparations. Because in terms of international law, it's not as sufficient for me and my 8 other esteemed colleagues to do this work, which we're honored and proud to do. We have to do this alongside the community. And under international law, it's the victim group that really decides and determines what repair looks like to them. So I was really inspired by your presentation in the way that you center the folks in Vallejo. And so if you could just reiterate some of the things on their mind in terms of what they need in the form of reparations. And then my question for D'Artagnan Scorza, you mentioned it in your presentation. I kind of consider what happened in Manhattan Beach kind of like a hyper lineage kind of repair in which, you didn't return the land of Bruce Beach to any Black person in the state of California. You really did your due diligence to find the legal heirs. I think that you all partnered with a particular law firm. And so if you can go into a little bit more detail around that, I think that could help to inform kind of the work that we're doing as well. So first I'll go to Vallejo.
Thank you, Chair Moore, for recognition. So in terms of international law, we have people speaking. Thank you again to an amazing anchor organization, CJEC and ARC. At our August town hall, we heard again just calls for the guarantee of non-repetition. Police violence has been our main rallying call, police oversight, and we've been working with impacted family members to help them also again allow for the city of Vallejo to create policies that, again, will allow for the use of force to be better managed, for, again, Black men to not be killed by the Vallejo Police Department. Not one single officer has been charged. And so this has been the rallying call for the whole community for over 10 years. Ms. Patrice was the initial person to call for police oversight back in 2013. And so that is the main call. But in terms of political disenfranchisement, we heard from Black elders in the community who were exposing to us how, for example, Six Flags Discovery Kingdom in North Vallejo, how that was developed without the consent of Black community groups, particularly the Home Seeker Improvement Association, which was a long-standing advocacy organization. Their Secretary of State filing papers go back to the 1920s in Vallejo. Groups like this were not consulted by the city of Vallejo. You know, if any of you know, Six Flags Discovery Kingdom is in the middle of a Black community. So highway expansion, bunch of large scale construction projects in Black communities, destroying them were things that our elders were trying to get us to historicize and research particularly. And from the youth themselves, the school to prison pipeline, as we know, in 2012, Vallejo School District was under receivership beginning in 2004 from the state of California, but particularly school fights. So there were legal battles where parents were suing the city and the county for actually not intervening when there were school fights at Vallejo High School particularly. So many Black youth not feeling safe at the schools. Children have been murdered at the schools in Vallejo and not really having adequate safety or resources to address it. Do you want to add anything? But yeah, you can look at our testimony in our town hall. ETM Media Group live streamed it, and just so much powerful testimony.
Thank you. D'Artagnan Scorza, if you can just briefly detail the lineage verification process with the law firm that you all partnered with.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to share with you all. I sort of went through it pretty quickly, but we here in LA County went through an extensive process to examine and determine legal errors, and that included quite a few steps in terms of the due diligence we need to engage in. So we did retain outside counsel to advise the county on legal heirship issues as well. We procured services from the American Research Bureau, which was a forensic genealogy company, to research the Booth family history and vet information provided by claimants. It's important to know that California law generally defines legal heirs as the closest living direct descendants of a deceased person, usually meaning their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and so forth. We partnered with Hinojosa and Ferrer as well to work with us to help ensure that the process was transparent, that it was fair. We wanted to make sure that we use a third-party legal firm to do that vetting so that when the county made its determination, it was done with the partnership of a legal firm who gave us advice that allowed us to take action. We also launched a website and a social media campaign to notify potential legal heirs of the opportunity and process to substantiate their claims. We did receive over 130 inquiries from potential claimants, and the claimants who participated in the county legal heir determination process were notified of the county's determination and were given an opportunity to provide additional evidence in support of their claim if they believe the county's determination was incorrect. So one of the reasons why it took us much longer to transfer the land was because we went through this process. We wanted to make sure that we left no stone unturned, that we did our due diligence. We did not choose to go through probate courts, which was another option. Instead, we conducted this legal verification process, this legal heir process. Again, the other, I think, piece that's also very important is in how we were able to examine the value of the land, right? So if we're thinking about the type of value that was due to the family, and this informed whether or not we were going to do like a public benefit program, whether or not it was going to, again, be land that was turned directly to the family, because as I mentioned earlier, many of the it wasn't just the Bruces that were harmed. Black folk in general were harmed in LA County, right? It was one of two locations that where Black people at the time could go to access the beach. And the next nearest location was either the Inkwell in Santa Monica, and that had its own issues, and then eventually San Diego. So what could have been a 10 or 20 minute drive to the beach turns into a 6-hour day-long trip or an overnight weekend trip just to get to the beach here in LA County. And not to mention, Manhattan Beach was also redlined as well as Venice Beach. So you had these coastal communities where Black folk were being pushed out. And so we had to do things like get the legal property descriptions. We had to get the title reports for those parcels. We had to estimate the cost of those parcels, conduct an economic analysis, review the city's coastal program, work with our Department of Beaches and Harbors to identify potential revenue sources depending on where those parcels were located, because we had parking issues in the city. So it wasn't and address and identify land and zoning restrictions to determine if there were land covenants on the land itself. So all of that work combined meant that we needed to thoroughly and effectively evaluate these factors so that we would withstand any legal challenge to our to any actions that we had taken or any actions that the Board of Supervisors approved.
Thank you so much, D'Artagnan Scorza, for that. Member Jones Sawyer, you are recognized.
And I want to thank the everybody that was speaking. It was enlightening to see what the municipalities are doing, and I want to especially thank the county for explaining Bruce's Beach, that because it may provide another avenue of us going after legal land that belong legally to African Americans, and how we were able to return the land that once belonged to someone, and it was not necessarily lineage, but this may be another avenue we can go back and look at the records, the actual legal records, and be able to get our land back. And the excellent work that Senator Bradford did on that was amazing in a lot of ways. And there's behind the scenes things that went on that that I think we also need to clarify and make known to this task force, so that if we do pursue that, that legal means of getting reparations, that we fully do it in a way that is very successful. So my question, I do have a question, is for, it may be for the city of Oakland, Ms. Flynn. She talked about looking at the existing resources that your city has. And I work for the city of LA for 25 years, so I know we have an immense amount of resources. The state of California has an immense amount of resources that we could bring to bear for reparations. I always say it's not only a check, it's more than a check that we're deserving of. And so I want to make sure we don't leave that money on the table, and that whatever numbers have been bandied about, that may be the floor. We need to be looking at the ceiling, and we shouldn't shortchange ourselves about what we should do. So when you talk about resources, you look at our communities. We don't have swimming pools. We don't have a whole lot of trees. We don't have the infrastructure of parks and stores. We have food deserts and all of that. That you look at how your municipality can play a role, and I think we can look at the state, how we can play a role that we can build within the existing money that we have, the infrastructure things and the resources that we have. Did you look at what your city could do to bring to bear to help with this?
Starting to organize ourselves around the principles of what is fair and just with the resources we have. So we look at the existing conditions like tree canopy. We have a tree canopy study underway right now that is being done with an equity lens. And so it will identify what are the differences across the city in the availability of tree canopy. We know what we're going to find. It's very consistent, but we're documenting it so that then we can target resources appropriately to close the disparities between one part of the city and another part of the city. So in other words, where disparities exist, we would prioritize investments in areas where the disparities are. So we are learning to do that piece by piece across city operations, where we can plan to use our monies differently. Now, here's the problem. The city of Oakland, being a majority people of color city, is a low resource city. We're a very low resource city because of our population. So we never have enough money to fix all the tree canopy anywhere. But there's been a history of deciding where to invest that wasn't necessarily based on where the greatest need was. So we're working to pivot around that and say, we want to center with the communities who have been historically disinvested, whether it's about tree canopy or roadway conditions. We have an equity-driven paving plan now, because none of the paving in Oakland is great, but it is way, way worse in some parts of Oakland than in others. So we documented what were those conditions, and then we used a different methodology to decide which roads were going to be closer to the front of the line. And so it's an ongoing process to keep looking at all of those decisions that we make about how we deploy our resources and how might we, through a data-driven approach, deploy them differently. And this is also a matter of political will and building that political will and educating the entire community on why this is important to the whole city of Oakland, that we put the city on a more just and fair trajectory so that we can have a greater chance at creating opportunity where opportunity has been withheld. And that's a long-term process, and it's going to be incremental when you're working with just existing resources, because we're already in a deficit just overall. We don't ever have enough to do all the things that need to be done. So that is why the idea of thinking about how can we create change at the higher levels where more of the money and decisions about larger pots of money are being made, so that more of it gets down to those communities in the city of Oakland or in Los Angeles or wherever they might be in the state of California, and those disparities might be closed more quickly. And when those disparities get closed, those communities become higher opportunity communities, higher opportunity to be safe, higher opportunity to be healthy, higher opportunity to imagine a different future for yourself and your family. So this is all interconnected. The work that we're doing is a good foundation, but it is far from sufficient.
And I would love to find out what matrix you use, because when I drive around in LA, when you go to a wealthier, whiter community, they seem to always be doing construction projects. They always be doing street paving. They always are planting trees.
Yeah.
But when you come to our neighborhoods, there's nothing.
That's
So-
social power, right?
Yeah.
That's social power in action. And we acknowledge that social power is not equally distributed. And so the city has to step in. Where social power is not creating equitable outcomes, that is government's responsibility to find a way to make things more equitable, especially since government had such a large role in creating the segregation and the policies that created these conditions in the first place. So we're fulfilling as much as we can our obligation to undo ways in which the city has not performed well in the past. And we don't see that as being not our responsibility. It's 100% our responsibility. We're up to bat. I like sports analogy, and we're up to bat. It's our turn. You know, the team may be doing poorly, but when you're up to bat, it's your turn to change that. And so we're the ones that are here now. We've inherited this legacy, and we must do what we can with what we've got, and more if we can find it, to close those disparities over time.
Thank you.
Last comments or questions to the witnesses? Thank you all so much for the work that you all are doing, for coming to present to us, those who are here in person and virtually. Again, this is not the end of this conversation. This will be a continued conversation. So thank you all so much again. All right, so it's now 4:07 and we are behind. I'll consult with the task force. Do you all want to take a break now or go to the next item on the agenda and take a break after that? Okay, we'll do a 10-minute break, so we'll come back around 4:17. Thank you.
Is there any hot water around here? Hot water. It wasn't made. Yes, it is.
On trees? Yeah. What? No, my staff already got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Somebody got it already.
Hi, Dr. Charles, just to let you know we're on a 10-minute break and we'll be back shortly.
And that's why, like, on the gas tax that we passed, I put language in there to make sure they contact minorities. Because I didn't
Test.
Check.
All right, we will start the meeting very, very soon. So task force members who are not seated, please get seated. Members of the public, let's settle down. Okay. All right, so I have just learned we have 5:45. So we have 5 folks who are here, so we're going to start the meeting now. Parliamentarian Johnson, if you could start to reestablish a quorum, thank you. Starting the meeting now, Parliamentarian Johnson.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm going to start with you. Okay.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Member Bradford. He's here. Member Bradford is here. Member Grills. Member Grills is present. Member Holder. Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer.
Present.
Member Jones Sawyer is present. Member Lewis.
Present.
Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp is absent. Member Tamaki.
Here.
Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 task force members, 5 are needed for a quorum. There are 8 present. We have a quorum reestablished.
Thank you. Now that a quorum has been reestablished, we'll turn to the second or third to last item on our agenda. And as a reminder, we have a hard cutoff time of 5:45 p.m. today. The next item is agenda number 10, Communications Advisory Committee and scope of work of communications firm. Presenters, Grills, Moore, communications firm, and Michael Stoll. Dr. Grills?
Thank you. Can you hear this? Okay. So I want to be very brief so we can get straight to the communications firm. After being selected by the Ralph Bunche Center in August, UCLA Purchasing approved the contract with the Charles Communications Group at or around September 30th. I think it was on September 30th, at which time the Charles Communications Group could legally begin performing work for the Bunche Center related to communications. I would like to, in the service of time, move straight to the presentation from the Charles Group. Are they ready? Okay.
The wrong presentation up.
Hey, that's not my presentation, just so you know. I think that's Don's.
We're getting it set up.
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We haven't gotten your stuff up yet.
We can hear and see you. But we're putting up we had back-to-back presentations with the same name. So.
Yes.
You can hear that? You can hear me.
We can hear you, and you can actually get started if you would like to get started speaking, and we're just working to put up your slides.
Can you see me in the corner? It was big language. Of course, I have trouble with my presentation.
Do you want to go ahead and get started?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Hello, Dr. Charles? Dr. Charles, we can hear you and see you. We're just trying to get your slides.
Yeah, your slides were.
Oh,
She can't hear us.
I can't hear or see anything. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I can't hear or see anything, so.
Yeah, we're just trying to get your slides up right now, but we can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, I mean, I can start. Would you guys like me to start since we are crunched for time?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Shauna Charles, and I am a principal at the Charles Communication Group. And we are collaborating with the task force and the communications committee to implement a communication strategy for the task force. I'm a graduate of Howard University, and I have been working in the communication space for over 10 years, along with my partner, Mitchell Christopher, who is a graduate of the University of Texas, and his experience is in strategic planning, program management, project management, and continuous improvement planning. A little bit about the Charles Communication Group is we are a global communications agency. We partner with law firms, nonprofits, corporations, political candidates to help protect, promote, and evolve their image and their reputation. We focus on public relations, diversity, equity, and inclusion, community relations, building relationships, and crafting compelling communication strategies. We take a 360-degree approach to our work. making sure that we are devising winning communication strategies, making sure that we are also implementing public relations strategies, and that we're focusing on our audience, the message, and the impact. Why CCG? Because we know how to communicate. We know what information we should share with our audience. We have relationships, the who do we use to help share and disseminate our information? And we also know how to speak to the people in the audience and when to speak to the people and the audience. This is the first time that we've had the opportunity to present to the entire task force. And so with that, I'd like to share our scope of work that we have put together with the UCLA Bunch Center. And that is to make sure that we increase awareness of the California Reparations Task Force, its interim report, focusing on public outreach and community engagement. So when you look at the different sectors that we've put together, what we are hired to do is to make sure we develop a communications plan, make sure we maximize media opportunities, whether that's earned, owned, or paid, and develop collateral assets. We also want to make sure we engage communities of interest. As you see today with the public speaking, people came out, and we want to make sure that we target those communities, which include faith-based, community service, social organizations, Chamber of Commerce, and nonprofits. And our goal is to make sure that we have continued and proactive engagement and that we encourage public participation related to the task force activities, interim, and final reports. Next slide, please. The overall goal of our communications plan and implementation is to make sure that we build awareness, we create interest, we provide information, stimulate demand, and we reinforce the message of the task force and the work that it is doing. Next slide, please. Next, we are talking about the communication plan and the implementation. We've worked along and in collaboration with the comms committee to develop this plan and how we can potentially roll it out. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this plan is to make sure we provide a coordinated effort and a unified message. We want to make sure that we are sharing with the community and our allies the task force roles and responsibilities, the time frame of the legislature reparations study process, as well as identify the impacts and readdress recommendations and make sure we amplify the work. We also want to develop a multifaceted public awareness campaign that will include the availability of the interim task force report for comment. We want to make sure that we include the hotline that Chair Morris spoke about today and the email address to make sure that the community has the opportunity to provide their feedback and share their thoughts. Next slide, please. So our objectives is to make sure we inform and educate California citizens about the task force and the interim report. We want to make sure that we are conveying clear messaging, we are providing detailed information to support the key messaging, and that we expand the overall reach of the public education through whether traditional media and through digital media. We want to make sure that we are increasing public awareness of the Reparations Task Force so that we can increase the number of people who are aware of the task force and the interim report. We want to make sure we're engaging community leaders and stakeholders to support the task force efforts, as well as to make sure we're implementing consistent, proactive media engagement to increase the press coverage of the task force and the work that it is doing. Next slide, please. It is important that we talk to our target audience. So our target audience is the California citizens. We are collaborating with the government, as well as CBOs and organizations. And we're also including academic institutions and media outlets to help us share the message of the task force. Next slide, please. So our key messaging is going to be focused around the roles and responsibilities of the task force, the charge of the task force, the legislative process, and the timeline so that the community knows what's happening and when it's happening, as well as the public hearings that the task force will be holding throughout the state, the release of the Reparations Task Force interim report that was released in June, as well as the final report and its recommendations. Next slide, please. So we're going to use a variety of tactics and methods that may happen concurrently to make sure we reinforce this message and that we hit our target audience. And so we want to make sure that we are tailoring the messages, the tools, and the delivery to our target audience. We want to make sure that we're involving representatives from state and national stakeholder organizations. We want to identify adoption champions and allies in the community and actively involve them in the process. We want to engage advocates to help influence policy, as well as educate the stakeholders so that they can discuss the interim report, as well as participate in the remaining task force hearings, to assist with the recommendations that are being crafted, and to help share the message to their community and to the people that they serve, as well as we will be consulting with the Department of Justice and others as needed. Thank you. So we're also going to be using a variety of methods. So we're going to be using media relations, mass media collaboration. We will be creating collateral materials, of course, community relations, stakeholder relations, and then there are other communications tools that we will be utilizing to help drive the message. When we talk about media relations, we want to make sure we're increasing the public awareness across the target market and to make sure that we have the task force main messages on the top of their minds. We will use press releases and media alerts when appropriate. We've been asked to create PowerPoint presentations based off of the interim report. Just like a public comment said today, this report is 500 pages. It's a lot of information. How do we make this information consumable for our audience? As well as a fact sheet. Our fact sheet is ongoing. We have actually had reporters reach out and ask questions. We've had written answers. And so we've been adding those to our fact sheet so that we can have a compilation of questions and answers. And as well as providing talking points for the task force when they will be maximizing the media interviews and opportunities. Next slide, please. So how will we do this? The important thing to do is to make sure we have a media a list. And so we'll be creating that list. For example, for Oakland, we created a list specifically for Oakland. We included Oakland organizations, Oakland news, Oakland newspapers, and media outlets to make sure they knew that this was happening physically in Oakland, but we also sent it out across the state to make sure that other news outlets knew that they could also dial in and watch this live. We have created a media alert and press releases. We'll do op-eds when necessary and appropriate. We want to make sure that we are driving the message about the task force and its work to create media opportunities and interview opportunities. And if necessary, provide media training for the task force to be able to discuss the key messages and to practice if it's necessary. Next slide, please. We also want to leverage mass communication and mass media because we want to reach the people quickly, as efficiently and in large numbers as quickly as we can, because we do sunset in June when the task force sunsets. So the mass media outlets we want to use, of course, are newspapers, broadcast and cable television, radio stations, and billboards. But it's not just limited to that, but those are the things that we're thinking for right now. We also want to create the collateral material. So these are the supporting documents of the interim report and the work that the task force is doing. So those will be printed materials like I discussed before, the fact sheets, as well as the interim report and recommendation presentation, as well as digital media assets for social media. Can you move 2 slides for me, please? Oh, maybe I asked for too many. I'm sorry. So community relations. So as a part of our plan, it's important to involve the community and the CBOs in the community and throughout the state. So we want to make sure that we're building partnerships with the CBOs to help us share the information and to share the work of the task force and make sure that we are supporting any events that the task force are having, and especially the public hearings. Next, please. So there's a lot of stakeholders in the reparations that's going on. There's a lot of people who are involved and feel committed to this work. And so we want to make sure that we are building strong and productive relationships with stakeholders to make sure that they understand our message, they understand the work, and they can share that information out. So we're encouraging task force members to leverage their relationships with stakeholders. And we'll also be pursuing relationships to influence political leaders and community opinion leaders. It's important that we diversify our message, as well as we're building a stakeholders list to make sure we keep the communication flowing down and cascaded down, as well as we want to provide the stakeholders with tools to help communicate the relevant messages about the task force, but to also have a unified message so that we're all saying the same thing, and we are all saying the same thing to the audiences that we are talking to. We want to make sure that we encourage stakeholders to be knowledgeable of the work that the task force is doing so that they can talk to the work. Next, please. So other tools that we will be using is the website. So DOJ's website will be the primary website for the task force, and the UCLA Bunch Center will also be used to share content. In regards to social media, we will be creating a social media campaign and social media assets to create a repository that the task force can use to share on their personal social medias, as well as distribution lists. Who are we targeting? Like I said, for example, in Oakland, we did a targeted list of Oakland CBOs as well as Oakland media so that they knew that this was happening locally. But we also want to make sure that CBOs throughout the state know also what is happening. And then we've been asked, like I said previously, to create a master PowerPoint presentation that task force members can use and key stakeholders as they go out and talk and share about the work that the task force is doing. Next, please. We want to execute our work through making sure we set communication standards. We analyze our stakeholders and communication needs because we want this to feel easy for our stakeholders. We want to provide them with the information to be able to talk about the work and to share the messaging. We also need to determine the approach about how we will communicate this information. Every approach could be a little bit different depending on what we're saying and who we're saying it to. And we wanted to identify the methods in which we will do that. Will it be social media? Will it be trying to book interviews? And as well as we want to determine a standard response to any type of triggered events or crisis management. Next slide, please. Around the media engagement, there's been some media inquiries around the task force and the task force work. So alongside the comms committee and DOJ, we implemented an engagement process. And that engagement process, as you can see here, will include the DOJ generally sends any media inquiries that they get to Chair Moore and Dr. Grills, and they CCG. The comms committee has 24 hours to get to us and let us know. If not, the decision of who to outreach to on the task force defaults to the Charles Communication Group. But one thing I want everyone to know is often these stories are very time sensitive. 24 hours can be late, but the task force has been great, and the communications committee in getting to us who we need to move forward with fulfilling the interviews. We've also created an email address specially for media, and it's cal.reparations@charlescg.com. Next slide, please. In regards to website, I know I watched the September hearing and there was some ask around website. So the task force is not authorized by statute to have an independent website. The DOJ will be the primary website for the task force, and CCG will work with the Bunch Center to align website utilization. In regards to social media, the task force is not authorized by statute to have independent social media, but the task force members are allowed to amplify reparations and activities on their personal social medias. The DOJ will provide a legal review of members or CCG social media if requested, but they will not regulate the content of the social media. And CCG will create a repository of social media assets to be reviewed by the Communications Committee before any dissemination of that information. Next, please. So I just wanted to give a high-level overview of the tasks that we have performed since we onboarded in late September. So this is a high level you see here. In September, we engaged with the UCLA Bunch Center. We reviewed and watched the September task force meetings. In October, we did a capacity review. And then we also did our initial meetings with the Task Force Communication Advisory Committee to discuss the needs and establish process. We also conducted a meeting with the California Department of Justice regarding the communications guidelines in the Bagley-King Act. We initiated our one-on-one introductory meetings with task force members. We created the media engagement process as well as the email address, and we began to identify media outlets and community organizations to engage for this particular Oakland public hearing. Next, please. In November, we developed draft documents for the Task Force Communication Advisory to review. These were foundational documents to help begin our unified messaging, and we provided them to the Comms Committee to review and to provide feedback. And that included the Comms Plan, the Task Force Introductory Letter, the Oakland Meeting Invitation Letter, the Media Alert, Task Force Role and Responsibilities, and the Fact Sheet, which will be ongoing. We conducted meetings with the Reparations Task Force Communication Advisory meeting to discuss the draft documents. We do meet twice a month with the committee. We initiate development of social media assets and collateral for members to use. And we continue to conduct our one-on-one meetings with the task force members just due to scheduling conflicts. Next, please. In December, we were able to finalize the documents and the communications plan that I'm sharing here with you today. We implemented a crisis process along with DOJ and the Communications Advisory Committee and the Office of the Governor to address news articles containing misinformation. We initiated the media outreach process for the December 14th and 15th public hearings. We initiated local community involvement for the public hearings. We conducted meetings with the president and CEO of the Baptist Ministers Conference of Los Angeles, Pastor K.W. Toulis, as well as with the president and CEO of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference of Southern California, which is Pastor William Smart. And a lot of that came from the September meeting, where Member Amos was talking about involving the religious community. And so we wanted to make sure that we did that particular outreach to help disseminate the information and to be inclusive of the work and to be inclusive of all the communities of interest. Next, please. So here is a visual timeline of the work that we are doing and that we are tracking. We do take all of our meeting notes and share all of our meeting notes with the Comms Committee and DOJ. We will be preparing a 1 to 2 page monthly summary highlight of just activities in process. Like I stated previously, we do meet bi-weekly with the Communication Advisory Committee and DOJ to discuss the task force and to provide any updates. And below you will see a high-level timeline. So you can see October, November, a little bit of December was the capacity review and task force member meetings. We began to develop the communications plan and development, as well as we began to develop key messaging and templates that we can use to make sure that we are outreaching to the community in a timely manner. The media relations, the digital asset creation, distribution, collateral, and community and stakeholder relations will be engaging until the task force sunsets. Next, please. Here is an example of some of the collateral assets that I discussed earlier. So as you can see, there's a screenshot of the DOJ website as well as the UCLO bunch. Also, the California Reparations Taskforce and Assembly bill are sample social media posts along with the Los Angeles Standard newspaper clippings. And then to the right, you see the 14th and 15th. That is the flyer that we created to highlight the public hearings today and for tomorrow. Next, please. So I just wanted to share a little bit about CCG and who we are and some of our outcomes. Next slide, please. So here's a partial list of news outlets that we have had stories placed in, that we have pitched to, that have picked us up on our stories, and that we have relationships with. And then the next slide, please. And then this slide here, I'm not going to read all of this, but this is just an idea of the work we've done and the feedback that we have received from our clients. And so I wanted to share that with the task force members as well as with the community so that they can see how we perform as well as hear from some of our clients, our previous clients. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Charles. Are there any questions from the task force members at this time? Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force. And this is an excellent template. However, going forward, we need to tweak this process. There's one room that's never filled, and that's the room for improvement. As I look at this audience this afternoon, there are key personalities who are not in the room. We got to do better than this. We have this Black faith community. We have the Divine Nine. Don't see it in there. Again, I repeat, one room is never filled, room for improvement. But we need to tweak this. And at least a month out, wherever this task force is meeting, that community ought to be saturated, overflowing. It's not just the Black community. Yes, there's a wider community. But somebody said he or she who will be free must strike the first blow. It's got to come from within us. Outward. But we got to do better than this.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brown. Any other comments or questions for Dr. Charles? Member Holder, you're recognized.
Dr. Charles, thanks for that comprehensive report back. I think the template that you have outlined is strong. You have a strong systematic approach. I feel confident in that approach, and considering that you were very recently onboarded, I feel like we are in expert hands, and going forward, we can look forward to the types of improvements that Pastor Brown just talked about. And I feel like we are in expert hands. Thank you for the work that you've done.
Thank you.
Girls, you're recognized.
Thank you. I too would like to echo Member Holder's comments about what you presented today. And I appreciate what Member Brown shared about attendance. And I think I want to remind us all about the multiple requests this morning that our task force hearings be held on weekends to allow more of the community to participate. And so we may be seeing attendance as a result of multiple factors, including the days and times at which we are holding these hearings. Thank you.
Member John Sawyer, you're recognized.
Yes, I want to thank the Charles Group. I have a communications director. I don't want him to quit or go in shame, but the materials that were presented here today far outweigh what I've gotten as an elected official. And that the elected officials here are smiling now that we wish we could get this amount of detail from some of our staff as far as communications. When we had our last meeting, which ultimately spilled into the weekend, if you looked at the attendance, the number of people was quite robust. And I think we should take into consideration what has been mentioned by the public here today about meeting Fridays and Saturdays to allow people who have to work to come to the meetings. I think that will help tremendously, especially if you're looking at the Divine Nine and others in the ministry, people who are working, that they want to be able to get here. But we've got to be a little more flexible so that they can get here. So we're not making the Charles Group job more difficult. We'll make it easier. And the other thing I think we should do is when they do get here, because this is what I've heard from several organizations, that they're welcome, that this is a safe place where they can voice their opinion, that they are not attacked, maligned, and intimidated when they get here. Why would you come into a room where you're going to be attacked? You might as well stay at home. And so we need to take it upon ourselves that whomever comes in here, no matter what their opinion is, that we provide a space for them to feel comfortable, that they can come in, be able to state their opinion, and that their opinions are honored, and that they're heard, and hopefully that they can safely leave these meetings. Hopefully I never hear again that individuals are afraid or embarrassed to come in here because it gets too rauncous. We need to really professionalize this in a way as we move forward, because as we move forward, we're going to need to enlist everyone in this endeavor. And this is not a time to scare people off. It's a time to bring people in. So I think that will help tremendously in getting people to show up and to be able to lend their voices as to what they would like for us to move forward as we make and present our recommendations moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member John Sawyer, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
I could leave this alone, but I've been in every meeting. And I can safely say, in no meeting has anyone ever been attacked. If anything, there were persons who came in from the outside and ignited confrontation. All you have to do is check the record. Look at the video. No one from this dais has attacked anyone. Persons have been permitted to say what they wanted to say. But in our last meeting in Los Angeles, there was one young man, I'll be very specific, who had to be escorted out of the meeting. But never has anyone from this dais attacked anyone.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brown, for those comments. Any other comments regarding
Just point of clarification.
Yeah, sure. Member Jones Sawyer,
I
you're
was
recognized.
not mentioning this task force, DOJ, or anyone attacking anyone. Let's make that very clear. We've been very professional in our dealings with one another. And I believe we will continue to be very professional with one another. So I don't want to be misled that I wasn't saying that we did it. That's not what I'm saying. And I agree with Reverend Brown that what's going on outside is the problem.
Yes. Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Charles and your staff, your group for moving us forward in this way. And I feel relieved. But I do have a question. When will the materials be ready for task members in the event that we want to present to groups in our localities that you talked about, like the PowerPoint and the like? When do you anticipate those being ready for us?
So being that we have to go through the 500-page document, we actually are working on those documents now. So I would say probably in mid-January at least. We also have to share those with the comms committee for any review or feedback. So we have to give them an opportunity to look at it, feedback, do those edits. So there's a little bit of back and forth on those. But if you do have something that's time sensitive, please let us know, and we'll try to figure out how we help you get some collateral material for that as we work on the larger project.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. And I know you're in good hands with the committee. But I am looking forward to having, something that we can all use in uniformity, even if we add our own expertise to it. So thank you for that. And I'm glad you are on board.
Thank you.
We have 45 minutes left until we have to leave. Are there any comments or questions for Dr. Charles? Any other comments? Any other questions? Sure. Vice Chair Brown and then Member Tamaki.
Of the listing of organizations, the scroll moved pretty fast. What were the listings there of the actual organizations that you have been in touch with?
Actually, I didn't have the listings up there, but I can, and I'm more than happy to share the listings with you because there's a lot. Let me just say that. So
I mean, the first ones you scrolled, the ones that you scrolled, that you had on the screen.
The two that I mentioned were SDLC and the Baptist Ministers Conference with Pastor K.W. Toulis. Those are the two that I mentioned on the screen.
Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to ask, how is the working relationship between the Charles Group and the community, the Communications Advisory Committee? And the reason I'm asking that really is twofold. One, I'm on the Public Education Advisory Committee that will have to interact with the communications consultant, and much of what Dr. Charles recited overlaps with the Public Education Committee a lot. And I'm heartened by your presentation, Sean. I thought it was excellent. And part of the Public Education Committee that I'm working on will continue the momentum that you start after the task force sunsets. So it's very important to me that the relationship is stable and it's good. The second reason is having been part of the Japanese American redress and reparations movement, it's one of the few modern day examples. It's one of the modern day examples of successful reparations that would have not happened, at least in our community, without excellent communications. Penetrating locally, regionally, nationally, all of the audiences, the targeted audiences, Shauna, that you laid out. And in that regard, the Commission on Wartime Relocation and Internment of Civilians had to work in lockstep with the community and had to work with government and the media to get this done. And, you know, great examples is the Bruce's Beach thing, where you had a collaboration really between political leaders, government leaders, community, legal people doing the hard work, along with brilliant communications. So I'm concerned if there are any other issues because, frankly speaking, our history is not, it's been rocky. I'll be honest with you. And in a period of 7 months, we've lost 3 communications consultants. And so I want some discussion as to, are we on good footing now? I really love what I've heard, but I want to make sure that we're going to be working smoothly, cooperatively, collaboratively, without rancor, and in lockstep. And so I'm asking for a discussion on that level.
Member Tamaki, are you asking me that question?
I am, and also members of the advisory, the committee, Communications Advisory Committee, and if Michael Stoll is on the line, I'd love to hear from him as well.
It's been tough. In all honesty, it has not been easy to get here. I'm not sure why that is. I try to make sure it doesn't feel personal, but it's been a very tough journey to get here. There's been a number of challenges working with the committee.
Yeah.
Girls, you recognize.
I think it has been challenging. I think the communications could be a lot better, offer more grace in an onboarding process, and be even more respectful in how communications happen. But what I would like to share is an email or a portion of it. It's too long to read the whole thing, but for the record, it directly answers your question. The email was from the Bunch Center, from Dr. Michael Stoll, to the chair, to Chair Moore, and the DOJ and members of the advisory committee. And he wrote, I am responding here to a previous email from you regarding the facts of the selection of the communications group, as well as to my assessment of the quality of the work performed by the vendor CCG. And then he goes into a discussion about the facts of the selection, which I will skip, and go down to his assessment of her work, of their work. As to my assessment of the work performed by CCG, I find nothing egregious about the quality of the work. Indeed, I agree with the assessment of Cheryl Grills, a member of the Communications Subcommittee, in her December 5th email that the edits and corrections required on submitted drafts were not major errors and were in fact editable errors. The work was submitted as drafts to be edited. CCG also submitted updated documents incorporating reviewer edits and suggestions. This work contained only minor edits. Moreover, my understanding from speaking with other communications firms is that the onboarding process for new firms doing this type of work is lengthy, usually 3 to 6 months, and includes trials and tribulations as the new firm learns the desired facts, processes, narratives, messaging, etc. of the client. Last, given CCG's email to you on December 8th, citing concern over the tone, attitude, and demeanor shown to them in interactions with you regarding the work, I am concerned about the pattern of emails I have received from past vendors hired by Bunch to do communications work with the task force. As a reminder, all 3 previously engaged clients resigned from doing this work, and all 3 cited personal interactions with you as being the main reason for their resignations. These outcomes have prevented Bunch from fully doing the work it was contracted by the DOJ to do, that is, to hire communications firms to support the task force, and has prevented the task force from receiving communications support as it conducts its important work. I am urging the Communications Subcommittee to find a way to move forward with CCG to do this important communications work for the task force.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
I call for the agenda to be moved.
I do. Go ahead.
Okay. Senator Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not here to point fingers in any kind of way, but I think in order for this task force and objective we have set out before us to be successful, we do need consistency in communications. And as someone who has delved in that world, and as Mr. Jones, so you will tell you, in running for office and getting legislation passed, it's a lot of times has to do with messaging, clear and concise and consistent messaging. And the biggest question I'm constantly faced with in the community is, what is the task force doing? You know, what's next? When are you meeting? All of that stuff. And we should be covering the world with this message. This should sell itself. So I'm really excited about what the Charles Group brings to the table. It was very thoroughly laid out, but I think we as a task force have to let them do their job and in order to, because this story will sell itself if the work is done and we get out the way and let it happen. So we have a great story to tell, and I would just hope that we could do a better job and be more consistent in making sure that that happens. So thank you.
May I raise a comment?
Sure.
So
Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
the only reason I've raised this is we're down to the last mile. In 6 months, we're out of business. And we cannot have another glitch on the communications consultant, in my humble opinion. And it hurt the task force that we did not have a communications consultant in place on June 1 of this year when we released this groundbreaking, monumental interim report that should and will have national implications. And so we couldn't amplify it. And so when I hear about discord between the Charles Group and the current communications advisory group, it makes me wonder whether we need a fresh start. And no disrespect to Member Grills or to the chair, you both have done brilliant work. And I don't think people realize how much work the chair has to do. It is a ton of work. in addition to what the task force is doing, among its own members. But we need a communications advisory group that really works well with a communications consultant. We want to support Shauna Charles, have Shauna Charles support the task force, and we want to amplify her work. And each of the members here has networks, and there are legislators here that have their own communications staff that could augment and help move this along. So I'm wondering if we just need a fresh start to cycle off with thanks, Member Grills and the chair. And again, I'm not yet making this a motion, but I'm just throwing it out here for discussion, that Senator Bradford and Jovan Scott Lewis cycle in as the communications advisory group. And the reason I mentioned Senator Bradford is because in his prior life, he was in marketing. He understands how communications is done. He's got a staff that is poised to help, and also communication staff to work in lockstep with the Charles Group. National Legislator of the Year with the Black Caucus National Association, and has statewide reach. And as I said, I think the Bruce's Beach is exemplary. It's a model of what we should be doing. And I mentioned Jovan Scott Lewis because as chair of a department at UC Berkeley, as professor of African American Studies, as someone who has to do communications and meetings with the press all the time, I think he is, ready to do this. And so, again, no disrespect, and with, in fact, the greatest respect to the chair and to Member Grills. In this last 6 months, I think it gives us an opportunity to have a fresh start, put the past behind us, stop this churning that has been going on, and allow us to move forward. And it also gives each member also the opportunity to establish a relationship with the Charles Group. So just because we've reconstituted this committee does not at all preclude the impact that the members will have individually. I'd like to hear some discussion on that, and if appropriate, I'll make a motion.
One moment, would you like to entertain a motion at this time?
I want to say something.
Okay, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Members of the task force, let's liken this situation to a beautiful dress or suit you may have. There are going to be wrinkles, but you don't throw the dress or the suit away because there are wrinkles. You get an iron or you get a steamer and you get the wrinkles out. And I think that we've gotten the wrinkles out. All we need to do is just go forward and to work with the group. The template has been presented. But time is of the essence. And I would move that we move on this matter and consider it ironed out, and that the Charles Group heard what the concerns are, and we got to go forward. I move.
I want to first recognize the motion that I think you were attempting to make. So would you like to entertain a motion at this time?
I'll put it out there, and I wonder with Dorothea parliamentarian whether it has to be two motions. First motion being, should the motion being that the Communications Advisory Group be reconstituted. If that does not pass, then we don't get to the second motion, which would be to appoint Jovan Scott Lewis if he's willing, and Senator Bradford if he's willing.
You can do it all in one motion.
We can do it all in one motion?
Yeah, you can reconstitute and set forth the new.
All right, so here's my motion that with due regard, thanks, and disrespect and with gratefulness to the work of Cheryl Grills and Chair Moore, that the Communication Advisory Committee be reconstituted and the new members would be Senator Bradford and Professor Javon Scott Lewis.
Thank you, Member Tamaki. Is there a second on the motion? It has been properly moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Member Jones Sawyer that the Communications Advisory Committee be reconstituted and for the new members to comprise of Member Javon Scott Lewis and Senator Bradford. Is there any discussion on the matter?
I
Bradford,
do
you
have,
recognize.
I'm more than willing to assist in any kind of way on whatever committee, but if not needed, I would probably respectfully pass on being appointed on that committee. I will assist, but you want to leave one of the two that are currently there to continue on if that's the case.
One moment, Member Grills, we have a hard cutoff time at 5:45, so just keep that in mind. And we have another advisory committee report back. Member Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to say for the record that I take this as no personal affront to me and my work on the advisory committee. And I agree wholeheartedly with the idea of reconstituting it. Our time is short and there's an awful lot that needs to be done. And I think that it probably could get done better with some fresh blood.
I would amend my motion if I could, if Senator Bradford is unwilling that Monica Montgomery Stepp be appointed. And again, as I recall, in our San Francisco meeting, she had volunteered for this position. And again, being in government and experience as a councilwoman in San Diego, that she would be highly appropriate.
Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
Okay. We were doing good, y'all. We were doing real good. I was so happy. I understand. But I have to, since we're now having this conversation, which was somewhat of a surprise to me, and I don't know that, I guess we're agendized for it because the conversation hasn't stopped. I just want to say a couple of things. One is, under other circumstances, I might be comfortable. But what I don't want to do as a task force member is contribute to any kind of conflict that we have had in our diverse thought processes around this subject. And what I have experienced, and have not been very vocal about it, but what I have experienced as a continual disrespect of the decision that we made, the first decision that we made of our chair and vice chair. I have never been a part of a body that has to, that the full body makes decisions about agendas. That has never, and it started back then. And so, although I don't think that anyone, including the chair, is perfect, I think that we have had flubs. Part of that is because we've started online. What I don't want to do, I would be willing to serve, but not under these circumstances. I just want it to be, I do not feel comfortable, and it's been a pattern that I have seen that I'm just not comfortable with. If I could have more conversations about it offline, then I would even be willing to help us come to an understanding. We have not had that opportunity because of some of the rules that we have to follow. And that's a big problem and a part of this, which is also why I asked if this is even agendized, because I do also see conflict as far as procedure and how procedure has been used also to stop some of the business that we have had. And so that's where I'm at. And I also mean no disrespect. I talk about each and every one of you and how I'm just honored to be here, but I don't want to be part of any mess. And I just feel like that's what this boils down to.
So I would respectfully decline as well.
Senator Tamaki, would you like to amend your motion?
I will.
Senator Bradford, you're recognized.
I harbor much of the sentiment that has been expressed by Councilwoman Montgomery Stepp, but I will take the position if drafted, I will serve. So I'll leave it at that.
Would you like to re-amend your motion?
Well, it'd be amending it back to the original motion that the committee be reconstituted with great thanks to the members who would cycle off. But Senator Bradford would be a new member and Javon Scott Lewis would be a new member.
Is there a second? It has been properly moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Member Jones Sawyer that the Communications Advisory Committee be reconstituted to comprise new members of Member Javon Scott Lewis and Senator Bradford. Is there any further discussion on the matter? Call for the question. Parliamentarian Johnson, roll call vote, please.
Yes, the first vote will be to end debate. Chair Moore,
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown, Member Grills, Member Bradford, Member Holder, Member Jones Sawyer. I'm sorry. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Tamaki.
Aye.
Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting.
I wasn't called.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wasn't. Yeah, it's okay.
My apologies.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Establish a roll call vote on the motion.
That was a roll call on ending debate.
All right, so
So now we'll go, yeah, the motion passed to end debate, and we will now go to the main motion.
Correct.
And I will begin again with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown. Member Bradford. Pardon me? Did he say abstain? Okay, thank you. Member Bradford abstains. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis?
Abstain.
Member Lewis abstains. Member Montgomery Stepp? No. Member Montgomery Stepp votes no. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 6 ayes, 1 no, and 2 abstentions.
Parliamentarian Johnson, there were 6 ayes, 2 abstentions, 1 nay. And so the ayes have it and the motion carries. The new Communications Advisory Committee will comprise of Member Javon Scott Lewis and Senator Bradford. Congratulations. So now it's 5:30. We have 15 minutes left in the agenda. The next item is Member Tamaki and the DOJ on
Advisory Committee's preliminary recommendations on educating the public and formal apologies. First, I want to check in with the DOJ because they're the ones who told me we have a 5:45 p.m. cutoff. And after Tamaki's presentation, we also have updates from the DOJ. So how should we proceed? Any recommendations?
Madam Chair, DOJ updates can be tabled for tomorrow. It's going to be very, very brief. So we can yield the remainder of the time to Member Tamaki.
I could run through the slides really quickly, or is there any chance to move this to tomorrow? Or even start earlier tomorrow?
Madam Chair, I just learned that we do not have a hard stop tomorrow. So if we needed to go over in order to accommodate moving both Member Tamaki and DOJ to tomorrow, we would have more flexibility to do that.
Your pleasure, Member Tamaki. Would you like to move to tomorrow morning?
I think it would be preferable. The public education part, respectfully, I think is really critical. If we don't move the needle of public opinion, it's going to make legislation difficult. We've got to bring the public along. I think we need to spend a little bit more than 15 minutes on that presentation.
Great. So we will table that until tomorrow. Okay, any last comments from task force members before we recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m.? Do we want to start earlier than 9 or just, okay, great, 9 a.m. All right, no comments. All right. Well, the meeting is officially recessed. Thank you all, members of the public and task force members.